A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Annie Mars. Santa Claus lives in the Laughing Valley, where stands the big, rambling castle in which his toys are manufactured. His workmen, selected from the Ryles, Knooks, Pixies, and Fairies, live with him, and everyone is as busy as can be, from one year's end to another. It is called the Laughing Valley because everything there is happy and gay. The brook chuckles to itself as it leaps frolicking between its green banks. The wind whistles merrily in the trees. The sunbeams dance lightly over the soft grass, and the violets and wildflowers look smilingly up from their green nests. To laugh, one needs to be happy. To be happy, one needs to be content. And throughout the Laughing Valley of Santa Claus, contentment reigns supreme. On one side is the mighty forest of Burzee. At the other side stands the huge mountain that contains the caves of the demons, and between them the valley lies smiling and peaceful. One would think that our good old Santa Claus, who devotes his days to making children happy, would have no enemies on all the earth, and as a matter of fact, for a long period of time, he encountered nothing but love wherever he might go. The caves of the demons are 5 in number. A broad pathway leads up to the first cave, which is a finely arched cavern at the foot of the mountain, the entrance being beautifully carved and decorated. In it resides the demon of selfishness. Back of this is another cavern, inhabited by the demon of envy. The cave of the demon of hatred is next in order, and through this one passes to the home of the demon of malice, situated in a dark and fearful cavern in the very heart of the mountain. I do not know what lies beyond this. Some say there are terrible pitfalls leading to death and destruction, and this may very well be true. However, from each one of the 4 caves mentioned, there is a small, narrow tunnel leading to the 5th cave, a cozy little room occupied by the demon of repentance, and as the rocky floors of these passages are well worn by the track of passing feet, I judge that many wanderers in the caves of the demons have escaped through the tunnels to the abode of the demon of repentance, who is said to be a pleasant sort of fellow who gladly opens for one a little door admitting you into fresh air and sunshine again. Well, these demons of the caves, thinking they had great cause to dislike old Santa Claus, held a meeting one day to discuss the matter. "I'm really getting lonesome," said the demon of selfishness, "for Santa Claus distributes so many pretty Christmas presents to all the children that they become happy and generous through his example and keep away from my cave." "I am having trouble," rejoined the demon of envy. "The little ones seem quite content with Santa Claus, and there are few indeed that I can coax to become envious." "And that makes it bad for me," declared the demon of hatred, "for if no children pass through the caves of selfishness and envy, none can get to my cavern." "Or to mine," added the demon of malice. "For my part," said the demon of repentance, "it is easily seen that if children do not visit your caves, they have no need to visit mine, so that I am quite as neglected as you are." "And all because of this person they call Santa Claus," exclaimed the demon of envy. "He is simply ruining our business, and something must be done at once." To this they readily agreed, but what to do was another and more difficult matter to settle. They knew that Santa Claus worked all through the year at his castle in the Laughing Valley, preparing the gifts he was to distribute on Christmas Eve, and at first they resolved to try to tempt him into their caves, that they might lead him onto the terrible pitfalls that ended in destruction. So the very next day, while Santa Claus was busily at work, surrounded by his little band of assistants, the demon of selfishness came to him and said, "These toys are wonderfully bright and pretty. Why do you not keep them for yourself? It's a pity to give them to those noisy boys and fretful girls who break and destroy them so quickly." "Nonsense," cried the old greybeard, his bright eyes twinkling merrily as he turned towards the tempting demon. "The boys and girls are never so noisy and fretful after receiving my presents, and if I can make them happy for one day in the year, I am quite content." So the demon went back to the others, who awaited him in their caves, and said, "I have failed, for Santa Claus is not at all selfish." The following day, the demon of envy visited Santa Claus. Said he, "The toy shops are full of playthings quite as pretty as those you are making. What a shame it is that they should interfere with your business. They make toys by machinery much quicker than you can make them by hand, and they sell them for money, while you get nothing for all your work." But Santa Claus refused to be envious of the toy shops. "I can supply the little ones but once a year, on Christmas Eve," he answered, "for the children are many, and I am but one. But as my work is one of love and kindness, I should be ashamed to receive money for my little gifts. But throughout all the year, the children must be amused in some way, and so the toy shops are able to bring much happiness to my little friends. I like the toy shops, and am glad to see them prosper." In spite of the second rebuff, the demon of hatred thought he would try to influence Santa Claus. So the next day he entered the busy workshop and said, "Good morning, Santa. I have bad news for you." "Then run away like a good fellow," answered Santa Claus. "Bad news is something that should be kept secret and never told." "You cannot escape this, however," declared the demon, "for in the world are a good many who do not believe in Santa Claus, and these you are bound to hate bitterly, since they have so wronged you." "Stuff and rubbish," cried Santa. "And there are others who resent your making children happy, and who sneer at you and call you a foolish old rattle-pate. You were quite right to hate such base slanderers, and you ought to be revenged upon them for their evil words." "But I don't hate them," exclaimed Santa Claus positively. "Such people do me no real harm, and merely render themselves and their children unhappy. Poor things! I'd much rather help them any day than injure them." Indeed, the demons could not tempt old Santa Claus in any way. On the contrary, he was shrewd enough to see that their object in visiting him was to make mischief and trouble, and his cheery laughter disconcerted the evil ones and showed them the folly of such an undertaking. So they abandoned honeyed words and determined to use force. It was well known that no harm can come to Santa Claus while he is in the Laughing Valley, for the fairies and ryls and nooks all protect him. But on Christmas Eve, he drives his reindeer out into the big world, carrying a sleigh load of toys and pretty gifts to the children, and this was the time and the occasion when his enemies had the best chance to injure him. So the demons laid their plans and awaited the arrival of Christmas Eve. The moon shone big and white in the sky, and the snow lay crisp and sparkling on the ground as Santa Claus cracked his whip and sped away out of the valley into the great world beyond. The roomy sleigh was packed full with huge sacks of toys, and as the reindeer dashed onward, the jolly old Santa laughed and whistled and sang for very joy. For in all his merry life, this was the one day in the year when he was happiest, the day he lovingly bestowed the treasures of his workshop upon the little children. It would be a busy night for him, he well knew. As he whistled and shouted and cracked his whip again, he reviewed in his mind all the towns and cities and farmhouses where he was expected, and figured that he had just enough presents to go around and make every child happy. The reindeer knew exactly what was expected of them, and dashed along so swiftly that their feet scarcely seemed to touch the snow-covered ground. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A rope shot through the moonlight, and a big noose that was in the end of it settled over the arms and body of Santa Claus and drew tight. Before he could resist or even cry out, he was jerked from the seat of the sleigh and tumbled head foremost into a snowbank, while the reindeer rushed onward with their load of toys and carried it quickly out of sight and mind. Such a surprising experience confused old Santa for a moment, and when he had collected his senses, he found that the wicked demons had pulled him from the snowdrift and bound him tightly with many coils of the stout rope. And then they carried the kidnapped Santa Claus away to their mountain, where they thrust the prisoner into a secret cave and chained him to the rocky wall so that he could not escape. "Ha ha!" laughed the demons, rubbing their hands together with cruel glee. "What will the children do now? For they will cry and scold and storm when they find there are no toys in their stocking and no gifts on their Christmas trees. And what a lot of punishment they will receive from their parents, and how they will flock to our caves of selfishness and envy and hatred and malice. For we have done a mighty clever thing, we the demons of the caves." Now it so chanced that on this Christmas Eve, the good Santa Claus had taken with him in his sleigh Nutter the Ryl, Peter the Knook, Kilter the Pixie, and a small fairy named Whisk, his 4 favourite assistants. These little people he had often found very useful in helping him to distribute his gifts to the children, and when their master was so suddenly dragged from the sleigh, they were all snugly tucked underneath the seat, where the sharp wind could not reach them. The tiny immortals knew nothing of the capture of Santa Claus until some time after he had disappeared, but finally they missed his cheery voice, and as their master always sang or whistled on his journeys, the silence warned them that something was wrong. Little Whisk stuck out his head from underneath the seat and found Santa Claus gone, and no one to direct the flight of the reindeer. "Whoa!" he called out, and the deer obediently slackened speed and came to a halt. Peter and Nutter and Kilter all jumped upon the seat and looked back over the track made by the sleigh, but Santa Claus had been left miles and miles behind. "What shall we do?" asked Whisk anxiously, all the mirth and mischief banished from his wee face by this great calamity. "We must go back at once and find our master," said Nutter the Ryl, who thought and spoke with much deliberation. "No, no!" exclaimed Peter the Knook, who, cross and crabbed though he was, might always be depended upon in an emergency. "If we delay or go back, there will not be time to get the toys to the children before morning, and that would grieve Santa Claus more than anything else." "It is certain that some wicked creatures have captured him," added Kilter thoughtfully, "and their object must be to make the children unhappy. So our first duty is to get the toys distributed as carefully as if Santa Claus were himself present. Afterward, we can search for our master and easily secure his freedom." This seemed such good and sensible advice that the others at once resolved to adopt it. So Peter the Knook called to the reindeer, and the faithful animals again sprung forward and dashed over hill and valley, through forest and plain, until they came to the houses wherein children lay sleeping and dreaming of the pretty gifts they would find on Christmas morning. The little immortals had set themselves a difficult task, for although they had assisted Santa Claus on many of his journeys, their master had always directed and guided them, and told them exactly what he wished to do. But now they had to distribute the toys according to their own judgment, and they did not understand children as well as did old Santa, so it was no wonder they made some laughable areas. Mamie Brown, who wanted a doll, got a drum instead, and a drum is of no use to a girl who loves dolls. And Charlie Smith, who delights to romp and play out of doors, who wanted some new rubber boots to keep his feet dry, received a sewing box filled with coloured worsteds and threads and needles, which made him so provoked that he thoughtlessly called our dear Santa Claus a fraud. Had there been many such mistakes, the demons would have accomplished their evil purpose and made the children unhappy. But the little friends of the absent Santa Claus laboured faithfully and intelligently to carry out their master's ideas, and they made fewer errors than might be expected under such unusual circumstances. And although they worked as swiftly as possible, day had begun to break before the toys and other presents were all distributed. So for the first time in many years, the reindeer trotted into the Laughing Valley on their return in broad daylight, the brilliant sun peeping over the edge of the forest to prove they were far behind their accustomed hours. Having put the deer in the stable, the little folk began to wonder how they might rescue their master, and they realized they must discover, first of all, what had happened to him and where he was. So Whisk the Fairy transported himself to the bower of the Fairy Queen, and once there, it did not take him long to find out all about the naughty demons and how they had kidnapped the good Santa Claus to prevent his making children happy. The Fairy Queen also promised her assistance, and then, fortified by this power and support, Whisk flew back to where Nutter and Peter and Kilter awaited him, and the four counselled together and laid plans to rescue their master from his enemies. It is possible that Santa Claus was not as merry as usual during the night that succeeded his capture, for although he had faith in the judgment of his little friends, he could not avoid a certain amount of worry, and an anxious look would creep at times into his kind old eyes as he thought of the disappointment that might await his dear little children. And the demons who guarded him by turns, one after another, did not neglect to taunt him with contemptuous words in his helpless condition. When Christmas Day dawned, the demon of malice was guarding the prisoner, and his tongue was sharper than that of any of the others. "The children are waking up, Santa," he cried. "They are waking up to find their stockings empty. Ho, ho! How they will quarrel and wail and stamp their feet in anger. Our caves will be full today, old Santa. Our caves are sure to be full." But to this, as to other like taunts, Santa Claus answered nothing. He was much grieved by his capture, it is true, but his courage did not forsake him, and finding that the prisoner would not reply to his jeers, the demon of malice presently went away and sent the demon of repentance to take his place. This last personage was not so disagreeable as the others. He had gentle and refined features, and his voice was soft and pleasant in tone. "My brother demons do not trust me overmuch," said he as he entered the cavern. "But it is morning now, and the mischief is done. You cannot visit the children again for another year." "That is true," answered Santa Claus almost cheerfully. "Christmas Eve is past, and for the first time in centuries I have not visited my children." "The little ones will be greatly disappointed," murmured the demon of repentance, almost regretfully. "But that cannot be helped now. Their grief is likely to make the children selfish and envious and hateful, and if they come to the caves of the demons today, I shall get a chance to lead some of them to my cave of repentance." "Do you never repent yourself?" asked Santa Claus curiously. "Oh, yes, indeed," answered the demon. "I am even now repenting that I assisted in your capture. Of course, it is too late to remedy the evil that has been done. But repentance, you know, can come only after an evil thought or deed, for in the beginning there is nothing to repent of." "So I understand," said Santa Claus. "Those who avoid evil need never visit your cave." "As a rule, that is true," replied the demon. "Yet you, who have done no evil, are about to visit my cave at once. For to prove that I sincerely regret my share in your capture, I am going to permit you to escape." This speech greatly surprised the prisoner, until he reflected that it was just what might be expected of the demon of repentance. The fellow at once busied himself untying the knots that bound Santa Claus and unlocking the chains that fastened him to the wall. Then he led the way through a long tunnel until they both emerged in the cave of repentance. "I hope you will forgive me," said the demon pleadingly. "I am not really a bad person, you know, and I believe I accomplish a great deal of good in the world." With this, he opened the back door that let in a flood of sunshine. Claus sniffed the fresh air gratefully. "I bear no malice," said he to the demon in a gentle voice, "and I am sure the world would be a dreary place without you. So good morning, and a Merry Christmas to you." With these words, he stepped out to greet the bright morning, and a moment later he was trudging along, whistling softly to himself, on his way to his home in the Laughing Valley. Marching over the snow toward the mountain was a vast army made up of the most curious creatures imaginable. There were numberless knooks from the forest, as rough and crooked in appearance as the gnarled branches of the trees they ministered to, and there were dainty ryles from the fields, each one bearing the emblem of the flower or plant it guarded. Behind these were many ranks of pixies, gnomes, and nymphs, and in the rear 1,000 beautiful fairies floated along in gorgeous array. This wonderful army was led by Whisk, Peter, Nutter, and Kilter, who had assembled it to rescue Santa from captivity and to punish the demons who had dared to take him away from his beloved children. And although they looked so bright and peaceful, the little immortals were armed with powers that would be very terrible to those who had incurred their anger. Woe to the demons of the caves if this mighty army of vengeance ever met them. But lo! Coming to meet his loyal friends appeared the imposing form of Santa Claus, his white beard floating in the breeze, and his bright eyes sparkling pleasure at the proof of the love and veneration he had inspired in the hearts of the most powerful creatures in existence. And while they clustered around him and danced with glee at his safe return, he gave them earnest thanks for their support. But Whisk and Nutter and Peter and Kilter he embraced affectionately. "It is useless to pursue the demons," said Santa Claus to the army. "They have their place in the world and can never be destroyed. But that is a great pity nevertheless," he continued musingly. So the fairies and nooks and pixies and ryles all escorted the good man to his castle, and there left him to talk over the events of the night with his little assistants. Whisk had already rendered himself invisible and flown through the big world to see how the children were getting along on this bright Christmas morning, and by the time he returned, Peter had finished telling Santa Claus of how they had distributed the toys. "We really did very well," cried the fairy in a pleased voice, "for I found little unhappiness among the children this morning. Still, you must not get captured again, my dear master, for we might not be so fortunate another time in carrying out your ideas." He then related the mistakes that had been made, and which he had not discovered until his tour of inspection, and Santa Claus at once sent him with rubber boots for Charlie Smith and a doll for Mamie Brown, so that even those two disappointed ones became happy. As for the wicked demons of the caves, they were filled with anger and chagrin when they found that their clever capture of Santa Claus had come to naught. Indeed, no one on that Christmas day appeared to be at all selfish or envious or hateful, and realizing that while the children's saint had so many powerful friends, it was folly to oppose him. The demons never again attempted to interfere his journeys on Christmas Eve. End of A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Reading by Annie Mars.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
The Ambitious Snowflake by S. Seton-Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ambitious Snowflake, a children's Christmas story. There is a very beautiful land, hidden from mortal eyes, where thousands and thousands of snowflakes are born every year. If men and women had clearer sight, they would see that each little white atom contained a lovely wee sprite. These dainty fairies travel in large families, and as is the case with human beings, many kinds of character make up the family party. "I am going to do very great things," said Neigette, "an unusually large and beautiful snowflake, and you must all come and help me to do them." And she waved her tiny crystal wand imperiously. "What are you going to do? Tell us, Neigette," cried the large family of brothers and sisters. "Well," said Neigette, as they sailed along, "there is a country ruled by the greatest queen that ever lived, and little Ermine told me all about her. His family do not like her because she dresses in nothing but tales of his friends. So he says, but I don't quite believe that, but I am going to see for myself. I intend to fall right into her hands. They say she holds the keys of the world, and I am going to end in the sight of all the millions of people over whom she rules." It will be seen that Neigette's ideas of things were not quite right, but the admiring family circle only uttered ohs of family admiration and wonder. They did nothing but talk about it among themselves as they blindly followed Neigette through the sharp, cold air. Neigette, too, was so occupied with her great thoughts about the stir she was to make in the big unknown world that she did not see where she was going, and blundered right into a most curious trap, and all her family followed her. Of course, this was a very strange thing. It is not often a trap is set for snowflakes, but there was a cause, a very urgent cause, for the setting of this one. King Magnificus and his queen Splendidosa had one son, who was most terribly spoiled. Prince Superbus had such a fiery disposition that his life was despaired of unless he could be kept cool. So after many and long deliberations, the court physicians had most wisely decided to order snowflakes to be caught and kept all over the palace, so that they might cool the air, and so correct the heat of the prince's temper. For this reason, unwary snowflakes were captured, frozen stiff by the court magicians, and placed in crystal boxes. This was very trying for the courtiers, who all caught tremendous colds, and the court physicians were kept busy all the year round trying to cure them. However, it became so unfashionable not to sneeze that everyone was soon resigned to his fate, and as the ladies found furs surprisingly becoming, they were very soon reconciled to the inevitable. Prince Superbus had been worse than ever on the day of Neigette's capture. So she and all her family were quickly shut up in his especial den, and the prince left in solitude. Finally he began kicking at the crystal boxes, and that greatly upset Neigette's dignity, so she called out as loudly as she could, "Prince Superbus, what are you doing?" The prince stood as still as if he had been suddenly turned into stone. Then he peered about, but at first could find no one. At length the idea struck him to look in the crystal boxes, and when he saw sprite after sprite sitting disconsolately in their prisons, he laughed outright. Neigette grew very angry indeed. "You may laugh," she cried indignantly, "but if you were a nice boy, you would not behave in such a ridiculous fashion, interfering with other people's lives in this way. Pray, why should we be shut up in a box just because you like to be so silly?" Prince Superbus gasped in astonishment. This was quite a new way of looking at his conduct. He knew quite well that his mother and father were secretly delighted at his wonderful high spirits, as they were pleased to call it. He was greatly offended. "I'll keep you there forever," he said angrily. "You ought to be glad you can be useful to a prince." And he stormed out of the room altogether. Neigette wept, but she had sense enough to know now that she must make friends with the prince if she were ever to carry out her grand scheme of life. The next time Superbus came near her, she said she felt very dull, and meekly asked the prince to come and talk to her. The first day he refused, but presently he began to grow interested in his pretty little prisoner, and spent quite a long time talking with her. The court physicians congratulated themselves on the grand success of their treatment, and went about with their noses so high in the air that, one after another, they all had severe tumbles through not being able to see where they were walking. This put the prince in a high good humour when the edifying procession came to see him in the morning, for every single physician was bandaged and plastered. Neigette soon discovered that the fiery prince was ambitious too, and so artfully did she talk and talk that finally Superbus came to the conclusion that nothing would do but he must see this wonderful queen who wore ermine tails, and to whom millions of people bowed themselves down all day and all night. "Tell me, Neigette," he said, "tell me how I can come with you." "I do not think you can," said the artful sprite, knowing that was just the way to make Superbus all the more determined. At last she said, "If you open wide the windows to let the cold air in and let us out of the boxes, we will change you into a snowflake too. Then you can come with us." Superbus actually believed every word she said, opened the windows, and broke to pieces the crystal boxes. Then, of course, all the snowflakes flew out into the frosty air, and Neigette cried, "Goodbye, Prince Superbus. I will tell the great queen you are coming." Now Superbus stormed and raged and shook his fist at the retreating snowflakes. Finally he threw cushions at the king and queen and all the physicians, and behaved so badly that, in self-defense, the court magicians had to be called in to freeze him into quietness. The queen wept bitterly, and the king sniffed secretly, but no one could find a better way out of the difficulty at present. So now Neigette was free, and the poor little prince a prisoner. The fairy family continued its long journey, and some of the flakes began to feel worn out and to express desire to settle down softly on some object or other. "I should like to stay here," murmured one flake, looking longingly at some tall pines bending under the weight of snow. "And I here," sighed another flake as they passed a snug little cottage with gleaming windows and a roof already wide with its winter burden. But Neigette sternly kept them all together. "We are getting near our journey's end, I feel sure," she said reassuringly. They were, in fact, nearing a great city. Instead of lonely fir trees and nestling cottages, there were rows and rows of gleaming lights and houses. The snow did not keep white very long, and the little sprites quite shuddered at its ugly color. But numbers of people were hurrying about in a cheery fashion, heedless of the now fast-falling flakes. Mostly their hands were so full of queer-shaped parcels that they had not a free hand to hold an umbrella or even to give in friendly greeting. But they nodded to each other and smiled, and said joyfully, "A Merry Christmas! A Merry Christmas!" There were a great many happy little children, looking very excited about something or other. Then some bells began to ring, and the people seemed to grow happier and happier. Even Neigette began to feel a wild desire to tumble down among the happy crowd. However, she steeled her heart against any such mad ideas, and decided to look about for the great queen she had come to seek. The snow had ceased falling now, and the sky grew bright with stars, and Neigette heard people murmur, "Seasonable weather this, just the right weather for Christmas time." Fires were replenished, pretty maidens wrapped themselves up in cozy furs, grandmothers told tales of cold winters they remembered, and grandfathers aided and abetted them. But at last all grew still, and the cold grew more and more intense. As all these sounds of joy and festivity died away into silence, Neigette heard a sound of sobbing, and saw a little child lying on the ground clasping a bunch of crimson berries. "I wanted to give 'em to the kind lady," he was sobbing. "She liked 'em so last year, and I be so cold, I can't walk no more." And down the head dropped on the little chap's arms till he sobbed himself to sleep. "He'll die of cold," cried Neigette, thinking of a poor wee bird she had seen one day, with its bright eyes glazed and its poor feet stretched out stiff and straight. and straightway, forgetful of queen and glory, she sailed softly down and rested lightly on the little lonely figure to try to keep him warm. Down fluttered all the flakes, and then more and more, till the child's figure was covered with a soft white snow. "Where is the queen?" asked one snowflake. "I forgot all about her," murmured Neigette, and she quietly melted away. "Why, what is this?" cried a quiet voice, as the speaker tumbled over the little figure in the snow. Then it was not long before the sleeping burden was carried into light and warmth, and the poor wee laddie restored to life again. His childish story was soon told. The lady, at whose gate he had fallen, had last year visited him when sick, and she had worn crimson holly berries in her warm fur muff. The child's quick eye noted how she caressed them, but he did not know that it was for the sake of the giver. He had tried to show his gratitude by bringing her some this year, and had nearly fallen a victim to the cold. "Brave little man!" cried the finder of the little wanderer, when he heard how far he had come. "We shall share our happiness," he cried, turning to the lady, who shyly smiled assent, and that was the first of Ned's happy Christmases. First he was a prosaic little page, all buttons and importance, but though in after years he rose to positions of trust, he always kept a shriveled bunch of holly berries in memory of the Christmas night when his good fortune began. When Neigette had sunk down, regardless of her fine plans, she, of course, had expected the fate of every snowflake, to melt away into nothingness. Imagine her surprise, then, when she awoke again, feeling bigger and looking more lovely than ever, and by her side stood another white fairy, holding out hands in greeting. "Welcome, Neigette," said the fairy. "You are one of us now." "But the others, they helped too." "They only went because you did. They did not give up anything, for they cared nothing about the great queen." Neigette smiled. Neither did she now. How funny it seemed to her that she ever did. "Come," said her fairy guide, "you have one more task to perform." And the astonished Neigette found herself before the palace of King Magnificus. "It cannot be a Merry Christmas with one son frozen stiff." The queen was sobbing when the door opened, and a bewitching little white maiden stood smiling on the threshold. "I believe, ma'am," she said, "I could help to keep Prince Superbus very good-tempered indeed." At once the queen dragged her off to the court magicians, and they, in their turn, hurried the two off for the court physicians, and in less time than it takes to tell, Prince Superbus was free once more. When he saw how very pretty Neigette looked, he quite forgot she was the naughty little snow fairy who had cheated him so, and promised to be good always, if only the little maiden could stay to play with him. So that was a Merry Christmas at court. In fact, there never was a merrier until years and years later, when the boy and girl had grown up to be handsome youth and sweetest maiden, and then there was a wedding that Christmas, which put all weddings into the shade that have ever been held before or since. Before a glowing fire, a little boy was sitting enjoying the cheerful blaze, and a motherly-looking person was holding a steaming basin of something good. "The snow fairy saved me," the little fellow was saying. "The gentleman said so." "Snow fairies," sniffed the comfortable-looking party. "You drink this, and see if it isn't much better than snow fairies. Such rubbish." Another sniff. But the gentleman in the background laughed and nodded at the boy. "I shouldn't wonder if the snow fairies know all about it," he said. Just then the bells began ringing merrily, swiftly, as if they could not tell their message quickly enough. "Peace and goodwill, peace and goodwill," they pealed, and the kind lady bent to kiss the little wistful face and cried, "A Merry Christmas, Ned." End of The Ambitious Snowflake by S. Seton-Moore.
The Angel's Song by Charles Simeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Luke 2, verses 13 and 14. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. The circumstances of our Saviour's birth characterize in a measure the dispensation which he came to introduce. The gospel exhibits a plain yet profound scheme of salvation. While its great outlines are intelligible to the meanest capacity, it abounds with the most sublime and inscrutable mysteries. Thus, in the incarnation of our Lord, there was a meanness which seemed unsuitable to such an occasion, and at the same time a majesty that was worthy the person and character of the newborn infant. He was born not in a palace, but a stable, and had only a manger for his reception. Yet did an angel come from heaven to announce his birth, and a multitude of the heavenly host attended to proclaim his praise. In this divine hymn, the incarnation of Christ is represented in a twofold view. 1. As a subject for our deepest contemplation. The subject itself is announced in those words of the angel to the shepherds, Unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And in honour of this marvellous event, a multitude of the heavenly host break forth into strains so abrupt as to need much careful elucidation, and so ardent as to express as fully as possible what angels feel in the contemplation of this divine mystery. Behold, peace now exists on earth. The whole race of man had fallen and were subject to God's heavy displeasure, nor was there on man's part any possibility of restoring himself to the divine favour. But God devised a mode for reconciling the world unto himself through the intervention of his only dear Son. On his co-equal, co-eternal Son, who was the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, he laid our iniquities, and so his justice being satisfied by an atonement in our behalf, reconciliation might be effected for us in perfect consistency with all the divine perfections. Hence peace was brought down from heaven to earth through the sufferings of our incarnate God, who is therefore emphatically called the Prince of Peace. Now every sinner in the universe may have peace with God and in his own conscience, if only he welcome his Saviour into his heart and believe in him as God's appointed instrument for the salvation of the world. And now also is revealed goodwill toward men. The strongest possible evidence of God's love to men was the gift of his only dear Son, to die for them. In this view, the incarnation of our blessed Lord is always spoken of, and Jehovah himself is represented as commending his love to us in and by this marvellous event. But far more than this is comprehended in the expression here used by the holy angels. I understand by it that through the incarnation of Christ, a full scope is given to the exercise of God's goodwill to man, so that it can flow down in the richest abundance into the soul of everyone that is at peace with him. Yes, to every believing soul will God manifest himself as he does not unto the world, and dwell in him and abide with him, and give a spirit of adoption, yea, and the witness of the Spirit, to attest to him the relation in which he stands to God, and will rejoice over him to do him good, rejoicing over him with joy, and resting in his love, and joying over him with singing. There is no expression of goodwill which a believing soul is capable of receiving from God, which shall not, more or less, be vouchsafed by God to every one that is at peace with him through faith in Christ. And by all this is the highest possible glory reflected upon God himself. There is not a perfection of the deity which is not honoured by this, yea, and more honoured than ever it was before. Wisdom and goodness and power and love had been displayed before in the formation of angels and in the blessedness diffused throughout the whole creation, and the perfect adaptation of everything to its proper end. Holiness too and justice had been rendered conspicuous by the expulsion of all the fallen angels from heaven, and the consigning of them over to everlasting misery in hell. But there had been no trace of mercy to be seen in any corner of the universe, nor could the highest intelligence in heaven conceive how the exercise of this perfection could consist with the rites of justice. But now the union and harmony of all the divine perfections was seen through the incarnation and death of God's only dear Son, justice exercised in a way of mercy, and mercy in a way of justice, or, as the psalmist expresses it, mercy and truth meeting together, and righteousness and peace kissing each other. Well then did the angels sing glory to God in the highest. They had seen no peace proclaimed in heaven, no expression of goodwill toward the fallen angels, but towards men on earth both were most gloriously displayed. Hence with wonder and admiration this blessed assembly pour forth their praises in this appropriate song, glory to God in the highest, peace on earth, goodwill towards men, unless we enter fully into it. 2. As a mercy devoutly to be acknowledged. The angels, though in comparison of us they had no interest in this event, came down from heaven to celebrate and proclaim it. And shall not we celebrate it? Shall so much as one of us remain indifferent, now that the glad tidings of it are brought to our ears? Consider, I pray you, first, your own personal interest in it. Where would all of you have been if God had not devised and executed these means for your restoration to his favour? You had all participated in the guilt of the fallen angels, and must all have partaken of their misery. What could you have done more than they to avert or mitigate your doom? You would have lived only to fill up the measure of your iniquities, and would then have been reserved, like those unhappy spirits, in chains of darkness to the judgment of the great day. But through the substitution of God's only dear Son in your place, and the atonement he has offered in your behalf, there is not so much as one of you that may not be reconciled to God, and made an everlasting object of his favour. In fact, I speak to you at this moment, am an ambassador from God to announce to you these glad tidings. To me, as his servant, is committed the ministry of reconciliation, to declare that God was in Christ reconciling the world unto himself, not imputing their trespasses unto them. And at this very moment it is as if the Lord Jesus Christ himself addressed you, for, as bearing his commission and actually representing him, I now beseech you all in Christ's stead, be ye reconciled to God. Will not ye then adore God for this revelation of his mercy to you? Will ye not all rise as one man to welcome this Saviour and adore him, and to seek through him the blessings he has come to impart? What if such a revelation of mercy were sent to the fallen angels? Do you think they would hear it with indifference? Or if they did hear it with indifference, is there so much as one of you that would not say, leave them to themselves, their damnation is just? Know then that in condemning them you condemn yourselves, and out of your own mouth will God condemn you at the last day. But I hope better things of you, my brethren, and I call upon you all now, at this very moment, in spirit at least, to join the angelic choir and sing glory to God in the highest, who has opened such a way for the effecting of my reconciliation with him, and for these wonderful displays of goodwill to my guilty soul. Second, the glory that will accrue to God from it to all eternity. But for this revelation of God's mercy to us, there would have been little difference between earth and hell, for God would have been no more glorified in the one than in the other. But God is glorified in the midst of us. I trust there are in this very assembly some at least who have found peace with God, and can attest from their own experience how sweet are the manifestations of his goodwill to their souls. And the time is shortly coming when all shall know the Lord, from the least to the greatest, and all flesh shall see the salvation of God. And oh, what a place will this wretched world then be! What bright manifestations of the Saviour will then be vouchsafed to men! Methinks the visions of Mount Tabor will then be common upon earth, and this song of angels will become the common tone of intercourse between man and man throughout the whole world. But raise your thoughts to heaven, my brethren, and consider for a moment what is passing there. There are already millions of redeemed souls that rest not day or night from these songs of praise. There the chorus is swelling louder and louder every day to the accession of saints made perfect, every one having tuned his harp to the heavenly song, and bursting forth at his first entrance into heaven, into acclamations and hosannas that shall never end. And what shall we say of that period, when all the assembly of the redeemed, together with all the holy angels, shall join in one universal uninterrupted song, worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and strength and honour and glory and blessing. Therefore blessing and honour and glory and power be unto him that sitteth upon the throne and unto the Lamb for ever and ever. Can you, my brethren, contemplate that day and not rejoice in the expectation of it, and long to be found in the happy number of the redeemed? I call upon you, then, yea, I charge you all in the name of the Most High God, to begin this very day this heavenly song. Leave to an ungodly world to make this a season of carnal festivity. Make ye it a season of holy joy, a very anticipation of heaven itself. Application. But I cannot close the subject without entreating you all to imitate the conduct of these holy angels. They were not content with being happy themselves. They sought to promote the happiness of others by making known to them these glad tidings, and setting them an example of the frame of mind which they should cultivate. This is the way in which I would recommend to you, my brethren, to spend this holy season. Let each according to his ability improve the opportunities that are afforded him of diffusing far and wide this divine knowledge, and of stimulating all around him the attainment and the exercise of this heavenly joy. End of The Angel's Song by Charles Simeon.
Aunt Cyrilla's Christmas Basket by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heidi Johnson. When Lucy Rose met Aunt Cyrilla coming downstairs, somewhat flushed and breathless from her ascent to the garret, with a big, flat-covered basket hanging over her plump arm, she gave a little sigh of despair. Lucy Rose had done her brave best for some years, in fact, ever since she had put up her hair and lengthened her skirts, to break Aunt Cyrilla of the habit of carrying that basket with her every time she went to Pembroke. But Aunt Cyrilla still insisted on taking it, and only laughed at what she called Lucy Rose's finicky notions. Lucy Rose had a horrible, haunting idea that it was extremely provincial for her aunt always to take that big basket, packed full of country good things, whenever she went to visit Edward and Geraldine. Geraldine was so stylish and might think it queer. And then Aunt Cyrilla always would carry it on her arm and give cookies and apples and molasses taffy out of it to every child she encountered, and just as often as not, to older folks too. Lucy Rose, when she went to town with Aunt Cyrilla, felt chagrined over this. All of which goes to prove that Lucy was as yet very young and had a great deal to learn in this world. That troublesome worry over what Geraldine would think nerved her to make a protest in this instance. "Now, Aunt Cyrilla," she pleaded, "you're surely not going to take that funny old basket to Pembroke this time, Christmas Day and all?" "Indeed, indeed I am," returned Aunt Cyrilla briskly, as she put it on the table and proceeded to dust it out. "I never went to see Edward and Geraldine since they were married that I didn't take a basket of good things along with me for them. And I'm not going to stop now. As for its being Christmas, all the more reason. Edward is always real glad to get some of the old farmhouse goodies. He says they beat city cooking all hollow, and so they do." "But it's so countrified," moaned Lucy Rose. "Well, I am countrified," said Aunt Cyrilla firmly, "and so are you. And what's more, I don't see that it's anything to be ashamed of. You've got some real silly pride about you, Lucy Rose. You'll grow out of it in time, but just now it is giving you a lot of trouble." "The basket is a lot of trouble," said Lucy Rose crossly. "You're always mislaying it or afraid you will. And it does look so funny to be walking through the streets with that big, bulgy basket hanging on your arm." "I'm not a mite worried about its looks," returned Aunt Cyrilla calmly. "As for its being a trouble, why, maybe it is, but I have that, and other people have the pleasure of it. Edward and Geraldine don't need it, I know that, but there may be those that will. And if it hurts your feelings to walk alongside of a countrified old lady with a countrified basket, why, you can just fall behind, as it were." Aunt Cyrilla nodded and smiled good-humoredly, and Lucy Rose, though she privately held to her own opinion, had to smile too. "Now let me see," said Aunt Cyrilla reflectively, tapping the snowy kitchen table with the point of her plum, dimpled forefinger. "What shall I take? That big fruit cake for one thing. Edward does like my fruit cake. And that cold boiled tongue for another. Those 3 mince pies too. They'd spoil before we got back, or your uncle'd make himself sick eating them. Mince pie is his besetting sin. And that little stone bottle full of cream. Geraldine may carry any amount of style, but I've yet to see her look down on real good country cream, Lucy Rose. And another bottle of my raspberry vinegar. That plate of jelly cookies and donuts will please the children and fill up the chinks. And you can bring me that box of ice cream candy out of those pantry, and that bag of striped candy sticks your uncle brought home from the corner last night. And apples, of course, 3 or 4 dozen of those good eaters, and a little pot of my green gage preserves. Edward'll like that. And some sandwiches and pound cake for a snack for ourselves. Now, I guess that will do for eatables. The presents for the children can go in on top. There's a doll for Daisy, and a little boat your uncle made for Ray, and a tatted lace handkerchief apiece for the twins, and the crocheted hood for the baby. Now, is that all? There's cold roast chicken in the pantry, said Lucy Rose wickedly, and the pig Uncle Leo killed is hanging up in the porch. Couldn't you put them in too? Aunt Cyrilla smiled broadly. Well, I guess we'll leave the pig alone. But since you have reminded me of it, the chicken may as well go in. I can make room. Lucy Rose, in spite of her prejudices, helped with the packaging, and not having been trained under Aunt Cyrilla's eye for nothing, did it very well too, with much clever economy of space. But when Aunt Cyrilla had put in as a finishing touch a big bouquet of pink and white everlastings, and tied the bulging covers down with a firm hand, Lucy Rose stood over the basket and whispered vindictively, "Someday I'm going to burn this basket when I get courage enough. Then there'll be an end of lugging it everywhere we go like an old market woman." Uncle Leopold came in just then, shaking his head dubiously. He was not going to spend Christmas with Edward and Geraldine, and perhaps the prospect of having to cook and eat his Christmas dinner all alone made him pessimistic. "I mistrust you folks won't get to Pembroke tomorrow," he said sagely. "It's going to storm." Aunt Cyrilla did not worry over this. She believed matters of this kind were foreordained, and she slept calmly. But Lucy Rose got up 3 times in the night to see if it were storming, and when she did sleep, had horrible nightmares of struggling through blinding snowstorms, dragging Aunt Cyrilla's Christmas basket along with her. It was not snowing in the early morning, and Uncle Leopold drove Aunt Cyrilla and Lucy Rose and the basket to the station, 4 miles off. When they reached there, the air was thick with flying flakes. The station master sold them their tickets with a grim face. "If there's any more snow comes, the trains might as well keep Christmas too," he said. "There's been so much snow already that traffic is blocked half the time, and now there ain't no place to shovel the snow off onto." Aunt Cyrilla said that if the train were to get to Pembroke in time for Christmas, it would get there, and she opened her basket and gave the station master and 3 small boys an apple apiece. "That's the beginning," groaned Lucy Rose to herself. When their train came along, Aunt Cyrilla established herself in one seat and her basket in another, and looked beamingly around her at her fellow travelers. These were few in number, and a delicate little woman at the end of the car with a baby and 4 other children, a young girl across the aisle with a pale, pretty face, a sunburned lad 3 seats ahead in a khaki uniform, a very handsome, imposing old lady in a sealskin coat ahead of him, and a thin young man with spectacles opposite. A minister, reflected Aunt Cyrilla, beginning to classify, who takes better care of other folks' souls than of his own body. And that woman in the sealskin is discontented and cross at something. Got up too early to catch the train, maybe. And that young chap must be one of the boys not long out of the hospital. That woman's children look as if they hadn't enjoyed a square meal since they were born. And if that girl across from me has a mother, I'd like to know what the woman means, letting her daughter go from home in this weather in clothes like that. Lucy Rose merely wondered uncomfortably what the others thought of Aunt Cyrilla's basket. They expected to reach Pembroke that night, but as the day wore on, the storm grew worse. Twice the train had to stop while the train hands dug it out. The 3rd time it could not go on. It was dusk when the conductor came through the train, replying brusquely to the questions of the anxious passengers. A nice lookout for Christmas. No, impossible to go on or back. Track blocked for miles. What's that, madame? No station near. Woods for miles. We're here for the night. These storms of late have played the mischief with everything. Oh, dear, groaned Lucy Rose. Aunt Cyrilla looked at her basket complacently. At any rate, we won't starve, she said. The pale, pretty girl seemed indifferent. The sealskin lady looked crosser than ever. The khaki boy said, "Just my luck." And 2 of the children began to cry. Aunt Cyrilla took some apples and striped candy sticks from her basket and carried them to them. She lifted the oldest into her ample lap and soon had them all around her, laughing and contented. The rest of the travelers straggled over to the corner and drifted into conversation. The khaki boy said it was hard lines not to get home for Christmas after all. I was invalided from South Africa 3 months ago, and I've been in the hospital at Netley ever since. Reached Halifax 3 days ago and telegraphed the old folks I'd eat my Christmas dinner with them and to have an extra big turkey because I didn't have any last year. They'll be badly disappointed. He looked disappointed too. One khaki sleeve hung empty by his side. Aunt Cyrilla passed him an apple. We were all going down to Grandpa's for Christmas, said the little mother's oldest boy dolefully. We've never been there before, and it's just too bad. He looked as if he wanted to cry, but thought better of it and bit off a mouthful of candy. Will there be any Santa Claus on the train? Demanded his small sister tearfully. Jack says there won't. I guess you'll find out, said Aunt Cyrilla reassuringly. The pale, pretty girl came up and took the baby from the tired mother. What a dear little fellow, she said softly. Are you going home for Christmas too? Asked Aunt Cyrilla. The girl shook her head. I haven't any home. I'm just a shop girl out of work at present, and I'm going to Pembroke to look for some. Aunt Cyrilla went to her basket and took out her box of cream candy. I guess we might as well enjoy ourselves. Let's eat it all up and have a good time. Maybe we'll get down to Pembroke in the morning. The little group grew cheerful as they nibbled, and even the pale girl brightened up. The little mother told Aunt Cyrilla her stories aside. She had been long estranged from her family, who had disapproved of her marriage. Her husband had died the previous summer, leaving her in poor circumstances. Father wrote to me last week and asked me to let bygones be bygones and come home for Christmas. I was so glad, and the children's hearts were set on it. It seems too bad that we are not to get there. I'll have to be back at work the morning after Christmas. The khaki boy came up again and shared the candy. He told amusing stories of campaigning in South Africa. The minister came too and listened, and even the sealskin lady turned her head over her shoulder. By and by the children fell asleep. one on Aunt Cyrilla's lap and one on Lucy Rose's, and two on the seat. Aunt Cyrilla and the pale girl helped the mother make up beds for them. The minister gave his overcoat, and the sealskin lady came forward with a shawl. "This will do for the baby," she said. "We must get up some Santa Claus for these youngsters," said the khaki boy. "Let's hang their stockings on the wall and fill 'em up as best we can. I've nothing about me but some hard cash and a jackknife. I'll give 'em each a quarter, and the boy can have the knife." "I've nothing but money either," said the sealskin lady regretfully. Aunt Cyrilla glanced at the little mother. She had fallen asleep with her head against the seat back. "I've got a basket over there," said Aunt Cyrilla firmly, "and I've got some presents in it that I was taking to my nephew's children. I'm going to give 'em to these. As for the money, I think the mother is the one for it to go to. She's been telling me her story, and a pitiful one it is. Let's make up a little purse among us for a Christmas present." The idea met with favor. The khaki boy passed his cap, and everybody contributed. The sealskin lady put in a crumpled note. When Aunt Cyrilla straightened it out, she saw that it was for $20. Meanwhile, Lucy Rose had brought the basket. She smiled at Aunt Cyrilla as she lugged it down the aisle, and Aunt Cyrilla smiled back. Lucy Rose had never touched that basket of her own accord before. Ray's boat went to Jackie, and Daisy's doll to his oldest sister, the twins' lace handkerchiefs to the two smaller girls, and the hood to the baby. Then the stockings were filled up with doughnuts and jelly cookies, and the money was put in an envelope and pinned to the little mother's jacket. "That baby is such a dear little fellow," said the sealskin lady gently. "He looks something like my little son. He died 18 Christmases ago." Aunt Cyrilla put her hand over the lady's kid glove. "So did mine," she said. Then the two women smiled tenderly at each other. Afterwards they rested from their labors, and all had what Aunt Cyrilla called a snack of sandwiches and pound cake. The khaki boy said he hadn't tasted anything half so good since he left home. "They didn't give us pound cake in South Africa," he said. When morning came and the storm was still raging, the children wakened and went wild with delight over their stockings. The little mother found her envelope and tried to utter thanks and broke down. And nobody knew what to say or do when the conductor fortunately came in and made a diversion by telling them they might as well resign themselves to spending Christmas on the train. "This is serious," said the khaki boy, "when you consider that we've no provisions. Don't mind for myself, used to half rations or no rations at all, but these kiddies will have tremendous appetites." Then Aunt Cyrilla rose to the occasion. "I've got some emergency rations here," she announced. "There's plenty for all, and we'll have our Christmas dinner, although a cold one. Breakfast first thing. There's a sandwich apiece left, and we must fill up on what is left of the cookies and donuts and save the rest for a real good spread at dinner time. The only thing is, I haven't any bread." "I've a box of soda crackers," said the little mother eagerly. Nobody in that car will ever forget that Christmas. To begin with, after breakfast, they had a concert. The khaki boy gave 2 recitations, sang 3 songs, and gave a whistling solo. Lucy Rose gave 3 recitations, and the minister a comic reading. The pale shop girl sang 2 songs. It was agreed that the khaki boy's whistling solo was the best number, and Aunt Cyrilla gave him the bouquet of everlastings as a reward of merit. Then the conductor came in with the cheerful news that the storm was almost over and he thought the track would be cleared in a few hours. "If we can get to that next station, we'll be all right," he said. "The branch joins the main line there and the tracks will be clear." At noon, they had dinner. The train hands were invited in to share it. The minister carved the chicken with the brakeman's jackknife, and the khaki boy cut up the tongue and the mince pies, while the sealskin lady mixed the raspberry vinaigrette with its due proportions of water. Bits of paper served as plates. The train furnished a couple of glasses. A tin pint cup was discovered and given to the children. Aunt Cyrilla and Lucy Rose and the sealskin lady drank turnabout from the latter's graduated medicine glass. The shop girl and the little mother shared one of the empty bottles, and the khaki boy, the minister, and the trainmen drank out of the other bottle. Everybody declared they had never enjoyed a meal more in their lives. Certainly it was a merry one, and Aunt Cyrilla's cooking was never more appreciated. Indeed, the bones of the chicken and the pot of preserves were all that was left. They could not eat the preserves because they had no spoons, and Aunt Cyrilla gave them to the little mother. When all was over, a hearty vote of thanks was passed to Aunt Cyrilla and her basket. The sealskin lady wanted to know how she made her pound cake, and the khaki boy asked for her recipe for jelly cookies. And when 2 hours later the conductor came in and said the snowplows had got along and they'd soon be starting, they all wondered if it could really be less than 24 hours since they met. "I feel as if I'd been campaigning with you all my life," said the khaki boy. At the next station, they all parted. The little mother and the children had to take the next train back home. The minister stayed there, and the khaki boy and the sealskin lady changed trains. The sealskin lady shook Aunt Cyrilla's hand. She no longer looked discontented or cross. "This has been the pleasantest Christmas I have ever spent," she said heartily. "I shall never forget that wonderful basket of yours. The little shop girl is going home with me. I've promised her a place in my husband's store." When Aunt Cyrilla and Lucy Rose reached Pembroke, there was nobody there to meet them, because everyone had given up expecting them. It was not far from the station to Edward's house, and Aunt Cyrilla elected to walk. "I'll carry the basket," said Lucy Rose. Aunt Cyrilla relinquished it with a smile. Lucy Rose smiled too. "It's a blessed old basket," said the latter, "and I love it. Please forget all the silly things I ever said about it, Aunt Cyrilla." End of Aunt Cyrilla's Christmas Basket by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Recorded by Heidi Johnson.
Christmas by Washington Irving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Christmas. There is nothing in England that exercises a more delightful spell over my imagination than the lingerings of the holiday customs and rural games of former times. They recall the pictures my fancy used to draw in the May morning of life, when as yet I only knew the world through books, and believed it to be all that poets had painted it, and they bring with them the flavor of those honest days of yore, in which, perhaps with equal fallacy, I am apt to think the world was more home-bred, social, and joyous than at present. I regret to say that they are daily growing more and more faint, being gradually worn away by time, but still more obliterated by modern fashion. They resemble those picturesque morsels of Gothic architecture which we see crumbling in various parts of the country, partly dilapidated by the waste of ages, and partly lost in the additions and alterations of latter days. Poetry, however, clings with cherishing fondness about the rural game and holiday revel, from which it has derived so many of its themes, as the ivy winds its rich foliage about the Gothic arch and mouldering tower, gratefully repaying their support by clasping together their tottering remains, and, as it were, embalming them in verdure. Of all the old festivals, however, that of Christmas awakens the strongest and most heartfelt associations. There is a tone of solemn and sacred feeling that blends with our conviviality, and lifts the spirit to a state of hallowed and elevated enjoyment. The services of the Church about this season are extremely tender and inspiring. They dwell on the beautiful story of the origin of our faith, and the pastoral scenes that accompanied its announcement. They gradually increase in fervor and pathos during the season of Advent, until they break forth in full jubilee on the morning that brought peace and goodwill to men. I do not know a grander effect of music on the moral feelings than to hear the full choir and the pealing organ performing a Christmas anthem in a cathedral, and filling every part of the vast pile with triumphant harmony. It is a beautiful arrangement, also derived from days of yore, that this festival, which commemorates the announcement of the religion of peace and love, has been made the season for gathering together of family connections, and drawing closer again those bands of kindred hearts which the cares and pleasures and sorrows of the world are continually operating to cast loose, of calling back the children of a family who have launched forth in life and wandered widely asunder, once more to assemble about the paternal hearth, that rallying place of the affections, there to grow young and loving again among the endearing mementos of childhood. There is something in the very season of the year that gives a charm to the festivity of Christmas. At other times we derive a great portion of our pleasures from the mere beauties of nature. Our feelings sally forth and dissipate themselves over the sunny landscape, and we live abroad and everywhere. The song of the bird, the murmur of the stream, the breathing fragrance of spring, the soft voluptuousness of summer, the golden pomp of autumn, earth with its mantle of refreshing green, and heaven with its deep, delicious blue, and its cloudy magnificence, all fill us with mute but exquisite delight, and we revel in the luxury of mere sensation. But in the depth of winter, when nature lies despoiled of every charm, and wrapped in her shroud of sheeted snow, we turn for our gratifications to moral sources. The dreariness and desolation of the landscape, the short, gloomy days and darksome nights, while they circumscribe our wanderings, shut in our feelings also from rambling abroad, and make us more keenly disposed for the pleasures of the social circle. Our thoughts are more concentrated, our friendly sympathies more aroused. We feel more sensibly the charm of each other's society, and are brought more closely together by dependence on each other for enjoyment. Heart calleth unto heart, and we draw our pleasures from the deep wells of living kindness which lie in the quiet recesses of our bosoms, and which, when resorted to, furnish forth the pure element of domestic felicity. The pitchy gloom without makes the heart dilate on entering the room filled with the glow and warmth of the evening fire. The ruddy blaze diffuses an artificial summer and sunshine through the room, and lights up each countenance into a kindlier welcome. Where does the honest face of hospitality expand into a broader and more cordial smile? Where is the shy glance of love more sweetly eloquent than by the winter fireside? And as the hollow blast of wintry wind rushes through the hall, claps the distant door, whistles about the casement, and rumbles down the chimney, what can be more grateful than that feeling of sober and sheltered security with which we look around upon the comfortable chamber and the scene of domestic hilarity? The English, from the great prevalence of rural habits throughout every class of society, have always been fond of those festivals and holidays which agreeably interrupt the stillness of country life, and they were, in former days, particularly observant of the religious and social rites of Christmas. It is inspiring to read even the dry details which some antiquarians have given of the quaint humours, the burlesque pageants, the complete abandonment to mirth and good fellowship with which this festival was celebrated. It seemed to throw open every door, resounded with the harp and the Christmas carol, and their ample boards groaned under the weight of hospitality. Even the poorest cottage welcomed the festive season with green decorations of bay and holly. The cheerful fire glanced its rays through the lattice, inviting the passenger to raise the latch and join the gossip knot huddled round the hearth, beguiling the long evening with legendary jokes and oft-told Christmas tales. One of the least pleasing effects of modern refinement is the havoc it has made among the hearty old holiday customs. It has completely taken off the sharp touchings and spirited reliefs of these embellishments of life, and has worn down society into a more smooth and polished, but certainly a less characteristic surface. Many of the games and ceremonials of Christmas have entirely disappeared, and like the Scheherazade of old Falstaff, are become matters of speculation and dispute among commentators. They flourished in times full of spirit and lustihood, when men enjoyed life roughly, but heartily and vigorously, times wild and picturesque, which have furnished poetry with its richest materials, and the drama with its most attractive variety of characters and manners. The world has become more worldly. There is more dissipation and less of enjoyment. Pleasure has expanded into a broader but a shallower stream, and has forsaken many of those deep and quiet channels where it flowed sweetly through the calm bosom of domestic life. Society has acquired a more enlightened and elegant tone, but it has lost many of its strong local peculiarities, its home-bred feelings, its honest fireside delights. The traditionary customs of golden-hearted antiquity, its feudal hospitalities and lordly wassailings, have passed away with the baronial castles and stately manor houses in which they were celebrated. They comported with the shadowy hall, the great oaken gallery, and the tapestried parlor, but are unfitted to the light, showy saloons and gay drawing-rooms of the modern villa. Shorn, however, as it is, of its ancient and festive honors, Christmas is still a period of delightful excitement in England. It is gratifying to see that home feeling completely aroused, which seems to hold so powerful a place in every English bosom. The preparations making on every side for the social board, that is again to unite friends and kindred, the presents of good cheer passing and repassing, those tokens of regard and quickeners of kind feelings, the evergreens distributed about houses and churches, emblems of peace and gladness, all these have the most pleasing effect in producing fond associations and kindling benevolent sympathies. Even the sound of the waits, rude as may be their minstrelsy, breaks upon the mid-watches of a winter night with the effect of perfect harmony. As I have been awakened by them in that still and solemn hour, when deep sleep falleth upon man, I have listened with a hushed delight, and connecting them with the sacred and joyous occasion, have almost fancied them into another celestial choir, announcing peace and goodwill to mankind. How delightfully the imagination, when wrought upon these moral influences, turns everything to melody and beauty. The very crowing of the cock, who is sometimes heard in the profound repose of the country, telling the night watches to his feathery dames, was thought by the common people to announce the approach of the sacred festival. Some say that ever against that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated, this bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then, they say, no spirit dares stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planet strike, no fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm, so hallowed and so gracious is the time. Amidst the general call to happiness, the bustle of the spirits and stir of the affections, which prevail at this period, what bosom can remain insensible? It is indeed the season of regenerated feeling, the season for kindling, not merely the fire of hospitality in the hall, but the genial flame of charity in the heart. The scene of early love again rises green to memory beyond the sterile waste of years, and the idea of home, fraught with the fragrance of home-dwelling joys, reanimates the drooping spirit, as the Arabian breeze will sometimes waft the freshness of the distant fields to the weary pilgrim of the desert. Stranger and sojourner as I am in the land, though for me no social hearth may blaze, no hospitable roof throw open its doors, nor the warm grasp of friendship welcome me at the threshold, yet I feel the influence of the season beaming into my soul from the happy looks of those around me. Surely happiness is reflective, like the light of heaven, and every countenance, bright with smiles and glowing with innocent enjoyment, is a mirror transmitting to others the rays of a supreme and ever-shining benevolence. He who can turn churlishly away from contemplating the felicity of his fellow beings, and sit down darkling and repining in his loneliness when all around is joyful, may have his moments of strong excitement and selfish gratification, but he wants the genial and social sympathies which constitute the charm of a Merry Christmas. End of Christmas by Washington Irving. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Christmas Ants by Kate Gannett Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Christmas Ants by Kate Gannett Wells. The possession of relatives at Christmas time is very desirable, provided they give you the things you want. For there are three factors in giving: the gift itself, the personal regard of the giver, and the appreciation of the one who receives. Appropriateness constitutes its charm, as to give without affection is a bore, and to receive from one you dislike is hideous. Now Christmas ants, as a link between parents who want to give something and acquaintances who need not, seem to fulfill these conditions. Generally, they know what is wanted and have a pride in their young relations who are not unwilling to be grateful to them. It is character that makes the Christmas ant what she is. She may give you a bit of ribbon or a rope of pearls. In either case, it is her way of giving which makes her Christmassy. She may be old-fashioned, or of the modern committee type of hustler, or of tea-gown grace and suavity, but through all the variation runs an adorable motherliness. This is it which made the power of Mrs. Mary A. Livermore, and still creates the charm and resourcefulness of Mrs. Julia Ward Howe. Even if a Christmas aunt advises, scolds, praises, or bosses her young people, she yet has an hereditary pride in them, for they belong to her side of the family. It is this belonging to somebody else besides your parents which is so dear. The mere fact that parents ought to care for those whom they have brought into the world gives to aunts an investiture of free royalty. They care for you just because they need not. Even if aunts have children of their own, they do not lose their prerogatives of grace to others, while the unmarried aunt ranks next to a grandmother in delightfulness. These old maids of our homes could have been married if they wanted to be. Any man or woman can be if either wishes. The afterglow of tender romance always enshrines them, though they may lead lonely lives. Their range extends from the poor woman whose home is her trunk to the wealthy lady whose house is a shelter for others. Yet both have in their hearts the Christmas feeling. Single life may often be best, but in regard to marriage, it is not the frequency of divorce that is the trouble, but the self-love, inordinate self-respect, and ambition of married life that most needs correction. Don't pity yourself. Don't cherish vain imaginings. Don't expect to get more than 1/3 of what you want, which usually is 1/2 more than you deserve, are as good rules for married as for single life. As civilization increases, people naturally will find more difficulty in getting suited to each other. As the spirit of religion grows, people will ask more from themselves than from each other, and in that asking will find as much fullness of joy and of service in being single as in being married, save that the true companionship of marriage with its children is a multiplied joy. Christmas aunts know all of this. One of them, a wealthy married woman, sent to her nephew, who had a hard time to get along, a check saying, "You do for me, I give to you. Doing and giving are alike family ties." Another aunt of the penurious unmarried type sent to her niece a single carnation lying on a pair of garters she had knit, and the niece thought of the many solitary hours in which the yarn had been knitted, and of the many economies lovingly practiced, by means of which the flower had been purchased. Still another aunt and a niece, to whom fortune had alike been kind, gave each other gifts of equal value, and they were quits. Yet there is a certain phase of Christmas giving that is more sentimental than strengthening, the exchange of thoughts, which are supposed to have either religious or literary value. Such expressions may soothe the nervous or occupy the amateur, self-conscious poser to herself of superficial culture. Yet such sentiments are very different from the praise of honest affection. But many of us have not yet got rid of the old notion that praise is dangerous. It may be when it is false, but when true, it is an incentive to further effort. It is so much better to praise another while she is living than after she has died. All the same, exchange of thoughts, literary or otherwise, may be an invigorating process, and may those who enjoy it continue its pastime. But do not let the thoughts be tinged with self-pity, for courage and common sense help us to bear the ills of life that beset us from one Christmas to another. We can never say too often how grateful we are for the Christmas fact. What would our daily life have been if the first Christmas had not been born? Keeping now the truth of that fact, we pour around it the service of our daily lives, never too poor, too lonely, too sick to be useful to somebody. Thank God for his Christmas gift of lowly usefulness. Thanks to him also for Christmas aunts, for he has set the world in families. Yet the trouble is that as we do not want Christmas to come but once a year, with all its array of presents to get and to be answered, which makes the day a heavy burden, we must carry along its spirit from month to month and hour to hour in perpetual giving and receiving of service. Many persons already prefer to make their gifts spasmodic rather than annual, just because of the meaning of the day has become so desecrated by gregarious giving. Simplicity in all things is to be followed. Always may the Christmas aunt remain transfigured before us as one who gives, not because she must, but because she loves to bring forth from her storehouses of invention and affection gifts new and old. End of Christmas Aunts by Kate Gannett Wells.
Christmas Every Day by W. D. Howells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christmas Every Day. The little girl came into her papa's study, as she always did Saturday morning before breakfast, and asked for a story. He tried to beg off that morning, for he was very busy, but she would not let him. So he began. Well, once there was a little pig. She put her hand over his mouth and stopped him at the word. She said she had heard little pig stories till she was perfectly sick of them. Well, what kind of story shall I tell, then? About Christmas. It's getting to be the season. It's past Thanksgiving already. It seems to me, her papa argued, that I've told as often about Christmas as I have about little pigs. No difference. Christmas is more interesting. Well, her papa roused himself from his writing by a great effort. Well, then, I'll tell you about the little girl that wanted it Christmas every day in the year. How would you like that? First rate, said the little girl, and she nestled into comfortable shape in his lap, ready for listening. Very well, then. This little pig— Oh, what are you pounding me for? Because you said little pig instead of little girl. I should like to know what's the difference between a little pig and a little girl that wanted it Christmas every day. Papa, said the little girl warningly, if you don't go on, I'll give it to you. And at this her papa darted off like lightning and began to tell the story as fast as he could. Once there was a little girl who liked Christmas so much that she wanted it to be Christmas every day in the year. and as soon as Thanksgiving was over she began to send postal cards to the old Christmas fairy to ask if she mightn't have it. But the old fairy never answered any of the postals, and after a while the little girl found out that the fairy was pretty particular and wouldn't notice anything but letters, not even correspondence cards in envelopes, but real letters on sheets of paper and sealed outside with a monogram, or your initial anyway. So then she began to send her letters, and in about 3 weeks, or just the day before Christmas it was, she got a letter from the fairy saying she might have it, Christmas every day for a year, and then they would see about having it longer. The little girl was a good deal excited already, preparing for the old-fashioned once-a-year Christmas that was coming the next day, and perhaps the fairy's promise didn't make such an impression on her as it would have made at some other time. She just resolved to keep it to herself and surprise everybody with it as it kept coming true, and then it slipped out of her mind altogether. She had a splendid Christmas. She went to bed early so as to let Santa Claus have a chance at the stockings, and in the morning she was up the first of anybody and went and felt them and found hers all lumpy with packages of candy and oranges and grapes and pocketbooks and rubber balls and all kinds of small presents, and her big brothers with nothing but tongs in them, and her young lady sisters with a new silk umbrella, and her papas and mammas with potatoes and pieces of coal wrapped up in tissue paper, just as they always had every Christmas. Then she waited around till the rest of the family were up, and she was the first to burst into the library when the doors were opened and look at the large presents laid out on the library table. Books and portfolios and boxes of stationery and breastpins and dolls and little stoves and dozens of handkerchiefs and inkstands and skates and snow shovels and photograph frames and little easels and boxes of watercolors and Turkish paste and nougat and candied cherries and dolls' houses and waterproofs, and the big Christmas tree lighted and standing in a wastebasket in the middle. She had a splendid Christmas all day. She ate so much candy that she did not want any breakfast, and the whole forenoon the presents kept pouring in that the expressman had not had time to deliver the night before, and she went round giving the presents she had got for other people, and came home and ate turkey and cranberry for dinner, and plum pudding and nuts and raisins and oranges and more candy, and then went out and coasted and came in with a stomachache crying, and her papa said he would see if his house was turning into that sort of fool's paradise another year, and then they had a light supper, and pretty early everybody went to bed cross. Here the little girl pounded her papa in the back again. "Well, what now? Did I say pigs?" "You made them act like pigs." "Well, didn't they?" "No matter. You oughtn't put it into a story." "Very well, then, I'll take it all out." Her father went on. The little girl slept very heavily, and she slept very late, but she was awakened at last by the other children dancing round her bed with their stockings full of presents in their hands. "What is it?" said the little girl, and she rubbed her eyes and tried to rise up in bed. "Christmas! Christmas! Christmas!" they all shouted and waved their stockings. "Nonsense! It was Christmas yesterday." Her brothers and sisters just laughed. "We don't know about that. It's Christmas today, anyway. You come into the library and see." Then all at once it flashed on the little girl that the fairy was keeping her promise, and her year of Christmases was beginning. She was dreadfully sleepy, but she sprang up like a lark that had overeaten itself and gone to bed cross, and darted into the library. There it was again. Books and portfolios and boxes of stationery and breastpins. "You needn't go over it all, Papa. I guess I can remember just what was there," said the little girl. Well, and there was the Christmas tree blazing away, and the family picking out their presents, but looking pretty sleepy, and her father perfectly puzzled, and her mother ready to cry. "I'm sure I don't see how I'm to dispose of all these things," said her mother. And her father said it seemed to him they had had something just like it the day before, but he supposed he must have dreamt it. This struck the little girl as the best kind of a joke, so she ate so much candy she didn't want any breakfast and went round carrying presents and had turkey and cranberry for dinner, and then went out and coasted, and came in with a, "Papa!" "Well, what now?" "What did you promise, you forgetful thing?" "Oh, yes." Well, the next day it was just the same thing over again, but everybody getting crosser, and at the end of a week's time so many people had lost their tempers that you could pick up lost tempers anywhere. They perfectly strewed the ground. Even when people tried to recover their tempers, they usually got somebody else's, and it made the most dreadful mix. The little girl began to get frightened, keeping the secret all to herself. She wanted to tell her mother, but she didn't dare to, and she was ashamed to ask the fairy to take back her gift. It seemed ungrateful and ill-bred, and she thought she would try to stand it. But she hardly knew how she could, for a whole year. So it went on, and it was Christmas on St. Valentine's Day, and Washington's birthday, just the same as any day, and it didn't skip even the 1st of April, though everything was counterfeit that day, and that was some little relief. After a while, coal and potatoes began to be awfully scarce. So many had been wrapped up in tissue paper to fool papas and mamas with. Turkeys got to be about $1,000 apiece. "Papa!" "Well, what?" "You're beginning to fib." "Well, 2,000 then." And they got to passing off almost everything for turkeys, half-grown hummingbirds, and even rooks out of the Arabian Nights. The real turkeys were so scarce. And cranberries, well, they asked a diamond apiece for cranberries. All the woods and orchards were cut down for Christmas trees, and where the woods and orchards used to be, it looked just like a stubble field with the stumps. After a while, they had to make Christmas trees out of rags and stuff them with bran like old-fashioned dolls. But there were plenty of rags, because people got so poor buying presents for one another that they couldn't get any new clothes, and they just wore their old ones to tatters. They got so poor that everybody had to go to the poorhouse, except the confectioners and the fancy storekeepers and the picture book sellers and the expressmen, and they all got so rich and proud they would hardly wait upon a person when he came to buy. It was perfectly shameful. Well, after it had gone on about 3 or 4 months, the little girl, whenever she came into the room in the morning and saw those great ugly lumpy stockings dangling at the fireplace and the disgusting presents around everywhere, used to just sit down and burst out crying. In 6 months she was perfectly exhausted. She couldn't even cry any more. She just lay on the lounge and rolled her eyes and panted. About the beginning of October she took to sitting down on dolls whenever she found them. French dolls or any kind, she hated the sight of them so, and by Thanksgiving she was crazy and just slammed her presents across the room. By that time people didn't carry presents around nicely any more. They flung them over the fence or through the window or anything, and instead of running their tongues out and taking great pains to write, "For dear Papa," or Mama, or Brother, or Sister, or Susie, or Sammy, or Billy, or Bobby, or Jimmy, or Jenny, or whoever it was, and troubling to get the spelling right, and then signing their names, and Xmas 18 whatever, they used to write in the gift books, "Take it, you horrid old thing," and then go and bang it against the front door. Nearly everybody had built barns to hold their presents, but pretty soon the barns overflowed, and then they used to let them lie out in the rain or anywhere. Sometimes the police used to come and tell them to shovel their presents off the sidewalk or they would arrest them. "I thought you said everybody had gone to the poorhouse," interrupted the little girl. "They did go at first," said her papa, "but after a while the poorhouses got so full that they had to send the people back to their own houses. They tried to cry when they got back, but they couldn't make the least sound." "Why couldn't they?" "Because they had lost their voices saying Merry Christmas so much." "Did I tell you how it was on the 4th of July?" "No, how was it?" And the little girl nestled closer in expectation of something uncommon. "Well, the night before the boys stayed up to celebrate, as they always do, and fell asleep before 12 o'clock as usual, expecting to be wakened by the bells and cannon. But it was nearly 8 o'clock when the first boy in the United States woke up, and then he found out what the trouble was. As soon as he could get his clothes on, he ran out of the house and smashed a big cannon torpedo down on the pavement, but it didn't make any more noise than a damp wad of paper, and after he tried about 20 or 30 more, he began to pick them up and look at them. Every single torpedo was a big raisin. Then he just streaked it upstairs and examined his firecrackers and toy pistol and $2 collection of fireworks and found that they were nothing but sugar and candy painted up to look like fireworks. Before 10 o'clock, every boy in the United States found out that his 4th of July things had turned into Christmas things, and then they just sat down and cried. They were so mad. There are about 20 million boys in the United States, and so you can imagine what a noise they made. Some men got together before night with a little powder that hadn't turned into purple sugar yet, and they said they would fire off 1 cannon anyway. But the cannon burst into 1,000 pieces, for it was nothing but rock candy, and some of the men nearly got killed. The 4th of July orations all turned into Christmas carols, and when anybody tried to read the Declaration, instead of saying, "When in the course of human events it becomes necessary," he was sure to sing, "God rest you merry gentlemen." It was perfectly awful. The little girl drew a deep sigh of satisfaction. "And how was it at Thanksgiving?" Her papa hesitated. "Well, I'm almost afraid to tell you. I'm afraid you'll think it's wicked." "Well, tell anyway," said the little girl. "Well, before it came Thanksgiving, it had leaked out who had caused all these Christmases. The little girl had suffered so much that she had talked about it in her sleep, and after that hardly anybody would play with her. People just perfectly despised her, because if it had not been for her greediness it wouldn't have happened. And now when it came to Thanksgiving and she wanted them to go to church and have squash pie and turkey and show their gratitude, they said that all the turkeys had been eaten up for her old Christmas dinners, and if she would stop the Christmases they would see about the gratitude. Wasn't it dreadful? And the very next day the little girl began to send letters to the Christmas fairy, and then telegrams to stop it, but it didn't do any good. And then she got to calling at the fairy's house, but the girl that came to the door always said, "Not at home," or "engaged," or "at dinner," or something like that. And so it went on till it came to the old once-a-year Christmas Eve. The little girl fell asleep, and when she woke up in the morning— "She found it was all nothing but a dream," suggested the little girl. "No, indeed," said her papa. "It was all every bit true." "Well, what did she find out then?" "Why, that it wasn't Christmas at last, and wasn't ever going to be any more. Now it's time for breakfast." The little girl held her papa fast around the neck. "You shan't go if you're going to leave it so." "Why do you want it left?" "Christmas once a year." "All right," said her papa, and he went on again. "Well, there was the greatest rejoicing all over the country, and it extended clear up into Canada. The people met together everywhere and kissed and cried for joy. The city carts went around and gathered up all the candy and raisins and nuts and dumped them into the river, and it made the fish perfectly sick. And the whole United States as far out as Alaska was one blaze of bonfires where children were burning up their gift books and presents of all kinds. They had the greatest time. The little girl went to thank the old fairy because she had stopped its being Christmas, and she said she hoped she would keep her promise and see that Christmas never came again. Then the fairy frowned and asked her if she was sure she knew what she meant, and the little girl asked her, why not? And the old fairy said that now she was behaving just as greedily as ever, and she'd better look out. This made the little girl think it all over carefully again, and she said she would be willing to have it Christmas about once in 1,000 years, and then she said 100, and then she said 10, and at last she got down to 1. Then the fairy said that was the good old way that had pleased people ever since Christmas began, and she was agreed. Then the little girl said, "What are your shoes made of?" And the fairy said, "Leather." And the little girl said, "Bargain's done forever," and skipped off and hippity-hopped the whole way home, she was so glad. "How will that do?" asked the papa. "First rate," said the little girl, but she hated to have the story stop and was rather sober. However, her mamma put her head in at the door and asked her papa, "Are you never coming to breakfast? What have you been telling that child?" "Oh, just a moral tale." The little girl caught him around the neck again. "We know. Don't you tell what, papa? Don't you tell what?"
End of Christmas Every Day by W. D. Howells. Narrated by Thomas Rose.
Christmas Games for Everybody by Phyllis Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty B. Christmas Games for Everybody. Bouguereau-Savarin, the great gastronomist, said that to invite a person to your house is to take charge of his happiness while under your roof. We will invite our friends this Christmas time. We will take charge of their happiness for a while, and as we feel that the responsibility is a grave one, and that we should be very sorry if they fail to enjoy themselves whilst under our care, we will lay our plans for their gratification beforehand. We will store our memories with a catalogue of games and Christmas diversions, and surely we shall be able to think of something that will suit the fancy of one and all. There are some games that seem to belong peculiarly to Christmas, and foremost among these is the game of Snapdragon. Here he comes with flaming bowl, don't he mean to take his toll? Snip, snap, dragon. Take care you don't take too much, be not greedy in your clutch, snip, snap, dragon. With his blue and lapping tongue, many of you will be stung, snip, snap, dragon. For he snaps at all that comes, snatching at his feast of plums, snip, snap, dragon. When this pastime is decided upon, a number of raisins are put into a large, broad, shallow bowl, and a little brandy or other spirit is poured over the fruit. The lights in the room are then extinguished, the spirit is ignited, and the bystanders in turns plunge their hands through the flames and endeavor to obtain possession of the fruit. This, of course, is not easily done. It requires both nerve and agility, and the unavailing attempts of the company cause a good deal of fun. Added to this, the burning spirit gives a lurid glare which lights up the eager faces of the guests and has quite a weird-like effect. This game has been played at Christmas from time immemorial. It is declared to have been invented by Hercules, who, when he had slain the flaming dragon of Hesperia, made a fiery dish of the apples grown in the orchard, which dish he named Snapdragon. In the western counties of England it is played under a varied form and known under a slightly different name, that of Flapdragon. In this game a lighted candle is put into a can of ale or cider, and attempts are made to drink the liquor while the candle is still burning. This is not done without the face being either blackened or slightly burnt. Some games, which are rather boisterous in their character, are known to every one and need no description. Amongst these are Blind Man's Buff, Puss in the Corner, Trencher, Blind Postman, Hunt the Slipper, and the Elements, air, earth, fire, and water. Proverbs, too, is a capital old game. When it is played, one member of the company leaves the room, and the rest fix upon a well-known proverb. The banished guest returns and asks each person a question, who in reply is bound to bring in one word of the proverb in its proper order, and the questioner tries to find out from these answers what the proverb is. A very amusing variety of this game is called shooting proverbs. The guests each appropriate one word of the proverb as before. The one who is trying to guess the proverb comes in, steps into the middle of the room, and calls out in a commanding voice, "Make ready, present, fire." At the word fire, all the company shout their own words at once, and the proverb is to be guessed from the sound, which is a very confusing one. Perhaps there is no game which gives greater amusement both to young folks and old ones, than the game of characters, sometimes called 20 questions and sometimes nouns. In this, one of the company thinks of one particular person or thing, and the others ply him with questions, and endeavor to find out his secret from the answers. It is astonishing how judicious questioning can draw the most out-of-the-way object out of mystery into the light of day. Sometimes the company divide themselves into 2 parties, each of which sends out one of their number, and on his return questions him separately, and endeavors to find out his secret before the other side can do so. Each candidate must be questioned by the opposite side, and the party which first guesses rightly takes possession of both candidates. That side is considered to have won the game which draws over the largest number of members. When played in this way, the game is often called clumps. Trades is a very amusing game. In this, each person chooses a certain trade, and one member of the company who is named by the rest makes up a story, in the course of which he introduces an account of his shopping excursions, and calls haphazard upon the representatives of each business to name some noun which belongs to his trade. Thus, a butcher is to name a certain joint of meat, a grocer some article of grocery, and so on. No item is to be mentioned twice, and if there is any attempt to do so, or if there is any hesitation in naming something suitable, a forfeit must be paid. When the story is well told, a good deal of fun may be got out of this game. Dumb Crambo is another good game. When playing it, half the party leave the room, and those who remain choose a verb, which the others are to guess. When the absent ones return, they are told of a word which will rhyme with the word fixed upon, and they then consult together to find out what it is. Instead of speaking their guess, they act it. If they guess rightly, they are applauded. If they fail, they are hissed. A word spoken on either side, excepting by the actors for the purpose of private consultation, entails a forfeit. A very old but a very amusing game is Simon. Simon is chosen from the company. He and the rest of the players seat themselves in a circle around the fire, and Simon gives his command. If he prefaces them by the words Simon says, they are to be obeyed, however ridiculous they may be. If these important words are omitted, the commands are not to be obeyed, and anyone who acts upon them must withdraw from the contest. When Simon is clever and quick of speech, this game makes great fun, and it is very absurd to see a large company imitating his movements. Simon says thumbs up. Simon says thumbs down. Simon says touch your hair. Simon says touch your boots. Simon says stop touching your boots. Touch your boots again. Someone is sure to be caught. Shadow buff is a pretty variety of blind man's buff, and it is a safe, quiet, and pretty game for young people. If there is a white curtain in the room, it should be fastened down to make a smooth surface. If there is no curtain, a sheet or a tablecloth will be required. The one who is to be blind man seats himself before the curtain with his back to his companions and to the light. The rest pass behind him so that their shadows may be thrown upon the white surface, and the one whom he names from the shadow is to take the place of blind man. The players are allowed to dress themselves up and disguise themselves in any way they like. Very confusing shadows may be made with a little ingenuity. The hair may be let down or fastened up in a style different to that in which it is usually worn. Or the player may wrap himself in a sheet and spread his arms wide under it, thus making a shadow like a bat. Or the finger may be held over the nose to hide its shape. If the blind man looks round at the actors, he must pay a forfeit for the offense. Schoolmaster may be pronounced a prosaic sort of game, but it is astonishing how much amusement it is capable of affording. The players seat themselves in a circle, and one of their number, the schoolmaster, places himself before them. Pointing to the first one, he says, "Tell me the name of a town beginning with such and such a letter," at the same time fixing upon a particular town in his own mind. Before the schoolmaster has time to count 10 in an audible whisper, the scholar can name a town beginning with that letter. He is allowed to retain his place. But if not, the question is passed on to his neighbor, and this is repeated again and again until the town that the schoolmaster thought of is guessed. Those who can name a town go up in class or take the places of those who cannot do so, and if 3 or 4 players are passed, the one who succeeds at length passes them all, and each one must move a step downwards to make room for him. When the schoolmaster likes, he can choose an animal, a bird, a fish, a river, a continent, a poet, a statesman, an author, or a celebrated character instead of a town. Russian Scandal is a very interesting game. In this game, one member of the company writes a short story on a slate, making it as full of incident as he can. He then goes outside the door and calls one of his companions to him and reads the story aloud once, very distinctly. After doing this, he walks away and carries the slate with him. The person to whom the story was read summons another of the party and narrates the story to him as exactly as he can remember it. The third person tells it to a fourth, and the fourth to a fifth, and so on till each one of the party has had the story narrated to him privately and solemnly outside the door. When all have heard it, the last one to go out comes into the room and narrates the story to the whole company. The original is then read from the slate, and it is quite curious to notice how it is altered in the course of transmission. There is no necessity for any intentional inaccuracy. If only there is plenty of incident in the tale, it will be found that it is almost impossible for the person who last heard the story to repeat it exactly as the first one gave it. The little fuss that is made in entering and leaving the room makes the difficulty of remembrance all the greater. Everyone knows the excellent and lively game of musical chairs. There is a variety of it which is not so well known called the huntsman. This can be played by any number above 4, the more the merrier. One of the players is the huntsman, the others are named after the different parts of his dress or appurtenances. Thus there are the gun, the hat, the coat, the boots, the shot, the powder flask, the powder, the dog, the bag, the game, etc. Chairs, as many as there are players, excluding the huntsman, are placed in 2 rows, back to back, and the players seat themselves on these. When everything is prepared, the huntsman walks round the sitters and calls his followers by their chosen names. As each one is called, he gets up and follows the huntsman. The huntsman may walk round slowly or run just as he likes. At any stage of the proceedings, he is allowed to call out "bang" and immediately take possession of one of the chairs, leaving his followers to seat themselves as they can. Of course, one is left out, as there is a chair less than the number of players, and that one must pay a forfeit. This game is convenient when there is not a piano in the room. When there is a piano, musical chairs played in the usual way, that is, with the players marching round the chairs to music and scrambling for seats when the music suddenly stops, is quite as interesting. Among twilight games, which may be played in the interval between daylight and gaslight, perhaps the best are How, When, and Where, What is my thought like, or What is it like and why is it like it? Think of a word to rhyme with so-and-so, I apprenticed my son, and Boz, or the Game of 7. These games are too well known to need description. As a variety, the Spanish Merchant may be played. The secret of this game should be known only to 1 or 2, and the rest should try to guess it. The players take it in turns to address their next neighbor. I am a Spanish merchant, says one. What do you sell, is the retort. The secret of the game consists in the merchant being careful to name as his article of merchandise some object that he at the same time lightly and unobtrusively. If he omits to do this, the leader says, "Ah, you are no Spanish merchant," and passes on to the next. All sorts of ridiculous mistakes are made in trying to discover the mystery. My old grandmother doesn't like tea is another game of the same character. In reply to this, the question comes, what does she like? And the secret lies in never allowing the letter T to enter into the word which is supposed to embody the predilection of the venerable old lady. Among the tricks which are played upon the good-natured members of a Christmas party, Brother, I'm bobbed is one which excites plenty of laughter. When this is played, those who do not know the game are sent out of the room. 3 chairs are then placed in the middle of the apartment, and each of the 2 end ones are taken possession of by a lady or gentleman. When they are comfortably seated, a large tablecloth is thrown over the heads of the couple. The players are called in one at a time and invited to seat themselves on the vacant chair in the middle, and the cloth is drawn over their heads also. They are then informed that they will be bobbed occasionally and will be released as soon as they can guess who did the deed. The three receive in turn a knock on the head, and each one is expected to acknowledge the compliment by saying, "Brother, I'm bobbed." "Who bobbed you?" is the reply. Of course, the initiated brothers inflict the blow, although they profess to suffer as much as their fellow, and the novice is inclined to charge every other member of the company with the offense before it occurs to him to accuse his companions. A very peculiar sensation may be experienced by those who endeavor to blow out a candle without seeing where it is. The candle is lighted and placed upon a table. The player is then blindfolded and is told to walk 3 steps to the right, to the left, backwards and forwards, and in each case to come back to his first position. He is then to turn round twice and blow out the candle. In 9 cases out of 10, he will blow quite away from the place where the candle stands. Perhaps it will be said that these games are not particularly new. The wise man said, "There is nothing new under the stars," and games are not the exception. The same sports which were common 150 years ago are enjoyed today. The only difference is that they are carried on in a more refined fashion. And it is all the pleasanter that it should be so. It is delightful to think that our children take pleasure in the same games that our grandfathers and grandmothers did. Let us hope that the Christmas season may long retain its influence as well as its games, that it may bind heart to heart, and as Washington Irving says, we may draw our pleasures from the deep wells of living kindness which lie in the quiet recesses of our bosoms, and which, when resorted to, furnish forth the pure element of domestic felicity. Phyllis Brown. End of Christmas Games for Everybody by Phyllis Brown.
Christmas Giving and Christmas Living by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. 1. The custom of exchanging presents on a certain day in the year is very much older than Christmas, and means very much less. It has obtained in almost all ages of the world, and among many different nations. It is a fine thing or a foolish thing, as the case may be, an encouragement to friendliness or a tribute to fashion, an expression of good nature or a bid for favor, an outgoing of generosity or a disguise of greed, a cheerful old custom or a futile old farce, according to the spirit which animates it and the form which it takes. But when this ancient and variously interpreted tradition of a day of gifts was transferred to the Christmas season, it was brought into vital contact with an idea which must transform it, and with an example which must lift it up to a higher plane. The example is the life of Jesus. The idea is unselfish interest in the happiness of others. The great gift of Jesus to the world was himself. He lived with and for men. He kept back nothing. In every particular and personal gift that he made to certain people, there was something of himself that made it precious. For example, at the wedding in Cana of Galilee, it was his thought for the feelings of the giver of the feast, and his wish that every guest should find due entertainment, that lent the flavor of a heavenly hospitality to the wine which he provided. When he gave bread and fish to the hungry multitude who had followed him out among the hills by the lake of Gennesaret, the people were refreshed and strengthened by the sense of the personal care of Jesus for their welfare, as much as by the food which he bestowed upon them. It was another illustration of the sweetness of a dinner of herbs where love is. The gifts of healing which he conferred among many different kinds of sufferers were, in every case, evidences that Jesus was willing to give something of himself, his thought, his sympathy, his vital power, to the men and women among whom he lived. Once, when a paralytic was brought to Jesus on a bed, he surprised everybody and offended many by giving the poor wretch the pardon of his sins before he gave new life to his body. That was just because Jesus thought before he gave, because he desired to satisfy the deepest need, because in fact he gave something of himself in every gift. All true Christmas giving ought to be after this pattern. Not that it must be all solemn and serious. For the most part, it deals with little wants, little joys, little tokens of friendly feeling. But the feeling must be more than the token, else the gift does not really belong to Christmas. It takes time and effort and unselfish expenditure of strength to make gifts in this way, but it is the only way that fits the season. The finest Christmas gift is not the one that costs the most money, but the one that carries the most love. 2. But how seldom Christmas comes. Only once a year, and how soon it is over, a night and a day. If that is the whole of it, it seems not much more durable than the little toys that one buys of a fakir on the street corner. They run for an hour, and then the spring breaks and the legs come off, and nothing remains but a contribution to the dust heap. But surely that need not and ought not to be the whole of Christmas, only a single day of generosity ransomed from the dull servitude of a selfish year, only a single night of merrymaking, celebrated in the slave quarters of a selfish race. If every gift is the token of a personal thought, a friendly feeling, an unselfish interest in the joy of others, then the thought, the feeling, the interest may remain after the gift is made. The little present, or the rare and long wished-for gift, it matters not whether the vessel be of gold or silver or iron or wood or clay, or just a small bit of birch bark folded into a cup, may carry a message something like this: I am thinking of you today because it is Christmas and I wish you happiness. And tomorrow, because it will be the day after Christmas, I shall still wish you happiness. And so on, clear through the year. I may not be able to tell you about it every day, because I may be far away, or because both of us may be very busy, or perhaps because I cannot even afford to pay the postage on so many letters, or find the time to write them. But that makes no difference. The thought and the wish will be here just the same. In my work, and in the business of life, I mean to try not to be unfair to you, or injure you in any way. In my pleasure, if we can be together, I would like to share the fun with you. Whatever joy or success comes to you will make me glad. Without pretense, and in plain words, goodwill to you is what I mean, in the spirit of Christmas. It is not necessary to put a message like this into high-flown language, to swear absolute devotion and deathless consecration. In love and friendship, small, steady payments on a gold basis are better than immense promissory notes. Nor, indeed, is it always necessary to put the message into words at all, nor even to convey it by a tangible token. To feel it and to act it out, that is the main thing. There are a great many people in the world whom we know more or less, but to whom, for various reasons, we cannot very well send a Christmas gift. But there is hardly one, in all the circles of our acquaintance, with whom we may not exchange the touch of Christmas life. In the outer circles, cheerful greetings, courtesy, consideration. In the inner circles, sympathetic interest, hearty congratulations, honest encouragement. In the inmost circle, comradeship, helpfulness, tenderness, beautiful friendship tried by sun and wind, durable from the daily dust of life. After all, Christmas living is the best kind of Christmas giving. End of Christmas Giving and Christmas Living by Henry Van Dyke. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Christmastide by Eliza Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. When the merry springtime weaves its peeping bloom and dewy leaves, when the primrose opes its eye, and the young moth flutters by, when the plaintive turtle-dove pours its notes of peace and love, and the clear sun flings its glory bright and wide, yet my soul will own more joy in winter's frown, and wake the warmer flush at Christmas-tide. The summer beams may shine on the rich and curling vine, and the noontide rays light up the tulip's dazzling cup, but the pearly mistletoe and the holly berries' glow are not even by the boasted rose outvied. For the happy hearths beneath the green and coral wreath love the garlands that are twined at Christmas-tide. Let the autumn days produce yellow corn and purple juice, and nature's feast be spread in the fruitage ripe and red. 'Tis grateful to behold gushing grapes and fields of gold, when cheeks are browned and red lips deeper dyed. But give, oh, give to me the winter night of glee, the mirth and plenty seen at Christmas-tide. The northern gust may howl, the rolling storm clouds scowl, King Frost may make a slave of the river's rapid wave, the snowdrift choke the path, or the hail shower spend its wrath. But the sternest blast right bravely is defied, while limbs and spirits bound to the merry minstrel sound, and social wood fires blaze at Christmas-tide. The song, the laugh, the shout shall mock the storm without, and the sparkling wine foam rise 'neath still more sparkling eyes. The forms that scarcely meet, then hand to hand shall greet, and soul pledge soul that leagues too long divide. Mirth, friendship, love, and light shall crown the winter night, and every glad voice welcome Christmas-tide. But while joys echo falls in gay and plenteous halls, let the poor and lowly share the warmth, the sports, the fare. For the one of humble lot must not shiver in his cot, but claim a bounteous meed from wealth and pride. Shed kindly blessings round, till no aching heart be found, and then all hail to merry Christmas-tide. End of Christmas-tide by Eliza Cook. Read by Thomas Peter.
The Errors of Santa Claus by Stephen Laycock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria James. The Errors of Santa Claus. It was Christmas Eve. The Browns, who lived in the adjoining house, had been dining with the Joneses. Brown and Jones were sitting over wine and walnuts at the table. The others had gone upstairs. "What are you giving to your boy for Christmas?" asked Brown. "A train," said Jones. "New kind of thing. Automatic." "Well, let's have a look at it," said Brown. Jones fetched a parcel from the sideboard and began unwrapping it. "Ingenious thing, isn't it?" he said. "Goes on its own rails. Queer how kids love to play with trains, isn't it?" "Yes," assented Brown. "How are the rails fixed?" "Wait, I'll show you," said Jones. "Just help me to shove these dinner things aside and roll back the cloth. There, see? You lay the rails like that and fasten them at the ends, so. Ah, yes, I catch on. Makes a grade, doesn't it? Just the thing to amuse a child, isn't it? I got Willie a toy aeroplane." "I know, they're great. I got Edwin one on his birthday. But I thought I'd get him a train this time. I told him Santa Claus was going to bring him something altogether new this time. Edwin, of course, believes in Santa Claus absolutely. Say, look at this locomotive, would you? It has a spring coiled up inside the firebox." "Wind her up," said Brown with great interest. "Let's see her go." "All right," said Jones. "Just pile up 2 or 3 plates or something to lean the end of the rails on. There, notice the way it buzzes before it starts. Isn't that a great thing for a kid, eh?" "Yes," said Brown. And say, see this little string to pull the whistle. By gad, it toots, huh? Just like real. Now then, Brown, Jones went on, you hitch on those cars and I'll start her. I'll be engineer, eh? Half an hour later, Brown and Jones were still playing trains on the dining-room table. But their wives upstairs in the drawing-room hardly noticed their absence. They were too much interested. Oh, I think it's perfectly sweet, said Mrs. Brown. Just the loveliest doll I've seen in years. I must get one like it for Elvina. Won't Clarice be perfectly enchanted? Yes, answered Mrs. Jones, and then she'll have all the fun of arranging the dresses. Children love that so much. Look, there are 3 little dresses with the doll. Aren't they cute? All cut out and ready to stitch together. Oh, how perfectly lovely, exclaimed Mrs. Brown. I think the mauve one would suit the doll best, don't you, with such golden hair? Only, don't you think it would make it much nicer to turn the collar back, so, and to put a little band, so? What a good idea, said Mrs. Jones. Do let's try it. Just wait, I'll get a needle in a minute. I'll tell Clarice that Santa Claus sewed it himself. That child believes in Santa Claus absolutely. And half an hour later, Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Brown were so busy stitching dolls' clothes that they could not hear the roaring of the little train up and down the dining table, and had no idea what the 4 children were doing. Nor did the children miss their mothers. Dandy, aren't they? Edwin Jones was saying to little Willie Brown as they sat in Edwin's bedroom. 100 in a box with cork tips and an amber mouthpiece that fits into a little case at the side. Good present for Dad, eh? Fine, said Willie appreciatively. I'm giving Father cigars. I know. I thought of cigars too. Men always like cigars and cigarettes. You can't go wrong on them. Say, would you like to try 1 or 2 of these cigarettes? We can take them from the bottom. You'll like them. They're Russian, way ahead of Egyptian. Thanks, answered Willie. I'd like one immensely. I only started smoking last spring, on my 12th birthday. I think a fellow's a fool to begin smoking cigarettes too soon, don't you? It stunts him. I waited till I was 12. Me too, said Edwin as they lighted their cigarettes. In fact, I wouldn't buy them now if it weren't for Dad. I simply had to give him something from Santa Claus. He believes in Santa Claus absolutely, you know. And while this was going on, Clarice was showing little Elvina the absolutely lovely little bridge set that she got for her mother. Aren't these markers perfectly charming? Said Elvina. And don't you love this little Dutch design, or is it Flemish, darling? Dutch, said Clarice. Isn't it quaint? And aren't these the dearest little things for putting the money in when you play? I needn't have got them with it. They'd have sold the rest separately, but I think it's too utterly slow playing without money, don't you? Oh, abominable, shuddered Elvina. But your mamma never plays for money, does she? Mamma? Oh, gracious, no. Mamma's far too slow for that. But I shall tell her that Santa Claus insisted on putting in the little money boxes. I suppose she believes in Santa Claus just as my mamma does. Oh, absolutely, said Clarice, and added, what if we play a little game with a double dummy the French way, or Norwegian scat if you'd like. That only needs 2. All right, agreed Elvina, and in a few minutes they were deep in a game of cards with a little pile of pocket money beside them. About half an hour later, all the members of the 2 families were again in the drawing-room, but of course nobody said anything about the presents. In any case, they were all too busy looking at the beautiful big Bible with maps in it that the Joneses had bought to give to Grandfather. They all agreed that, with the help of it, Grandfather could hunt up any place in Palestine in a moment, day or night. But upstairs, away upstairs, in a sitting room of his own, Grandfather Jones was looking, with an affectionate eye, at the presents that stood beside him. There was a beautiful whiskey decanter with silver filigree outside and whiskey inside for Jones, and for the little boy a big nickel-plated Jew's harp. Later on, far in the night, the person or the influence or whatever it is called Santa Claus took all the presents and placed them in the people's stockings. And being blind as he always has been, he gave the wrong things to the wrong people. In fact, he gave them just as indicated above. But the next day, in the course of Christmas morning, the situation straightened itself out, just as it always does. Indeed, by 10 o'clock, Brown and Jones were playing with the train, and Mrs. Brown and Mrs. Jones were making dolls' clothes, and the boys were smoking cigarettes, and Clarice and Elvina were playing cards for their pocket money. And upstairs, away up, Grandfather was drinking whiskey and playing the Jew's harp. And so Christmas, just as it always does, turned out all right after all. End of The Errors of Santa Claus, read by Maria James, The Glorious Midwest, USA.
The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Penny saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it, $1.87, and the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly bear a description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining to Toronto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity, and its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, though, they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with a powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she only had $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim, her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him. Something fine and rare the sterling. Something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now, there are 2 possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown coat. With the whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped the sign read, MME, Sophrony, hair goods of all kinds. 1 flight up, Della ran and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked at the Sophrony. Will you buy my hair? Asked Della. I buy hair, said Madame. Take your hat off and let's have a sight at the looks of it. Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. Give it to me quick, said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone, not by the meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him, quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes her head was covered with tiny closing-line curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully and critically. If Jim doesn't kill me, she said to herself, before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had the habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, Please God, make him think I am still pretty. The door opened and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with the family. He needed a new overcoat and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly with a peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. Jim, darling, she cried, don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You've cut off your hair? Asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact, yet even after the hardest mental labor. Cut it off and sold it, said Della. Don't you like me just as well, anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I? Jim looked about the room curiously. You say your hair is gone? He said, with an air almost of idiocy. You needn't look for it, said Della. It's sold, I tell you, sold and gone too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered, she went on with sudden serious sweetness, but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim? Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1 million a year. What is the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts. That was not among them. This dark explanation will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or a shampoo that can make me like my girl any less. But if you unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas! a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoise shell, with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least of hope possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim!" And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull precious metal seemed to flash with the reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just as present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs, and now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry.
Christ's Incarnation, Glad Tidings to All by Charles Simeon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Luke 2, verse 10 and 11. Behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. It has pleased God on many occasions to confer upon the poor some peculiar tokens of his regard. He has even chosen them, in preference to all others, to be rich in faith and heirs of his kingdom. But as though he had designed to mark with special approbation the exertions of honest industry, he has vouchsafed his most distinguished favours to them at a time when they have been employed in the duties of their respective callings. Gideon, who was of a poor family of Manasseh, and the least in his father's house, was threshing his father's wheat when he was called to judge and to deliver Israel. Saul, who also was of the least family belonging to the least of all the tribes, was seeking his father's asses when he was anointed to be king over Israel. David also, the least of Jesse's family, was brought from the sheepfold, that, from tending his father's sheep, he might be exalted to the throne, and be made the shepherd and king of God's peculiar people. Thus, when God had sent his dear Son into the world, he commissioned an angel to announce the tidings of his advent. But to whom did he send the angel? To Herod, or the chief priests? No, but to poor shepherds, who for the security of their sheep and their own mutual convenience were keeping their watches in rotation through the night. to fix their attention and to counteract the scandal which the tidings themselves would occasion, for it must seem strange indeed to hear of the Saviour of the world and the Lord of glory lying in a manger. The angel appeared clothed in light, such light as clearly indicated the dignity of the messenger and the importance of the message. Having dispelled the fears which his first appearance had excited in their minds, he addressed them in the words which we have just read, in elucidating which we shall consider 1. The tidings announced. The birth of Jesus is here declared, and the city wherein he was born is specified in appropriate terms, in order that the accomplishment of that prophecy which had foretold the place of his birth might be distinctly seen and acknowledged. The description here given of Jesus is worthy of our deepest attention. The angel describes him by, first, his office. Many saviours had been sent to Israel in former ages, but here was one infinitely superior to them all, one who came to deliver not one people only, but a whole world, not from temporal bondage or misery, but from sin and Satan, death and hell. Second, his right and title to it. The name Christ, as also the name Messiah, signifies anointed, and it was the name by which the great deliverer was expected both by the Jewish and Gentile world. Now this name denoted his divine commission, together with his supereminent qualifications for the performance of his office. The kings and priests, and in some instances the prophets also, were set apart for their respective offices by a holy unction, and he, in whom all these offices were combined, was consecrated to them by a public and immeasurable effusion of the Holy Ghost. He was no unauthorized obtruder, but a Saviour duly sent and qualified. Third, his sufficiency for it. Had the person announced as a Saviour been a mere creature, he never could have effected all that was necessary for those whom he came to save. But he was the Lord, even Jehovah himself. It had been said of him by the prophet 800 years before, "To us a child is born, to us a son is given, and his name shall be called the Mighty God." And that prophecy was declared to be now accomplished. Consequently, whatever he had undertaken, he was able to perform. His atonement would be sufficient to expiate the sins of the whole world. His righteousness would be sufficient to justify all that should trust in it for acceptance. And his grace would be sufficient to make them conquerors over all their enemies. Together with the tidings themselves, the angel announced also, 2, the importance of them. The term behold is always used to mark the importance of that to which it is prefixed, but here the precise view in which the tidings claim our attention is distinctly specified. They are a matter, first, of exceeding joy. To illustrate this, we need only observe by whom the message was delivered, and to whom. An angel was the messenger, but he was not privileged to say, "To us is born a Saviour." No, there was no Saviour provided for the fallen angels, but for man when he fell. God became incarnate. He took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. Suppose then that instead of being sent to men, the angel had been sent to his fallen brethren, and that, having opened the gates of hell, he had announced the tidings to the apostate spirits, "To you is sent a Saviour." Oh, what joy had been diffused through those miserable regions! How would the vaults of hell have rung with acclamations and hosannas? How would every spirit instantly have forgotten his pains and pressed forward to hear the full import of this astonishing message? Thus then ought the tidings to be received amongst us, since the only difference between them and us is that on them is executed the sentence they deserve, and we are shut up in prison waiting to have the same executed upon us as soon as the full measure of our iniquities shall be completed. Second, of universal joy. These tidings were equally interesting to Jews and Gentiles, to those of the apostolic age and to us who live at such a distance both of time and place. Nor is there one among the children of men who has not equal cause to value the Saviour that is here announced. Who is there that does not need the merit of his atonement and the efficacy of his grace? And who is there to whom they are not freely offered? There is not one on earth who can be saved without them, nor is there one, however abandoned, who may not, by a believing application to the Saviour, be interested in them. Well, therefore, may they be called good tidings to all people, since they are so to all of every age and of every description, and well may the prophet call on the whole creation to shout for joy. We conclude by inviting you all to imitate the shepherds. First, inquire into the truth of the tidings you have heard. The shepherds instantly went to Bethlehem to see with their own eyes the truth of what they had heard. To you then we say, go to Bethlehem, or rather, go to the Bible, and search whether these things be not as they have been represented. What would you have thought of the shepherds if, when they had such an opportunity of obtaining satisfaction on the point, they had neglected it, and had laid themselves down to sleep? Oh, be not ye such yourselves. You have incomparably better means of information than they had. You may see the whole record concerning this holy child, his birth, his life, his death, his resurrection, his ascension. Yea, you may see the union of the Godhead with his human nature, and may read, as facts as well as in declarations, his ability to save you to the uttermost. Oh, arise and inquire into these deep mysteries with all the humility and attention they demand. Second, when convinced of the truth of them yourselves, communicate them diligently to others. The shepherds would not hide within their own bosoms the things they had heard and seen, but published them abroad for the information of others also. And should you be silent, when you have so much clearer instruction to convey, should you not impart it gladly to those around you? Remember that if you have the knowledge of Christ as the only and all-sufficient Saviour, you are on no account to put that light under a bushel, but to make use of it, that you may guide others also into the way of peace. Third, make them the theme of your joyful praises in the midst of your earthly business. The shepherds returned glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen. They forsook not their duty, but returned to it in a joyful and devout frame of mind. A discovery of the deep things of God is not intended to take us out of the situations in life which we have been called to fill, but to make us holy and happy in them. Let this effect be wrought on you. Neglect not your worldly occupations, whatever they may be, but serve God in them, and abound in praises and thanksgiving for that which has been revealed unto you. However mean or toilsome your vocation be, care not for it, but make it to appear that the knowledge of this Saviour can render any yoke easy, and afford a joy which the world can neither give nor take away. End of Christ's Incarnation, Glad Tidings to All, by Charles Simeon.
The Goblins Christmas by Elizabeth Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox by Jody Holman. Preface. Once upon a time, I visited Fairyland and spent a day in Goblin Town. The people there are very much like ourselves, only they are very, very small and roguish. They play pranks on one another and have great fun. They are good-natured and jolly and rarely get angry. But if one does get angry, he quickly recovers his good nature and joins again in the sport. If a goblin should continue angry, he would take on some visible form. Perhaps he would become a toad or a squirrel or some other little animal and would have to live here on Earth Plane forevermore. But if he keeps good-natured, he can come here and have his fun and not be seen by anyone except a seer or very wise person. The goblins are gracious to the wise people now, but they were not always so. A long, long time ago, on a Christmas Eve, the fairy folk were having great sport. All the little people of the unseen world had gathered together in the earth realm. There were brownies and gnomes and elves. Even some little cherubs had joined them. They were having a wild dance and a gay time when who should appear but Kris Kringle. Now the fairies did not know that he was a magician or seer, and so they tried to make sport of him.
but Chris, by his wonderful magic, changed them into the most beautiful toys. They became straight little jumping jacks, and dolls in bright dresses, and the dearest little rabbit with white soft fur. And somewhere in the bottom of the sleigh, one was turned into a cute little teddy bear. Then old Chris tucked all of these toys into his roomy sleigh and shook the reins of his waiting steed. "Go on," he said, "for I've many, many a chimney to reach tonight." Now this is the tale of the Goblins' Christmas that the moonbeams told as they heard it from the Fairy Queen, who declares that every word of it is perfectly true. To Earl and Georgia, the little man and tiny maid, who love the fairies in the glade, who see them in the tangled grass, the gnomes and brownies as they pass, who hear the sprites from Elfland call, "Go, frolic with these brownies small, and join these merry sporting elves, but ever be your own sweet selves." The Goblins' Christmas. The big bright moon hung high and round in a densely darkened sky. The tall pines swayed and mocked and groaned. The mountains grew so high that the man in the moon came out and said, "Ho, spooks for a merry dance!" The winds blow hard, the caverns roar, while o'er the earth they prance. A witch and goblin led the sprites, out from the sky they sprung, and down the Milky Way they slid, and over a chasm swung. The streams around ran witch's broth, the fumes were strong and rank. These elfin creatures all were wroth, while of the stuff they drank. The cunning moon looked on and laughed with a shrill and sneering jibe. Her soul grew fat to see them chaffed, this mad and elfish tribe. The big black cauldron boiled so high with food for these queer mites that it lit the world throughout the sky, and down came all the sprites. Their mad career upset a star as through the air they flew. It cringed in fear and shot afar and fell where no one knew. Orion's sword was broken bits, Corona's crown was gone. Capella seemed to lose her wits while all so longed for dawn. Then from the night there came a sound of sleigh bells ringing sweet. Out of the chaos came a man, Kris Kringle, for his Christmas treat. "How, Kris!" they cried. "We'll have some fun. We'll bind the old man down. We'll tie him up and toss him o'er into our goblin town." They climbed the sleigh with shout and din to bind his hands and feet. 100 strong they clambered in, our good old Kris to meet. He sat quite still with twinkling eyes, then seized his mystic wand. He raised it up and waved it round. Stilled was this chattering band. Stiffly stark and still they stood, clad in elfish clothes. Some were wax and some were wood. One had crushed his nose. "Playthings rare," he said and smiled, "for children rich and poor. Some I'll leave the crippled child, and some at the orphan's door." He shook his reins and called his steed to bear him swiftly on. Full well it knew its master's need to hurry ere the dawn. From house to house they scampered down, their sleigh bells ringing clear. Through chimneys in the sleepy town, good Kris and his reindeer. The windows rattled, the moonbeams tattled a tale so strange and queer. They told how at night in dire affright the moon had hid in fear, that he'd called in sport his elfish court of spooks and witches gay. Each elfin child, by glee beguiled, brought scores of others, they say. Then a man appeared with flowing beard, in a sled with a reindeer fleet. They gathered about with din and shout to bind him hands and feet. Then the moon laughed loud at the gathering crowd while he held his sides in mirth, to see old Kris in a plight like this, toiling o'er the earth. But alas for the moon, he had laughed like a loon, for Kris is a hero of old. Yes, Kris is a seer, with his small reindeer he captured the goblins bold. And he changed them, they say in a wonderful way, to toys for his Christmas cheer. The big dolls stare with a goblin air, the small ones cringe with fear. While the moonbeams prattle, I hear a rattle of hoofs on the chimney side. Then out on the snow I gaze below. "Hurrah! It's Kris Kringle!" I cried. Then sly as a mouse he entered the house, and hung up his treasures so gay. Then out with a dash, he sped like a flash, into the night and away. End of poem. This poem is in the public domain. End of the Goblins Christmas by Elizabeth Anderson. Recording by Jody Holman. End of Christmas Short Works Collection 2020 by Various.
The Heavenly Christmas Tree by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Heavenly Christmas Tree. I am a novelist, and I suppose I have made up this story. I write, I suppose, though I know for a fact that I have made it up, but yet I keep fancying that it must have happened somewhere at some time, that it must have happened on Christmas Eve in some great town in a time of terrible frost. I have a vision of a boy, a little boy, 6 years old or even younger. This boy woke up that morning in a cold, damp cellar. He was dressed in a sort of little dressing gown and was shivering with cold. There was a cloud of white steam from his breath, and sitting on a box in the corner, he blew the steam out of his mouth and amused himself in his dullness watching it float away. But he was terribly hungry. Several times that morning he went up to the plank bed where his sick mother was lying on a mattress as thin as a pancake, with some sort of bundle under her head for a pillow. How had she come here? She must have come with her boy from some other town and suddenly fallen ill. The landlady who let the corners had been taken 2 days before to the police station. The lodgers were out and about as the holiday was so near, and the only one left had been lying for the last 24 hours, dead drunk, not having waited for Christmas. In another corner of the room, a wretched old woman of 80, who had once been a children's nurse, but was now left to die friendless, was moaning and groaning with rheumatism, scolding and grumbling at the boy, so that he was afraid to go near her corner. He had got a drink of water in the outer room, but he could not find a crust anywhere, and had been on the point of waking his mother a dozen times. He felt frightened at last in the darkness. It had long been dusk, but no light was kindled. Touching his mother's face, he was surprised that she did not move at all, and that she was as cold as the wall. "It is very cold here," he thought. He stood a little, unconsciously letting his hands rest on the dead woman's shoulders. Then he breathed on his fingers to warm them. Then quietly, fumbling for his cap on the bed, he went out of the cellar. He would have gone earlier, but was afraid of the big dog, which had been howling all day at the neighbor's door at the top of the stairs. But the dog was not there now, and he went out into the street. Mercy on us! What a town! He had never seen anything like it before. In the town from which he had come, it was always such black darkness at night. There was one lamp for the whole street. The little, low-pitched wooden houses were closed up with shutters. There was no one to be seen in the street after dusk. All the people shut themselves up in their houses, and there was nothing but the howling of packs of dogs, hundreds and thousands of them, barking and howling all night. But there it was so warm, and he was given food, while here, oh dear, if he had only had something to eat! And what a noise and rattle here! What light and what people! Horses and carriages, and what a frost! The frozen steam hung in clouds over the horses, over their warmly breathing mouths. Their hoofs clanged against the stones through the powdery snow, and everyone pushed so, and, oh dear, how he longed for some morsel to eat, and how wretched he suddenly felt. A policeman walked by, and turned away to avoid seeing the boy. Here was another street. Oh, what a wide one! Here he would be run over for certain. How everyone was shouting, racing, and driving along. And the light! The light! And what was this? A huge glass window, and through the window a tree reaching up to the ceiling. It was a fir tree, and on it were ever so many lights, gold papers, and apples, and little dolls and horses, and there were children clean and dressed in their best running about the room, laughing and playing and eating and drinking something. And then a little girl began dancing with one of the boys. What a pretty little girl! And he could hear the music through the window. The boy looked and wondered and laughed, though his toes were aching with the cold, and its fingers were red and stiff, so that it hurt him to move them. And all at once the boy remembered how his toes and fingers hurt, and began crying, and ran on, and again through another window pane he saw another Christmas tree, and on a table cakes of all sorts, almond cakes, red cakes, and yellow cakes, and 3 grand young ladies were sitting there, and they gave the cakes to anyone who went up to them, and the door kept opening. Lots of gentlemen and ladies went in from the street. The boy crept up, suddenly opened the door, and went in. Oh, how they shouted at him and waved him back. One lady went up to him hurriedly and slipped a kopeck into his hand, and with her own hands opened the door into the street for him. How frightened he was! And the kopeck rolled away and clinked upon the steps. He could not bend his red fingers to hold it tight. The boy ran away and went on, where he did not know. He was ready to cry again, but he was afraid, and ran on, and blew his fingers, and he was miserable, because he felt suddenly so lonely and terrified, and all at once, mercy on us! What was this again? People were standing in a crowd admiring. Behind a glass window there were 3 little dolls, dressed in red and green dresses, and exactly as though they were alive. One was a little old man sitting and playing a big violin. The 2 others were standing close by and playing little violins and nodding in time and looking at one another, and their lips moved. They were speaking, actually speaking, only one couldn't hear through the glass. And at first the boy thought they were alive, and when he grasped that they were dolls, he laughed. He had never seen such dolls before, and had no idea there were such dolls. And he wanted to cry, but he felt amused by the dolls. All at once he fancied that someone caught at his smock behind. A wicked big boy was standing beside him, and suddenly hit him on the head, snatched off his cap, and tripped him up. The boy fell down on the ground. At once there was a shout. He was numb with fright, but jumped up and ran away. He ran, and not knowing where he was going, ran in at the gate of someone's courtyard, and sat down behind a stack of wood. They won't find me here. Besides, it's dark. He sat huddled up and was breathless from fright, and all at once, quite suddenly, he felt so happy. His hands and feet suddenly left off aching and grew so warm as though he were on a stove. Then he shivered all over. Then he gave a start. Why, he must have fallen asleep. How nice to have a sleep here. I'll sit here a little and go and look at the dolls again, said the boy, and smiled, thinking of them, just as though they were alive. And suddenly he heard his mother singing over him, "Mammy, I am asleep. How nice it is to sleep here." "Come to my Christmas tree, little one," a soft voice suddenly whispered over his head. He thought that this was still his mother, but no, it was not she. Who it was calling him he could not see, but someone bent over and embraced him in the darkness, and he stretched out his hands to him, and, And all at once, oh, what a bright light! Oh, what a Christmas tree! And yet it was not a fir tree. He had never seen a tree like that. Where was he now? Everything was bright and shining, and all around him were dolls. But no, they were not dolls. They were little boys and girls, only so bright and shining. They all came flying round him. They all kissed him, took him, and carried him along with them. And he was flying himself, and he saw that his mother was looking at him and laughing joyfully. "Mammy, Mammy, oh, how nice it is here, Mammy!" And again he kissed the children and wanted to tell them at once of those dolls in the shop window. "Who are you, boys? Who are you, girls?" he asked, laughing and admiring them. "This is Christ's Christmas tree," they answered. "Christ always has a Christmas tree on this day for the little children who have no tree of their own." And he found out that all these little boys and girls were children just like himself, that some had been frozen in the baskets in which they had, as babies, been laid on the doorsteps of well-to-do Petersburg people. Others had been boarded out with Finnish women by the foundling and had been suffocated. Others had died at their starved mothers' breasts in the Samara famine. Others had died in the third-class railway carriages from the foul air. Yet they were all here. They were all like angels about Christ, and he was in the midst of them, and held out his hands to them, and blessed them and their sinful mothers. And the mothers of these children stood on one side weeping. Each one knew her boy or girl, and the children flew up to them and kissed them and wiped away their tears with their little hands, and begged them not to weep because they were so happy. And down below, in the morning, the porter found the little dead body of the frozen child on the woodstack. They sought out his mother too. She had died before him. They met before the Lord God in heaven. Why have I made up such a story, so out of keeping with an ordinary diary, and a writer's above all? And I promised 2 stories dealing with real events. But that is just it. I keep fancying that all this may have happened really. That is, what took place in the cellar and on the woodstack. But as for Christ's Christmas tree, I cannot tell you whether that could have happened or not. End of The Heavenly Christmas Tree by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Her Christmas Present, A True Incident by Edith Matilda Thomas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Her Christmas Present, A True Incident. With doll in arms to court she came, a mite of tender years. Between her sobs she put the case, her eyes brimmed up with tears. "They've put my mamma into jail, and oh, I love her so. She's very good, my mamma is. Please, won't you let her go? Just look, she made this doll for me." She held it up to view. The judge did look. "Don't cry," he said. "We'll see what we can do." "What charges against the prisoner, clerk?" "Sold apples in the street. She had no license, and when fined, the fine she could not meet." "My mamma's good. Please let her go." The judge looked down and smiled. "So well you've pleaded. She shall be your Christmas present, child. Now take this paper, little one. It sets your mother free. She should be very proud of you. Go, tell her so, from me." With doll in arms, away she went, and soon the prison gained. And when her mother clasped her close, the happy child explained. "A good, kind man like Santa Claus, with hair as white as snow. He let you out because I asked him to, you know." End of Her Christmas Present, A True Incident by Edith Matilda Thomas. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
The Hollyberry by Thomas Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. Gone are the summer hours, the birds have left their bowers, while the holly true retains his hue, nor changes like the flowers. On his armed leaf reposes the berries tinged like roses, for he's ever seen in red or green, while grim old winter dozes. Then drink to the hollyberry, with hey down, derry, the mistletoe we'll pledge also, and at Christmas all be merry. Above all cold affections, like pleasant recollections, the ivy grows, and a deep veil throws o'er all time's imperfections, the mouldering column screening, the naked gateway greening, while the falling shrine it doth entwine, like a heart that's homeward leaning. Then drink to the hollyberry, with hey down, derry, the mistletoe we'll pledge also, and at Christmas all be merry. We read in ancient story how the Druids in their glory marched forth of old with hooks of gold to forests dim and hoary. The giant oak ascended, then from its branches rended the mistletoe long, long ago by maidens fair attended. Then drink to the hollyberry with hey down, derry, the mistletoe we'll pledge also, and at Christmas all be merry. Each thorpe and grange surrounding, the waits to music bounding, aroused the cook that her fire might smoke ere the early cock was sounding. For all the land was merry, and rang with hey down derry, while in castle hall and cottage small there glittered the hollyberry. Then drink to the hollyberry, with hey down, derry, the mistletoe we'll pledge also, and at Christmas all be merry. End of The Hollyberry by Thomas Miller. Recording by Thomas Peter.
Jimmy Scarecrow Christmas by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shreya. Jimmy Scarecrow Christmas. Jimmy Scarecrow led a sad life in the winter. Jimmy's greatest grief was his lack of occupation. He liked to be useful, and in winter he was absolutely of no use at all. He wondered how many such miserable winters he would have to endure. He was a young scarecrow, and this was his first one. He was strongly made, and although his wooden joints creaked a little when the wind blew, he did not grow in the least rickety. Every morning, when the wintry sun peered like a hard yellow eye across the dry corn stubble, Jimmy felt sad, but at Christmas time his heart nearly broke. On Christmas Eve, Santa Claus came in his sledge, heaped high with presents, urging his team of reindeer across the field. He was on his way to the farmhouse where Betsy lived with her Aunt Hannah. Betsy was a very good little girl with very smooth yellow curls, and she had a great many presents. Santa Claus had a large wax doll baby for her on his arm, tucked up against the fur collar of his coat. He was afraid to trust it in the pack, lest it get broken. When poor Jimmy Scarecrow saw Santa Claus, his heart gave a great leap. "Santa Claus, here I am," he cried out, but Santa Claus did not hear him. "Santa Claus, please give me a little present. I was good all summer and kept the crows out of the corn," pleaded the poor Scarecrow in his choking voice, but Santa Claus passed by with a merry halloo and a great clamor of bells. Then Jimmy Scarecrow stood in the corn stubble and shook with sobs until his joints creaked. "I am of no use in the world, and everybody has forgotten me," he moaned. But he was mistaken. The next morning, Betsy sat at the window, holding her Christmas doll baby, and she looked out at Jimmy Scarecrow standing alone in the field, amidst the corn stubble. "Aunt Hannah," said she. Aunt Hannah was making a crazy patchwork quilt, and she frowned hard at a triangular piece of red silk and circular piece of pink, wondering how to fit them together. "Well," said she, "did Santa Claus bring the Scarecrow any Christmas present?" "No, of course he didn't." "Why not?" "Because he's a Scarecrow. Don't ask silly questions." "I wouldn't like to be treated so if I was a Scarecrow," said Betsy, but her Aunt Hannah did not hear her. She was busy cutting a triangular snip out of the round piece of pink silk so the piece of red silk could be feather stitched into it. It was snowing hard out of doors, and a north wind blew. The Scarecrow's poor old coat got wider and wider with snow. Sometimes he almost vanished in the thick white storm. Aunt Hannah worked until the middle of the afternoon on her crazy quilt. Then she got up and spread it out over the sofa with an air of pride. "There," said she, "that's done, and that makes the 8th. I've got one for every bed in the house, and I've given 4 away. I'd give this away if I knew of anybody that wanted it." Aunt Hannah put on her hood and shawl, and drew some blue lawn stockings on over her shoes, and set out through the snow to carry a slice of plum pudding to her sister Susan, who lived down the road. Half an hour after Aunt Hannah had gone, Betsy put her little red plaid shawl over her head and ran across the field to Jimmy Scarecrow. She carried her new doll baby smuggled up under her shawl. "Wish you Merry Christmas," she said to Jimmy Scarecrow. "Wish you the same," said Jimmy, but his voice was choked with sobs, and was also muffled, for his old hat had slipped down to his chin. Betsy looked pitifully at the old hat, fringed with icicles like frozen tears, and the old snow-laden coat. "I've brought you a Christmas present," said she, and with that she tucked her doll baby inside Jimmy Scarecrow's coat, sticking its tiny feet into a pocket. "Thank you," said Jimmy Scarecrow faintly. "You're welcome," said she. "Keep her under your overcoat, so the snow won't wet her, and she won't catch cold. She's delicate." "Yes, I will," said Jimmy Scarecrow, and he tried hard to bring one of his stiff, outstretched arms around to clasp the doll baby. "Don't you feel cold in that old summer coat?" asked Betsy. "If I had a little exercise, I should be warm," he replied. But he shivered, and the wind whistled through his rags. "You wait a minute," said Betsy, and was off across the field. Jimmy Scarecrow stood in the corn stubble with the doll baby under his coat and waited, and soon Betsy was back again with Aunt Hannah's crazy quilt trailing in the snow behind her. "Here," said she, "here is something to keep you warm," and she folded the crazy quilt around the Scarecrow and pinned it. "Aunt Hannah wants to give it away if anybody wants it," she explained. "She's got so many crazy quilts in the house now, she doesn't know what to do with them. Goodbye. Be sure you keep the doll baby covered up." And with that she ran across the field, and left Jimmy Scarecrow alone with the crazy quilt and the doll baby. The bright flash of colors under Jimmy's hat brim dazzled under his eyes, and he felt a little alarmed. "I hope this quilt is harmless if it is crazy," he said. But the quilt was warm, and he dismissed his fears. Soon the doll baby whimpered, but he creaked his joints a little, and that amused it, and he heard it cooing inside his coat. Jimmy Scarecrow had never felt so happy in his life as he did for an hour or so. But after that the snow began to turn to rain, and the crazy quilt was soaked through and through, and not only that, but his coat and the poor doll baby. It cried pitifully for a while, and then it was still, and he was afraid it was dead. It grew very dark, and the rain fell in sheets. The snow melted, and Jimmy Scarecrow stood halfway up his old boots in water. He was saying to himself that the saddest hour of his life had come, when suddenly he heard Santa Claus's sleigh bells and his merry voice talking to his reindeer. It was after midnight, Christmas was over, and Santa was hastening home to the North Pole. "Santa Claus! Dear Santa Claus!" cried Jimmy Scarecrow with a great sob, and that time Santa Claus heard him and drew rein. "Who's there?" he shouted out of the darkness. "It's only me," replied the Scarecrow. "Who's me?" shouted Santa Claus. "Jimmy Scarecrow." Santa got out of his sledge and waded up. "Have you been standing here ever since corn was ripe?" he asked pityingly, and Jimmy replied that he had. "What's that over your shoulders?" Santa Claus continued, holding up his lantern. "It's a crazy quilt." "And what are you holding under your coat?" "The doll baby that Bessie gave me, and I'm afraid it's dead." Poor Jimmy Scarecrow sobbed. "Nonsense!" cried Santa Claus. "Let me see it." And with that he pulled the doll baby out from under the Scarecrow's coat and patted its back and shook it a little, and it began to cry and then to crow. "It's all right," said Santa Claus. "This is the doll baby I gave Betsy, and it is not at all delicate. It went through the measles and the chicken pox and the mumps and the whooping cough before it left the North Pole. Now get into the sledge, Jimmy Scarecrow, and bring the doll baby and the crazy quilt. I have never had any quilts that weren't in their right minds at the North Pole, but maybe I can cure this one. Get in!" Santa chirruped to his reindeer, and they drew the sledge up close in a beautiful curve. "Get in, Jimmy Scarecrow, and come with me to the North Pole," he cried. "Please, how long shall I stay?" asked Jimmy Scarecrow. "Why, you are going to live with me," replied Santa Claus. "I've been looking for a person like you for a long time." "Are there any crows to scare away at the North Pole?" "I want to be useful," Jimmy Scarecrow said, anxiously. "No," answered Santa Claus, "but I don't want you to scare away crows. I want you to scare away Arctic explorers. I can keep you in work for 1,000 years, and scaring away Arctic explorers from the North Pole is much more important than scaring away crows from corn. Why, if they found the pole, there wouldn't be a piece an inch long left in a week's time, and the earth would cave in like an apple without a core. They would whittle it all to pieces and carry it away in their pockets for souvenirs. Come along, I'm in a hurry." "I will go on 2 conditions," said Jimmy. "First, I want to make a present to Aunt Hannah and Betsy next Christmas." "You shall make them any present you choose. What else?" "I want some way provided to scare the crows out of the corn next summer while I am away," said Jimmy. "That is easily managed," said Santa Claus. "Just wait a minute." Santa took a stylographic pen out of his pocket, went with his lantern close to one of the fence posts, and wrote these words upon it: "Notice to crows. Whichever crow shall hereafter hop, fly, or flop into this field during the absence of Jimmy Scarecrow, and therefrom purloin, steal, or abstract corn, shall be instantly, in a twinkling and a trice, turned snow white, and be ever after a disgrace, a byword and a reproach to his whole race. Per order of Santa Claus." "The corn will be safe now," said Santa Claus. "Get in." Jimmy got into the sledge, and they flew away over the fields, out of sight, with merry halloos and a great clamor of bells. The next morning there was much surprise at the farmhouse when Aunt Hannah and Betsy looked out of the window, and the Scarecrow was not in the field, holding out his stiff arms over the corn stubble. Betsy had told Aunt Hannah she had given away the crazy quilt and the doll baby, but had been scolded very little. "You must not give away anything of yours again without asking permission," said Aunt Hannah. "And you have no right to give anything of mine, even if you know I don't want it. Now both my pretty quilt and your beautiful doll baby are spoiled." That was all Aunt Hannah had said. She thought she would send John after the quilt and the doll baby next morning as soon as it was light. But Jimmy the Scarecrow was gone, and the crazy quilt and the doll baby with him. John, the servant man, searched everywhere, but not a trace of them could he find. "They must have all blown away, Mum," he said to Aunt Hannah. "We shall have to have another Scarecrow next summer," said she. But the next summer there was no need of a Scarecrow, for not a crow came past the fence post on which Santa Claus had written his notice to crows. The cornfield was never so beautiful, and not a single grain was stolen by a crow, and everybody wondered at it, for they could not read the crow language in which Santa had written. "It is a great mystery to me why the crows don't come into our cornfield when there is no Scarecrow," said Aunt Hannah. But she had a still greater mystery to solve when Christmas came round again. Then she and Betsy had each a strange present. They found them in the sitting room on Christmas morning. Aunt Hannah's present was an old crazy quilt, remodeled, with every piece cut square and true, and matched exactly to its neighbor. "Why, it's my old crazy quilt, but it isn't crazy now," cried Aunt Hannah, and her very spectacles seemed to glisten with amazement. Bessie's present was her doll baby of the Christmas before, but the doll was a year older. She had grown an inch, and could walk and say, "Mama," and "How do." She was changed a good deal, but Bessie knew her at once. "It's my doll baby!" she cried, and snatched her up and kissed her. But neither Aunt Hannah nor Bessie ever knew that the quilt and the doll were Jimmy Scarecrow's Christmas presents to them. End of Jimmy Scarecrow's Christmas by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman.
The Lost Child by François Coppée. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avaï in October 2020. The Lost Child by François Coppée. On that morning, which was the morning before Christmas, two important events happened simultaneously. The sun rose, and so did Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy. Unquestionably the sun, illuminating suddenly the whole of Paris with its morning rays, is an old friend regarded with affection by everybody. It is particularly welcome after a fortnight of misty atmosphere and grey skies, when the wind has cleared the air and allowed the sun's rays to reach the earth again. Besides all of which, the sun is a person of importance. Formerly he was regarded as a god, and was called Osiris, Apollyon, and I don't know what else. But do not imagine that because the sun is so important, he is of greater influence than Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy, millionaire banker, director of the Comptoir Général de Crédit, administrator of several big companies, deputy and member of the General Council of the Urare, officer of the Legion of Honor, etc., etc. And whatever opinion the sun may have about himself, he certainly has not a higher opinion than Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy has of himself. So we are authorized to state, and we consider ourselves justified in stating, that on the morning in question, at about 7:45, the sun and Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy rose. Certainly the manner of rising of these two great powers mentioned was not the same. The good old sun began by doing a great many pretty actions. As the sleet had, during the night, covered the bare branches of the trees in the Boulevard Malherbe, where the Hôtel Godefroy is situated, with a powdered coating, the great magician sun amused himself by transforming the branches into great bouquets of red coral. At the same time he scattered his rays impartially on those poor passers-by, whom necessity sent out so early in the morning to gain their daily bread. He even had a smile for the poor clerk, who, in a thin overcoat, was hurrying to his office, as well as for the grisette, shivering under her thin, insufficient clothing, for the workman carrying half a loaf under his arm, for the car conductor as he punched the tickets, and for the dealer in roast chestnuts, who was roasting his first panful. In short, the sun gave pleasure to everybody in the world. Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy, on the contrary, rose in quite a different frame of mind. On the previous evening he had dined with the Minister of Agriculture. The dinner, from the removal of the potage to the salad, bristled with truffles, and the banker's stomach, aged 47 years, experienced the burning and biting of pyrosis. So, the manner in which Monsieur Jean-Baptiste Godefroy rang for his valet de chambre was so expressive that, as he got some warm water for his master's shaving, Charles said to the kitchen maid, "There he goes. The monkey is barbarously ill-tempered again this morning.
My poor Gertrude, we're going to have a miserable day." Whereupon, walking on tiptoe, with eyes modestly cast down, he entered the chamber of his master, opened the curtains, lit the fire, and made all the necessary preparations for the toilet, with the discreet demeanour and respectful gestures of a sacristan placing the sacred vessels on the altar for the priest. "What sort of weather this morning?" demanded Monsieur Godefroy curtly, as he buttoned his undervest of grey swan-down upon a stomach that was already a little too prominent. "Very cold, sir," replied Charles meekly. "At 6 o'clock the thermometer marked 7 degrees above zero. But, as you will see, sir, the sky is quite clear, and I think we are going to have a fine morning." In stropping his razor, Monsieur Godefroy approached the window, drew aside one of the hangings, looked on the boulevard, which was bathed in brightness, and made a slight grimace which bore some resemblance to a smile. It is all very well to be perfectly stiff and correct, and to know that it is bad taste to show feeling of any kind in the presence of domestics, but the appearance of the roguish sun in the middle of December sends such a glow of warmth to the heart that it is impossible to disguise the fact. So Monsieur Godefroy deigned, as before observed, to smile. If someone had whispered to the opulent banker that his smile had anything in common with that of the printer's boy who was enjoying himself by making a slide on the pavement, Monsieur Godefroy would have been highly incensed. But it really was so all the same, and during the space of 1 minute, this man, who was so occupied by business matters, this leading light in the financial and political worlds, indulged in the childish pastime of watching the passers-by, and following with his eyes the files of conveyances as they gaily rolled in the sunshine. But pray do not be alarmed. Such a weakness could not last long. People of no account, and those who have nothing to do, may be able to let their time slip by in doing nothing. It is very well for women, children, poets, and riff-raff. Monsieur Godefroy had other fish to fry, and the work of the day, which was commencing, promised to be exceptionally heavy. From 8:30 to 10 o'clock he had a meeting at his office with a certain number of gentlemen, all of whom bore a striking resemblance to Monsieur Godefroy. Like him, they were very nervous. They had risen with the sun, they were all blasés, and they had all the same object in view, to gain money. After breakfast, which he took after the meeting, Monsieur Godefroy had to leap into his carriage and rush to the Bourse, to exchange a few words with other gentlemen who had also risen at dawn, but who had not the least spark of imagination among them. The conversations were always on the same subject, money. From there, without losing an instant, Monsieur Godefroy went to preside over another meeting of acquaintances entirely void of compassion and tenderness. The meeting was held round a baize-covered table, which was strewn with heaps of papers, and well provided with ink-wells. The conversation again turned on money, and various methods of gaining it. After the aforesaid meeting, he, in his capacity of deputy, had to appear before several commissions, always held in rooms where there were baize-covered tables and ink-wells and heaps of papers. There he found men as devoid of sentiment as he was, all utterly incapable of neglecting any occasion of gaining money, but who, nevertheless, had the extreme goodness to sacrifice several hours of the afternoon to the glory of France. After having quickly shaved, he donned a morning suit, the elegant cut and finish of which showed that the old beau of nearly 50 had not ceased trying to please. When he shaved, he spared the narrow strip of pepper-and-salt beard round his chin, as it gave him the air of a trustworthy family man in the eyes of the arrogants and of fools in general. Then he descended to his cabinet, where he received the file of men who were entirely occupied by one thought, that of augmenting their capital. These gentlemen discussed several projected enterprises, all of them of considerable importance, notably that of a new railroad to be laid across a wild desert. Another scheme was for the founding of monster works in the environs of Paris, another of a mine to be worked in one of the South American republics. It goes without saying that no one asked if the railroad would have passengers or goods to carry, or if the proposed works should manufacture cotton nightcaps or distill whiskey, whether the mine was to be of virgin gold or of second-rate copper. Certainly not. The conversation of Monsieur Godefroid's morning callers turned exclusively upon the profits which it would be possible to realize during the week which should follow the issue of the shares. They discussed particularly the values of the shares, which they knew would be destined before long to be worth less than the paper on which they were printed in fine style. These conversations, bristling with figures, lasted till 10 o'clock precisely, and then the director of the Comptoir Général de Crédit, who, by the way, was an honest man, at least as honest as is to be found in business, courteously conducted his last visitor to the head of the stairway. The visitor named was an old villain, as rich as Croesus, who, by a not uncommon chance, enjoyed the general esteem of the public, whereas, had justice been done to him, he would have been lodging at the expense of the state in one of those large establishments provided by a thoughtful government for smaller delinquents, and there he would have pursued a useful and healthy calling for a lengthy period, the exact length having been fixed by the judges of the Supreme Court. But Monsieur Godefroid showed him out relentlessly, notwithstanding his importance. It was absolutely necessary to be at the Bourse at 11 o'clock, and went into the dining-room. It was a luxuriously furnished room. The furniture and plate would have served to endow a cathedral. Nevertheless, notwithstanding that Monsieur Godefroid took a gulp of bicarbonate of soda, his indigestion refused to subside. Consequently, the banker could only take the scantiest breakfast, that of a dyspeptic. In the midst of such luxury, and under the eye of a well-paid butler, Monsieur Godefroid could only eat a couple of boiled eggs and nibble a little mutton chop. The man of money trifled with dessert, took only a crumb of Roquefort, not more than 2 cents worth. Then the door opened, and an overdressed but charming little child, young Raoul, 4 years old, the son of the company director, entered the room, accompanied by his German nursery governess. This event occurred every day at the same hour, 11:15 precisely, while the carriage, which was to take the banker to the Bourse, was awaiting the gentleman who had only a quarter of an hour to give to paternal sentiment. It was not that he did not love his son. He did love him, nay, he adored him, in his own particular way. But then, you know, business is business. At the age of 42, when already worldly wise and blasé, he had fancied himself in love with the daughter of one of his club friends, Marquis de Neuffontaine, an old rascal, a nobleman, but one whose card-playing was more than open to suspicion, and who would have been expelled from the club more than once, but for the influence of Monsieur Godefroid. The nobleman was only too happy to become the father-in-law of a man who would pay his debts, and without any scruples he handed over his daughter, a simple and ingenious girl of 17, who was taken from a convent to be married, to the worldly banker. The girl was certainly sweet and pretty, but she had no dowry except numerous aristocratic prejudices and romantic illusions, and her father thought he was fortunate in getting rid of her on such favourable terms. Monsieur Godefroid, who was the son of an avowed old miser of Andely, had always remained a man of the people and intensely vulgar. In spite of his improved circumstances, he had not improved. His entire lack of tact and refinement was painful to his young wife, whose tenderest feelings he ruthlessly and thoughtlessly trampled upon. Things were looking unpromising, when, happily for her, Madame Godefroy died in giving birth to her firstborn. When he spoke of his deceased wife, the banker waxed poetical, although had she lived they would have been divorced in 6 months. His son he loved dearly for several reasons. First, because the child was an only son. Secondly, because he was a scion of 2 such houses as Godefroy and Neuffontaine. Finally, because the man of money had naturally great respect for the heir to many millions. So the youngster had golden rattles and other similar toys, and was brought up like a young dauphin. But his father, overwhelmed with business worries, could never give the child more than 15 minutes per day of his precious time, and, as on the day mentioned, it was always during cheese, and for the rest of the day the father abandoned the child to the care of the servants. "Good morning, Raoul." "Good morning, Papa." And the company director, having put his serviette away, set young Raoul on his left knee, took the child's head between his big paws, and in stroking and kissing it actually forgot all his money matters, and even his note of the afternoon, which was of great importance to him, as by it he could gain quite an important amount of patronage. "Papa," said little Raoul suddenly, "will Father Christmas put anything in my shoe tonight?" The father answered with, "Yes, if you are a good child." This was very striking from a man who was a pronounced freethinker, who always applauded every anti-clerical attack in the chamber with a vigorous "Hear, hear." He made a mental note that he must buy some toys for his child that very afternoon. Then he turned to the nursery governess with, "Are you quite satisfied with Raoul, Mademoiselle Bertha?" Mademoiselle Bertha became as red as a peony at being addressed, as if the question was scarcely comme il faut, and replied by a little imbecile snigger, which seemed fully to satisfy Monsieur Godefroy's curiosity about his son's conduct. "It's fine today," said the financier, "but cold. If you take Raoul to Monceau Park, mademoiselle, please be careful to wrap him up well." Mademoiselle, by a second fit of idiotic smiling, having set at rest Monsieur Godefroy's doubts and fears on that essential point, he kissed his child, left the room hastily, and in the hall was enveloped in his fur coat by Charles, who also closed the carriage door. Then the faithful fellow went off to the café which he frequented, Rue de Miromesnil, where he had promised to meet the coachman of the Baroness who lived opposite, to play a game of billiards, 30 up, and spot barred, of course. Thanks to the brown bay, for which 1,000 francs over and above its value was paid by Monsieur Godefroy, as a result of a sumptuous snail supper given to that gentleman's coachman by the horse-dealer, thanks to the expensive brown bay, which certainly went well, the financier was able to get through his many engagements satisfactorily. He appeared punctually at the Bourse, sat at several committee tables, and at 4:45, by voting with the ministry, he helped to reassure France and Europe that the rumors of a ministerial crisis had been totally unfounded. He voted with the ministry because he had succeeded in obtaining the favors which he demanded as the price of his vote. After he had thus nobly fulfilled his duty to himself and his country, Monsieur Godefroy remembered what he had said to his child on the subject of Father Christmas, and gave the coachman the address of a dealer in toys. There he bought, and had put in his carriage, a fantastic rocking horse, mounted on casters, a whip in each ear, a box of laden soldiers, all as exactly alike as those grenadiers of the Russian regiment of the time of Paul I, who all had black hair and snub noses, and a score of other toys, all equally striking and costly. Then, as he returned home, softly reposing in his well-swung carriage, the rich banker, who, after all, was a father, began to think with pride of his little boy, and to form plans for his future. When the child grew up, he should have an education worthy of a prince, and he would be one too, for there was no longer any aristocracy except that of money, and his boy would have a capital of about 80 million francs. If his father, a pettifogging provincial lawyer, who had formerly dined in the Latin Quarter when in Paris, who had remarked every evening when putting on a white tie that he looked as fine as if he were going to a wedding, if he had been able to accumulate an enormous fortune and to become thereby a power in the Republic, if he had been able to obtain in marriage a young lady, one of whose ancestors had fallen at Marignano, what an important personage little Raoul might become. Monsieur Godefroy built all sorts of air castles for his boy, forgetting that Christmas is the birthday of a very poor little child, son of a couple of vagrants, born in a stable, where the parents only found lodging through charity. In the midst of the banker's dreams, the coachman cried, "Door, please," and drove into the yard. As he went up the steps, Monsieur Godefroy was thinking that he had barely time to dress for dinner, but on entering the vestibule he found all the domestics crowded in front of him in a state of alarm and confusion. In a corner, crouching on a seat, was the German nursery governess, crying. When she saw the banker, she buried her face in her hands and wept still more copiously than before. Monsieur Godefroy felt that some misfortune had happened. "What's the meaning of all this? What's amiss? What has happened?" Charles, the valet de chambre, a sneaking rascal of the worst type, looked at his master with eyes full of pity and stammered, "Mr. Raoul." "My boy?" "Lost, sir. The stupid German did it. Since 4 o'clock this afternoon he has not been seen." The father staggered back like one who had been hit by a ball. The German threw herself at his feet, screaming, "Mercy! Mercy!" and the domestics all spoke at the same time. "Bertha didn't go to Parc Monceau. She lost the child over there on the fortifications. We have sought him all over, sir. We went to the office for you, sir, and then to the chamber, but you had just left. Just imagine, the German had a rendezvous with her lover every day, beyond the ramparts, near the gate of Asnières. What a shame! It is a place full of low gypsies and strolling players. Perhaps the child has been stolen. Yes, sir, we informed the police at once. How could we imagine such a thing? A hypocrite, that German. She had a rendezvous, doubtless with a countryman. A Prussian spy, sure enough. His son, lost. Monsieur Godefroy seemed to have a torrent of blood rushing through his head. He sprang at Mademoiselle, seized her by the arms, and shook her furiously. "Where did you lose him, you miserable girl? Tell me the truth before I shake you to pieces. Do you hear? Do you hear?" But the unfortunate girl could only cry and beg for mercy. The banker tried to be calm. No, it was impossible. Nobody would dare to steal his boy. Somebody would find him and bring him back. Of that there could be no doubt. He could scatter money about right and left, and could have the entire police force at his orders. And he would set to work at once, for not an instant should be lost. "Charles, don't let the horses be taken out. You others, see that this girl doesn't escape. I'm going to the prefecture." I'm going to the prefecture." And Monsieur Godefroy, with his heart thumping against his sides as if it would break them, his hair wild with fright, darted into his carriage, which at once rolled off as fast as the horses could take it. What irony! The carriage was full of glittering playthings, which sparkled every time a gaslight shone on them. For the next day was the birthday of the divine infant at whose cradle wise men and simple shepherds alike adored. "My poor little Raoul, poor darling, where is my boy?" repeated the father, as in his anguish he dug his nails into the cushions of the carriage. At that moment all his titles and decorations, his honours, his millions, were valueless to him. He had one single idea burning in his brain. "My poor child! Where is my child?" At last he reached the prefecture of police. But no one was there. The office had been deserted for some time. "I am Monsieur Godefroy, deputy from l'Eure. My little boy is lost in Paris, a child of 4 years. I must see the prefect." He slipped the louis into the hand of the concierge. The good old soul, a veteran with a grey moustache, less for the sake of the money than out of compassion for the poor father, led him to the prefect's private apartments. Monsieur Godefroy was finally ushered into the room of the man in whom were centred all his hopes. He was in evening dress, and wore a monocle. His manner was frigid and rather pretentious. The distressed father, whose knees trembled through emotion, sank into an armchair, and, bursting into tears, told of the loss of his boy, told the story stammeringly and with many breaks, for his voice was choked by sobs. The prefect, who was also a father of a family, was inwardly moved at the sight of his visitor's grief, but he repressed his emotion and assumed a cold and self-important air. "You say, sir, that your child has been missing since 4 o'clock?" "Yes." "Just when night was falling, confound it. He isn't at all precocious, speaks very little, doesn't know where he lives, and can't even pronounce his own name?" "Unfortunately that is so." "Not far from Asnières Gate?" "A suspected quarter. But cheer up, we have a very intelligent commissaire de police there. I'll telephone to him." The distressed father was left alone for 5 minutes. How his temples throbbed, and his heart beat! Then, suddenly, the prefect reappeared, smiling with satisfaction. "Found!" Whereupon Monsieur Godefroy rushed to the prefect, whose hand he pressed till that functionary winced with the pain. "I must acknowledge that we were exceedingly fortunate. The little chap is blonde, isn't he? Rather pale, in blue velvet, black felt head, with a white feather in it?" Yes, that's he, that's my little Raoul." "Well, he's at the house of a poor fellow down in that quarter who had just been at the police office to make his declaration to the commissaire. Here's his address, which I took down. Pierron, Rue de Cailloux, Levallois-Perret. With good horses you may reach your boy in less than an hour. Certainly you won't find him in an aristocratic quarter. His surroundings won't be of the highest. The man who found him is only a small dealer in vegetables." But that was of no importance to Monsieur Godefroy, who, having expressed his gratitude to the prefect, leaped down the stairs 4 at a time, and sprang into his carriage. At that moment he realized how devotedly he loved his child. As he drove away, he no longer thought of little Raoul's princely education and magnificent inheritance. He was decided never again to hand over the child entirely to the hands of servants, and he also made up his mind to devote less time to monetary matters and the glory of France, and attend more to his own. The thought also occurred to him that France wouldn't be likely to suffer from the neglect. He had hitherto been ashamed to recognize the existence of an old maid-sister of his father, but he decided to send for her to his house. She would certainly shock his lackeys by her primitive manners and ideas. But what of that? She would take care of his boy, which to him was of much more importance than the good opinion of his servants. The financier, who was always in a hurry, never felt so eager to arrive punctually at a committee meeting as he was to reach the lost little one. For the first time in his life he was longing through pure affection to take the child in his arms. The carriage rolled rapidly along in the clear, crisp night air down Boulevard Malherbe, and, having crossed the ramparts and passed the large houses, plunged into the quiet solitude of suburban streets. When the carriage stopped, Monsieur Godefroy saw a wretched hovel, on which was the number he was seeking. It was the house where Pierron lived. The door of the house opened immediately, and a big, rough-looking fellow with red moustache appeared. One of his sleeves was empty. Seeing the gentleman in the carriage, Pierron said cheerily, "So you are the little one's father. Don't be afraid. The little darling is quite safe." And, stepping aside in order to allow Monsieur Godefroy to pass, he placed his finger on his lips with, "Hush, the little one is asleep." Yes, it was a real hovel. By the dim light of a little oil lamp, Monsieur Godefroy could just distinguish a dresser from which a drawer was missing, some broken chairs, a round table on which stood a beer mug which was half empty, 3 glasses, some cold meat on a plate, and on the bare plaster of the wall 2 gaudy pictures, a bird's-eye view of the Exposition of 1889, with the Eiffel Tower in bright blue, and the portrait of General Boulanger when a handsome young lieutenant. This last evidence of weakness of the tenant of the house may well be excused, since it was shared by nearly everybody in France. The man took the lamp and went on tiptoe to the corner of the room, where, on a clean bed, 2 little fellows were fast asleep. In the little one, around whom the other had thrown a protecting arm, Monsieur Godefroy recognized his son. "The youngsters were tired to death, and so sleepy," said Pierron, trying to soften his rough voice. "I had no idea when you would come, so gave them some supper and put them to bed, and then I went to make a declaration at the police office. Sidor generally sleeps up in the garret, but I thought they would be better here, and that I should be better able to watch them." Monsieur Godefroy, however, scarcely heard the explanation. Strangely moved, he looked at the 2 sleeping infants on an iron bedstead and covered with an old blanket, which had once been used either in barracks or a hospital. Little Raoul, who was still in his velvet suit, looked so frail and delicate compared with his companion that the banker almost envied the latter his brown complexion. "Is he your boy?" he asked Pierron. "No," answered he. "I am a bachelor, and don't suppose I shall ever marry because of my accident. You see, a dray passed over my arm, that was all. 2 years ago a neighbor of mine died, when that child was only 5 years old. The poor mother really died of starvation. She wove wreaths for the cemeteries, but could make nothing worth mentioning at that trade, not enough to live. However, she worked for the child for 5 years, and then the neighbors had to buy wreaths for her. So I took care of the youngster. Oh, it was nothing much, and I was soon repaid. He is 7 years old, and is a sharp little fellow, so he helps me a great deal. On Sundays and Thursdays, and the other days after school, he helps me push my hand-cart. Sidor is a smart little chap. It was he who found your boy." "What?" exclaimed Monsieur Godefroy. "That child?" "Oh, he's quite a little man, I assure you. When he left school he found your child, who was walking on ahead, crying like a fountain. He spoke to him and comforted him like an old grandfather. The difficulty is that one can't easily understand what your little one says. English words are mixed up with German and French. So we couldn't get much out of him, nor could we learn his address. Sidor brought him to me. I wasn't far away, and then all the old women in the place came round chattering and croaking like so many frogs, and all full of advice. "Take him to the police," said some. But Sidor protested. That would scare him, said he, for like all Parisians he has no particular liking for the police. And besides, your little one didn't wish to leave him. So I came back here with the child as soon as I could. They had supper and then off to bed. Don't they look sweet? When he was in his carriage, Monsieur Godefroy had decided to reward the finder of his child handsomely, to give him a handful of that gold so easily gained. Since entering the house he had seen a side of human nature with which he was formerly unacquainted, the brave charity of the poor in their misery. The courage of the poor girl who had worked herself to death weaving wreaths to keep her child, the generosity of the poor cripple in adopting the orphan, and above all, the intelligent goodness of the little street Arab in protecting the child who was still smaller than himself. All this touched Monsieur Godefroy deeply and set him reflecting. For the thought had occurred to him that there were other cripples who needed to be looked after as well as Pierron, and other orphans as well as Sidor. He also debated whether it would not be better to employ his time looking after them, and whether money might not be put to a better use than merely gaining money. Such was his reverie as he stood looking at the two sleeping children. Finally he turned round to study the features of the greengrocer, and was charmed by the loyal expression in the face of the man, and his clear, truthful eyes. "My friend," said Monsieur Godefroy, "you and your adopted son have rendered me an immense service. I shall soon prove to you that I am not ungrateful. But for to-day I see that you are not in comfortable circumstances, and I should like to leave a small proof of my thankfulness." But the hand of the cripple arrested that of the banker, which was diving into his coat pocket where he kept bank-notes. "No, sir, no. Anybody else should have done just as we have done. I will not accept any recompense, but pray don't take offence. Certainly I am not rolling in wealth, but please excuse my pride, that of an old soldier. I have the Tonquin medal, and I don't wish to eat food which I haven't earned." "As you like," said the financier, "but an old soldier like you is capable of something better. You are too good to push a hand cart. I will make some arrangement for you, never fear." The cripple responded with a quiet smile and said coldly, "Well, sir, if you really wish to do something for me—" "You'll let me care for Sidor, won't you?" cried Monsieur Godefroy eagerly. "That I will, with the greatest of pleasure," responded Pierron joyfully. "I have often thought about the child's future. He is a sharp little fellow. His teachers are delighted with him." Then Pierron suddenly stopped, and an expression came over his face which Monsieur Godefroy at once interpreted as one of distrust. The thought evidently was, "Oh, when he has once left us, he'll forget us entirely." "You can safely pick the child up in your arms and take him to the carriage. He'll be better at home than here, of course. Oh, you needn't be afraid of disturbing him. He is fast asleep, and you can just pick him up. He must have his shoes on first, though." Following Pierron's glance, Monsieur Godefroy perceived on the hearth, where a scanty coke fire was dying out, 2 pairs of children's shoes, the elegant ones of Raoul and the rough ones of Sidor. Each pair contained a little toy and a package of bonbons. "Don't think about that," said Pierron in an abashed tone. "Sidor put the shoes there. You know children still believe in Christmas and the child Jesus, whatever scholars may say about fables. So, as I came back from the commissaire, as I didn't know whether your boy would have to stay here tonight, I got those things for them both." At which the eyes of Monsieur Godefroy, the freethinker, the hardened capitalist and blasé man of the world, filled with tears. He rushed out of the house, but returned in a minute with his arms full of the superb mechanical horse, the box of leaden soldiers, and the rest of the costly playthings bought by him in the afternoon, and which had not even been taken out of the carriage. "My friend, my dear friend," said he to the greengrocer, "see, these are the presents which Christmas has brought to my little Raoul. I want him to find them here when he awakens, and to share them with Sidor, who will henceforth be his playmate and friend. You'll trust me now, won't you? I'll take care both of Sidor and of you, and then I shall ever remain in your debt, for not only have you found my boy, but you have also reminded me, who am rich and lived only for myself, that there are other poor who need to be looked after. I swear by these 2 sleeping children, I won't forget them any longer." Such is the miracle which happened on the 24th of December of last year, ladies and gentlemen, at Paris, in the full flow of modern egotism. It doesn't sound likely, that I own, and I am compelled to attribute this miraculous event to the influence of the divine child, who came down to earth nearly 19 centuries ago to command men to love one another. End of The Lost Child by François Coppée.
The Mistletoe Bough by Thomas Haynes Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. The mistletoe hung in the castle hall, the holly branch shone on the old oak wall, and the baron's retainers were blithe and gay, and keeping their Christmas holiday. The baron beheld with a father's pride his beautiful child, young Lovell's bride, while she with her bright eyes seemed to be the star of the goodly company. Oh, the mistletoe bough! Oh, the mistletoe bough! "I'm weary of dancing now," she cried. "Here, tarry a moment. I'll hide, and Lovell, be sure thou art first to trace the clue to my secret lurking place." Away she ran, and her friends began each tower to search, and each nook to scan. And young Lovell cried, "Oh, where dost thou hide? I'm lonesome without thee, my own dear bride." Oh, the mistletoe bough! Oh, the mistletoe bough! They sought her that night, and they sought her next day, and they sought her in vain while a week passed away. In the highest, the lowest, the loneliest spot, young Lovell sought wildly, but found her not. And years flew by. In their grief at last was told as a sorrowful tale long past. And when Lovell appeared, the children cried, "See, the old man weeps for his fairy bride." Oh, the mistletoe bough! Oh, the mistletoe bough! At length an oak chest that had long lain hid was found in the castle. They raised the lid, and a skeleton form lay mouldering there in the bridal wreath of that lady fair. Oh, sad was her fate! In sportive jest she hid from her lord in the old oak chest. It closed with a spring, and dreadful doom, the bride lay clasped in her living tomb. Oh, the mistletoe bough! Oh, the mistletoe bough! End of The Mistletoe Bough by Thomas Haynes Bailey. Recording by Paula Messina. Mrs. K. on her sending me an English Christmas plum cake at Paris. by Helen Maria Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paula Messina. What crowding thoughts around me wake! What marvels in a Christmas cake! Ah, say, what strange enchantment dwells enclosed within its odorous cells? Is there no small magician bound and crusted in its snowy round? For magic surely lurks in this, a cake that tells of vanished bliss, a cake that conjures up to view the early scenes, when life was new, when memory knew no sorrows past, and hope believed in joys that last. Mysterious cake, whose folds contain life's calendar of bliss and pain, that speaks of friends forever fled, and wakes the tears I love to shed. Oft shall I breathe her cherished name, from whose fair hand the offering came. For she recalls the artless smile of nymphs that deck my native isle, of beauty that we love to trace, allied with tender, modest grace, of those who, while abroad they roam, retain each charm that gladdens home, and whose dear friendship can impart a Christmas banquet for the heart. And of Mrs. K. on her sending me an English Christmas plum-cake at Paris, by Helen Maria Williams. Recording by Paula Messina.
My Sister's Sleep, by Dante Gabriel Rossetti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. She fell asleep on Christmas Eve. At length the long ungranted shade of weary eyelids overweighed the pain naught else might yet relieve. Our mother, who had leaned all day over the bed from chime to chime, then raised herself for the first time, and as she sat her down did pray. Her little work-table was spread with work to finish. For the glare made by her candle she had care to work some distance from the bed. Without there was a cold moon up of winter radiance sheer and thin. The hollow halo it was in was like an icy crystal cup. Through the small room was subtle sound of flame, by vents the fireshine drove and reddened. In its dim alcove the mirror shed a clearness round. I had been sitting up some nights, and my tired mind felt weak and blank. Like a sharp strengthening wine it drank the stillness and the broken lights. 12 struck. That sound, by dwindling years heard in each hour, crept off, and then the ruffled silence spread again, like water that a pebble stirs. Our mother rose from where she sat. Her needles, as she laid them down, met lightly, and her silken gown settled. No other noise than that. Glory unto the newly born. So as said angels, she did say, because we were in Christmas Day, though it would still be long till morn. Just then, in the room over us, there was a pushing back of chairs, as someone had sat unawares so late, now heard the hour and rose. With anxious, softly stepping haste, our mother went where Margaret lay, fearing the sounds o'erhead should they have broken her long-watched-for rest. She stooped an instant, calm, and turned, but suddenly turned back again, and all her features seemed in pain with woe. and her eyes glazed and yearned. For my part, I but hid my face, and held my breath, and spoke no word. There was none spoken, but I heard the silence for a little space. Our mother bowed herself and wept, and both my arms fell, and I said, God knows, I knew that she was dead. And there, all white, my sister slept. Then, kneeling upon Christmas morn, a little after 12 o'clock, we said, ere the first quarter struck, Christ's blessing on the newly born. End of My Sister's Sleep by Dante Gabriel Rossetti.
"'Twas the Night Before Christmas, A Visit from St. Nicholas by Clement C. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up a sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave lustre of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. With a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the house top coursers they flew, with a sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed in all fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." End of 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, A Visit from St. Nicholas by Clement C. Moore.
Poor Santa Claus by Judd Mortimer Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I've always had a notion I wished I was Santa Claus. I've always had a notion I would like to be, because it would be such fun a-goin' down the chimneys all around, tiptoeing into bedrooms, stoppin' at each little sound, with my ears pricked up to listen for the little feller's tread, peeking out between the curtains, peeking into each wee bed, hearken to the talk of daytimes of each eager little tyke, and then Christmas, fetching to 'em all the pretty things they like. I have always had a notion I would like to get his mail, and read every little letter till the stars got dim and pale every morning. I imagine he gets just the quaintest pile of wee notes that it's no wonder that he always wears a smile. But I've also got a notion, just a sort of faint surmise. I can see a little sorrow way back in his laughin' eyes. And it's that there look of sorrow gets me feelin' glad, because I am only me, and do not have to be a Santa Claus. I'm a fool, for when the presents had been scattered everywhere, and been clasped to breast of babies with nights' tangles in their hair, when 'twas the day after Christmas, the morn after Christmas morn, with the glad girls with their dollies, with the boys each with the horn, with the sun shinin' brightly, and with glorious New Year's Day seemin' to wait for us laughin', only just a week away, I would turn from it a-sighin', put my empty knapsack by, and wish I could take my smile off, and go off somewhere and cry. Cry for letters all unanswered, cry for stockings all unfilled, for child voices raised in hoping, now in disappointment stilled. I should want to go off somewhere by my lonesome just to grieve, for the little bits o' stockings hanging empty Christmas Eve, that would hang empty and cheerless by the cold grate in the morn, when with joy the world was ringing, and the Christmas day was born. I would feel bad for the babies with their little cheeks tear wet, standin' grievin' Christmas mornin', thinkin' Santa could forget. I am glad that I'm not Santa, glad that I don't have to be. There won't be no little babies Christmas mornin' blamin' me, 'cause their little baby stockings were all empty in the light of the morning, that were hung up filled with hoping overnight. I can feel bad and be grievin' all the Christmas day because of the disappointed babies without being Santa Claus, and if I was him, I reckon I could never play the part, for the thought of them I couldn't ever reach would break my heart. End of Poor Santa Claus by Judd Mortimer Lewis.
How Santa Claus Came by William O. Stoddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Now, Don," said Rad Burnell, dolefully, "do you believe any kind of a snowstorm could stop Santa Claus from coming?" "Well, yes, that's it. I heard Father tell Mother he couldn't get here in time, and I know he meant something about Christmas by the way he looked at Pettish and Molly. Was Berry there? She was sound asleep in the cradle, and Mother said, 'Berry won't care, but it'll be a disappoint for the rest of 'em.' It's an awful snowstorm, Rad, but I guess Santa Claus'll come for all of that." Just a little later, Mr. Burnell said to his wife, "I'm sorry we didn't get our things in the village, Maria, but it's too late now. Don't say anything to the children. It'll be bad enough when it comes." Nobody else heard him, but Mrs. Burnell looked as if she wanted to cry. That was one of the whitest nights anybody in the world ever saw, for the snow had thrown the thickest kind of a white blanket over everything. Some of the roads were drifted level from fence to fence, and the railroads were having a tremendous time of it. Anything so black as a locomotive could hardly feel at home, pushing its way along through so white a country, or into so white a village as Middleville was that Christmas Eve. It was a dreadfully long night, and Pettish woke up 3 times, and tried to make herself believe it was morning. The last time she heard the great clock in the Academy steeple, on the village green, pounding away at its task of telling what time it was. "I'll count," said Pettish. 9, 12, 7, 14, 15, 6. I guess it's most time to get up. Must be it's Christmas now." Just then she heard a noise in the next room, and she listened with all her ears. First it was a rustle, and then the loudest kind of a whisper, loud enough to have been heard in daytime. "Rad, Rad, it's just struck 5. Let's take a scoot downstairs and see about it. We can hurry right back again." "They're pulling on their stockings," said Pettish. "I'll get up and pull on mine, but I won't let them see me." She tried very hard to get up without waking Molly, but it was of no use, for Molly's sleep had been begun at the right time, and was fairly over now, considering that it was Christmas morning. "Oh, Pettish, what are you going to do?" "Shh, shh, Molly. The boys are going downstairs to look, and I'm going too. Lie still." But Molly was 2 years older than Pettish, and she wouldn't lie still. She was out on the floor in a twinkling, and she made Pettish wrap herself all up in a blanket, and she pretty nearly buried her own chubby shape in a comfortable. That was about what Rad and Don had done already, and they were now carefully creeping downstairs in the dark. The door of the front parlour was nearest the foot of the stairs, and the boys left it open after them when they went in, but Molly and Pettish closed it very softly and carefully the moment they were safe in the dim, gloomy parlour. The boys were just beyond the folding doors at that moment, and did not see that they were followed. Berry was sound asleep in her crib, within reach of her mother, or she would have heard her say just then, "Oh, John, it's a dreadful disappointment. What will those poor children do?" "Poor Pettish," said Mr. Burnell. "We can explain it to the boys, and they can wait, and to Molly, but it'll be bad enough for any of 'em." "But Pettish will break her little heart if she finds that Santa Claus hasn't come." "It'll be almost as much of a disappointment to Aunt Sally and Frank. I hope they'll bring Mid with them when they come." "Of course they will." Now that had been a very long, white, beautiful dark night, and a great many queer things had happened in it. They are sure to, in any night before Christmas, but there had been a wonderfully deep snowstorm. Away on toward morning, just when the Academy clock was trying to make sound asleep people hear that it was really 4, a tired out and frosty-looking railway train came smoking and coughing up to the platform at the village railway station. It did not stop long, but some people got out of one of the sleeping cars, and some baggage was tumbled out of the baggage car, and a sleepy man with a lantern said, "Yes, sir, carriage you in a minute, sir. All right." "We don't want any carriage, my man. Take our checks, and have our trunks brought over to Mr. Burnett's before 7 o'clock. We'll walk right there now. Come, Sally, come along, Mid. Frank, husband, you'll drop some of those things." "No, I won't, Sally." "Mid, my dear boy, look out for that box. It's only pasteboard." "I'll be careful, mother. I ain't awake yet. But it takes all 3 of us to Santa Claus this pile. Hope it isn't far." The cold, frosty air was fast getting Mid wide awake, and they did look, all 3 of them, as if they would have done better with a sleigh and a good team of reindeer. The distance was short, but Aunt Sally talked pretty nearly all the way. "We must do it, Frank," she said, as they drew near the gate. "I'm sure they've given us up. We can get in. There never was any bolt on the kitchen window, over the pump. Middleton can climb right in, and come and open the side door for us." "Oh, but won't that be fun!" exclaimed Mid, as he hurried silently forward. "Shh, there, Sally," whispered Uncle Frank, as he and his portly, merry-faced wife lugged their bundles after Mid. It was less than half a minute before they were in the kitchen. They promptly shut the door between the dining room, that was the sitting room too, and the back parlour, and then how they did work! Plenty of wood and shavings and kindlings were lying in front of the great Franklin stove in the dining room, and there was quickly a blazing fire there, and in the kitchen too, and Mid insisted on lighting every lamp and candle he could lay his hands on. Then the bundles came open, and their contents began to shine all around the chimney and over the mantel, and even on some of the chairs. "It's too bad we haven't any of their stockings," began Aunt Sally, but she exclaimed the next instant, "Oh, Frank, here's Maria's work-basket, all full of stockings. I know them, those are Don's, there's a pair of Rad's, Molly's, Pettish, Berry's, the dear little kitten. We've got 'em. Mother, let's set the table. That's it, you help him do it, Father. Won't we give 'em a surprise?" It was wonderful how those three did work, and not make any noise about it, and how they did change the looks of that dining room and kitchen before 5 o'clock. Aunt Sally even put on the tea kettle, and made some coffee, and it was evident that for once Santa Claus was disposed to be very much at home. If they had not been drinking their coffee, perhaps they might have heard a voice, not many minutes after 5 o'clock, whispering anxiously to somebody in the back parlour, "I say, there's a light coming through the keyhole. There's a rattle too in there. Burglars? Pooh, no, it's Christmas. Oh, boys, is Santa Claus really in there? Has he got here? Is that you, Pettish? And Molly too? Keep still. I'm just going to open the door a little mite of a crack, but you can all peek in." Aunt Sally's ears must have been good ones, for, carefully as Don opened that door, and faint as was the squeak it made, she sprang suddenly toward it. "Is that you, Maria? Hush! Don't make a sound. Not a loud noise for anything." "We won't, Aunt Sally. Hush!" Even Pettish did just as she was told for once, for she was a little scared when the great blaze of light came shining through the door as Aunt Sally pushed it wide open. It was shut again the moment they were all in the room, and then it was all Aunt Sally and Uncle Frank could do to keep up any kind of silence in that merry assembly. They could not have done it at all if Aunt Sally had not told them all. "It's a great secret. You must help us give Papa and Mamma a big surprise. Now, let's get breakfast for them." "Biddy went away yesterday morning," said Molly, "but I know where the eggs are." Whatever she and Pettish could not find, Don and Rad could, and Aunt Sally was the best kind of a cook. It was nearly 6 o'clock when Mrs. Burnell said to her husband, "I'm glad Berry waked up. She's all dressed now, and I can wrap her up warm." "So am I, my dear. I'll go right down with you. Those poor children, I haven't the heart to look at them. Let's hurry down." So they did, and Berry went down in her mother's arms, but they little dreamed what was coming. A great shout welcomed them as they opened the door of the dining room. "Wish you Merry Christmas!" "Oh, Sally! Frank! I am so glad! But how did you get in?" "Breakfast's ready. Christmas has come." Nobody could have described that next half hour to have saved his life, and Aunt Sally said she had never been so happy in all hers. "Molly," said Pettish, "won't you go upstairs and bring down all our clothes?" "Yes, children," said their mother, "you must get dressed." "Yes, and, mother," said Pettish, "there was only 2 pairs of my stockings in the basket, and they're both full. If Molly'll bring the pair I had on, there's more 'n enough to fill 'em." So there was, for Aunt Sally had not only bought and brought everything Mr. and Mrs. Burnell had written to her about, but she had heaped on a huge assortment of presents on her own account, and Pettish had at least her share, while Uncle Frank had looked out for Molly, and nobody had forgotten Berry or any of the boys. It was quite the usual time when they got ready to eat at last, but there was nothing of what Rad and Pettish called a disappoint in any face at that breakfast table. Santa Claus had come. End of How Santa Claus Came by William O. Stoddard.
A Visit to Santa Claus Land by Georgine Faulkner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jen Broda. A Visit to Santa Claus Land. Once upon a time, there were 2 children, a little boy named Willie and a little girl named Annie. Now, they could hardly wait for Santa Claus to visit them, so every day they would say to their mother, "Oh, Mother, how many days until Christmas? Must we wait a whole month, Mother? 20 days more, 10 days more. Only 5 days more. How slowly the days drag on, Mother." Now, the busy mother felt the time slip by all too rapidly, but the children counted the days on the calendar and grew more and more impatient each day. At last they shouted in glee, "Santa Claus will visit us tonight, and tomorrow is Merry Christmas!" They borrowed the longest, strongest stockings which they could find, and when their mother came to tuck them snugly in bed and to kiss them good night, Willie said, "Do you know, Mother, I'm going to prop my eyelids wide open and watch all night for Santa Claus." "So am I," said Annie, "and when he comes down the chimney, we will ask him where he gets all the toys." "Oh, no, you must go right to sleep, and he will come all the faster," answered the mother, as she turned out the lights and left the nursery. After she had gone downstairs, Willie whispered to Annie, "Say, Annie, are you awake?" "Yes, I am, but I'm getting so sleepy. I wish he would hurry and come right now. Let's sing our Christmas carols for him." And so the 2 children sang all the songs they knew. "My, it does seem so long to wait. I am most asleep," said Willie with a big yawn. "I tell you, we can take turns. You watch for him a while, Annie, and then I shall." After a time, Annie called out, "Willie, I'm so sleepy. It's your turn to watch." But she received no answer. The next thing they knew, Annie and Willie were away up in the North Pole country, with snow and ice around them on all sides, and right in front of them stood a high ice wall. "How I wish we could go through this wall," said Willie, and just as he said this, the ice seemed to open, and there was a great gateway leading into the strangest garden that you ever heard of in all your life. It was a garden all of toys, and Annie and Willie could hardly believe their eyes as they saw the wonders about them. Hanging right over the wall there appeared to be something growing like morning glories. When they looked again, the children saw that they were not morning glories at all, but small, toy talking machines, while on a trumpet vine nearby they saw growing, like flowers, real toy trumpets. Willie picked a trumpet at once and played on it. Toot, 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 toot. "You must not touch the toys, Willie," gasped poor Annie in fright. "We don't know who owns this garden." Just then, the children saw the gardener of this wonderful land of toys. He was the merriest old man, dressed all in red, and his coat and hat were trimmed with ermine. His hair and beard were as white as the snow, and his cheeks were like red rosy apples, while his eyes twinkled like stars. The children knew who this gardener was at once, you may be sure. Why, it was Santa Claus, of course. He was cutting down a crop of whistles with his sickle. He had a large red sack at his side and smaller bags nearby, and he was so happy that he sang as he worked. In my wonderful garden of toys grows a crop for the good girls and boys. Dolls, cannon, and drums, candy cake, sugar plums, all grow in my garden of toys. He was just ready to make up another verse when he spied the two children. "Oh, ho, ho, ho!" he laughed merrily. "How did you two children come here?" "Please, Mr. Santa Claus," said Willie shyly, "we were waiting for you to visit us, and the next thing we knew we were in this garden. We don't know how we came here, but now that we are here, may we not help you to pick some toys?" "Indeed you may," said Santa Claus. "I need two such helpers. I was wondering how I would gather all these toys in time for tomorrow. Willie, will you please go over to the garden bed in the corner and pull up some tops?" "Pull up some tops?" echoed Willie in amazement. But he took a red sack and went to the garden and began to pull up toy tops. There were large tops growing like turnips and little tops growing like beets and radishes. There were all kinds of tops. Some would hum, 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 and make music while Willie pulled them up. Next, Willie climbed a tree and began to pick red marbles growing just like cherries, and he found purple and blue marbles growing on a trellis just like grapes, so he filled many small bags with marbles. He also climbed other trees where he thought he saw apples and oranges growing, but when he came near them, he found different colored balls, so he picked a bag of balls for Santa. "Oh, Santa, may I help too?" asked Annie. "Indeed you may, my child," he answered. "How should you like to pick dollies?" So all this time Annie was busy getting him dollies, and she was very happy. "You dear, dear dollies," Annie said as she hugged each one in turn. "How happy all the little girls will be when they find these dollies Christmas morning." There were large dolls with the cutest bonnets on their heads, growing just like roses, and other dollies with the dearest pointed hats, growing up like tall hollyhocks. And then there were tiny dollies like pansies turning their pretty little faces up toward Annie. Presently, Santa Claus began to water the grass, and suddenly every blade of grass was a tiny tin soldier with his musket erectly held, while soldiers' tents, like mushrooms, sprang up all around. Warships, sailboats, steamboats, motorboats, rowboats, and canoes were all out on a lake nearby, but they could never sink, for the lake was a large looking-glass, and fishes, ducks, and swans were swimming on looking-glass streams. The children rushed from one garden to another and saw so many things to pick that they were kept very busy helping Santa Claus. "Oh, see those pumpkins and squashes over there on those vines!" exclaimed Willie. But when he went to pick them, he found drums, large and small, and footballs and basketballs lying on the ground like melons and pumpkins turned brown. "Wee, isn't this jolly? See those funny brown leaves blowing in the wind?" called Annie. "They're all sizes and shapes." When the children came near to pick them, they found no leaves at all, but brown teddy bears with their arms and feet outstretched. The children hugged them in their arms, and the teddy bears gave little squeaks of glee, for they were so glad to be gathered in with this harvest of toys. Suddenly, overhead, the children heard a whirring noise, and when they looked up, it seemed as if great swarms of dragonflies and butterflies were hovering over them. "Ha ha ha," laughed Santa Claus as he watched the surprised children. "Those are new toys. They only lately have come to my land, but here, take these butterfly nets and try to catch a few of them." And when Annie and Willie brought these toys down a little nearer, they saw that they were not dragonflies or butterflies, but toy airships. Tiny toy trains went gliding over steel rails, across switches, under tunnels, over bridges, and stopped at stations, quite like really truly trains. "How should you like to see my farm?" asked Santa Claus. And the next thing Annie and Willie knew, they were in a Toyland farmyard. Houses, fences, and barns with stalls for horses and cows, and everything as complete as a real farm. Horses rocked to and fro, or rolled about on wheels. Toy lambs, so woolly and white, said ba, 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 when their heads were turned to one side. There was also a menagerie of wild animals nearby. Elephants and tigers, lions and monkeys, more animals than you can tell about, were there, and they looked so real that at first Annie felt like running to hide behind Santa Claus. Then Santa Claus led them through toy villages, and they really felt like giants when they looked down on all the dolls' houses and different stores, toy theaters, toy post offices, toy grocery stores, meat markets, and in all those stores were dolls for clerks and dolls for customers. Then Santa Claus took them far away from the villages, out through the orchard where the sugar plum trees were growing, and after they had filled many bags with candy, he led them out to the Christmas tree forest. Here they found Christmas trees growing with gold and silver tinsel and hung with glass balls and chains, while tiny colored lights were twinkling through the branches. Santa Claus had to gather these trees and pack them with great care. The next thing the children knew, Santa Claus had taken them right into his home. There they saw a dear old lady with snow-white hair who was sewing on some dolls' clothes. She was dressing some of the dollies that had sprung up without any clothes. It was Mrs. Santa Claus, of course, and as she hugged and kissed the children, she said to Santa Claus, "These dears, where did you find them?" "Out in the garden," answered Santa Claus. "I don't know how they came here, but they are excellent helpers. They have been helping me to gather my toys. I shall soon be ready now, after I do a little more work in my shop. You know, my dear, I must first test my winding toys, for that clockwork machinery does break so easily." As he talked, Santa Claus took off his cap and coat, rolled up his sleeves, and went right to work. He wound and tested each toy, and Willie helped him by handing him the keys for each one. There was a honk, 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 a toot, 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 a chug, 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 and a clang, 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 as automobiles, boats, engines, fire engines, and all kinds of mechanical toys went running about the shop like mad. Next, Santa was working with his saw and plane, his hammer and nails, and with a rap and a tap he finished the roof of a doll's house. Mrs. Santa had dressed all the dolls and finished the dolls' houses. "What a cute little kitchen!" exclaimed Annie. "Oh, Willie, do you see this dining room and the cunning parlor and this little bedroom? How I should love to play dolls in this house." Then Annie turned to Mrs. Santa Claus and said, "May I not help you? I could thread your needles or help in some way." "Why, so you may, my dear," answered Mrs. Santa Claus. "My eyes are getting old, and if you will thread my needles it will be a great help." So Annie threaded needles and helped Mrs. Santa Claus to dress the last dolls and then to pack all the clothes in a new doll's trunk. Santa Claus sat at his desk and finished writing a story and drawing the last pictures when suddenly the clock struck ding, dong, ding. 12 times it struck, and Mrs. Santa Claus said, "It is time you were up and away, sir." She helped Santa Claus into his big cloak, and he pulled on his high boots and his warm gloves and pulled his cap down over his ears. Just then the reindeer were heard prancing and pawing outside, impatient to be off and away. Santa Claus bundled his big pack of toys into his sleigh and put in all his Christmas trees. He kissed Mrs. Santa on both cheeks, and with a big smack on the lips called out, "Goodbye, Mother," and picking up Annie and Willie as if they were live dolls, tucked one under each arm and dashed out to the magic sleigh. They seemed fairly to fly through the air, and the moon and the stars seemed to dance in the sky as they went on faster and faster. Then they came down nearer and nearer to earth, where the lights in the great city gleamed like fireflies far below. The next thing Annie and Willie knew, they were on the roof of their own home. The next thing they knew, they were down the chimney, and there they were right in their own little beds. The sunlight was streaming into their eyes, and their mother was calling, Merry Christmas, little sleepy heads." "Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas!" they both shouted as they bounced out of bed and rushed for their stockings, which were fairly bulging with toys. And Annie was soon hugging and kissing a new dolly, while Willie was blowing a new trumpet. In the other rooms stood a large Christmas tree, which had come from the Christmas tree forest. "Oh, we know where these toys came from," said Willie. "They came from the Garden of Toys, for we visited Santa Claus Land last night." Now, tonight when you go to bed, close your eyes tightly and go to sleep, and I'm sure you too can pay a visit to Santa Claus Land. Merry Christmas. End of A Visit to Santa Claus Land by Georgine Faulkner. Recording by Jen Broda.
Second Landing by Floyd Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Marshall, Virginia, USA. Earth was so far away that it wasn't visible. Even the sun was only a twinkle. But this vast distance did not mean that isolation could endure forever. Instruments within the ship intercepted radio broadcasts, and, within the hour, early TV signals. Machines compiled dictionaries and grammars, and began translating the major languages. The history of the planet was tabulated as facts became available. The course of the ship changed slightly. It was not much out of the way to swing nearer Earth. For days, the two within the ship listened and watched with little comment. They had to decide soon. "We've got to make or break," said the first alien. "You know what I'm in favor of," said the second. "I can guess," said Ethaniel, who had spoken first. "The place is a complete mess. They've never done anything except fight each other and invent better weapons." "It's not what they've done," said Baal, the second alien. "It's what they're going to do with that big bomb." "The more reason for stopping," said Ethaniel. "The big bomb can destroy them. Without our help, they may do just that." "I may remind you that in 2 months, 29 days, we're due in Willafors," said Baal. "Without looking at the charts, I can tell you we still have more than 100 light years to go." "A week," said Ethaniel. "We can spare a week and still get there on time." "A week?" said Baal. "To settle their problems. They've had 2 world wars in 1 generation, and that the 3rd and final one is coming up, you can't help feeling in everything they do." "It won't take much," said Ethaniel. "The wrong diplomatic move or a trigger-happy soldier could set it off. And it wouldn't have to be deliberate. A meteor shower could pass over, and their clumsy instruments could interpret it as an all-out enemy attack." "Too bad," said Baal. "We'll just have to forget there ever was such a planet as Earth." "Could you? Forget so many people?" "I'm doing it," said Baal. "Just give them a little time, and they won't be here to remind me that I have a conscience." "My memory isn't convenient," said Nathaniel. I ask you to look at them. Ball rustled, flicking the screen intently. Very much like ourselves, he said at last. A bit shorter, perhaps, and most certainly incomplete. Except for the one thing they lack, and that's quite odd. They seem exactly like us. Is that what you wanted me to say? It is. The fact that they are an incomplete version of ourselves touches me. They actually seem defenseless, though I suppose they're not. Tough, said Ball. Nothing we can do about it. There is. We can give them a week. In a week we can't negate their entire history. We can't begin to undo the effect of the big bomb. You can't tell, said Nathaniel. We can look things over. And then what? How much authority do we have? Very little, conceded Nathaniel. 2 minor officials on the way to Willifors, and we run directly into a problem no one knew existed. And when we get to Willifors, we'll be busy. It will be a long time before anyone comes this way again. A very long time. There's nothing in this region of space our people want, said Nathaniel. And how long can Earth last? 10 years? Even 10 months? The tension is building by the hour. What can I say? Said Ball. I suppose we can stop and look them over. We're not committing ourselves by looking. They went much closer to Earth, not intending to commit themselves. For a day they circled the planet, avoiding radar detection, which for them was not difficult, testing and sampling. Finally, Nathaniel looked up from the monitor screen. Any conclusions? What's there to think? It's worse than I imagined. In what way? Well, we knew they had the big bomb. Atmospheric analysis showed that as far away as we were. I know. We also knew they could deliver the big bomb, presumably by some sort of aircraft. That was almost a certainty. They'd have no use for the big bomb without aircraft. What's worse is that I now find they have missiles, range 1,000 miles and upward. They either have or are near a primitive form of space travel. Bad, said Nathaniel, sitting there, wondering when it's going to hit them. Nervousness could set it off. It could, and the missiles make it worse, said Ball. What did you find out at your end? Nothing worthwhile. I was looking at the people while you were investigating their weapons. You must think something. I wish I knew what to think. There's so little time, Nathaniel said. Language isn't the difficulty. Our machines translate their languages easily, and I've taken a cram course in 2 or 3 of them. But that's not enough. Looking at a few plays, listening to advertisements, music, and news bulletins, I should go down and live among them, read books, talk to scholars, work with them, play. You could do that, and you'd really get to know them. But that takes time, and we don't have it. I realize that. A flat yes or no, said Ball. No. We can't help them, said Nathaniel. There's nothing we can do for them. But we have to try. Sure, I knew it before we started, said Ball. It's happened before. We take the trouble to find out what a people are like, and when we can't help them, we feel bad. It's going to be that way again. He rose and stretched. Well, give me an hour to think of some way of going at it. It was longer than that before they met again. In the meantime, the ship moved much closer to Earth. They no longer needed instruments to see it. The planet revolved outside the vision ports. The southern plains were green, coursed with rivers. The oceans were blue, and much of the northern hemisphere was glistening white. Ragged clouds covered the pole, and a dirty pall spread over the mid-regions of the north. I haven't thought of anything brilliant, said Nathaniel. Nor I, said Ball. We're going to have to go down there cold. And it will be cold. Yes, it's their winter. I did have an idea, said Ball. What about going down as supernatural beings? Hardly, said Nathaniel. 100 years ago it might have worked. Today they have satellites. They are not primitives. I suppose you're right, said Baal. I did think we ought to take advantage of our physical differences. If we could, I'd be all for it. But these people are rough and desperate. They wouldn't be fooled by anything that crude. Well, you're calling it, said Baal. All right, said Nathaniel. You take one side and I the other. We'll tell them bluntly what they'll have to do if they're going to survive, how they can keep their planet in one piece so they can live on it. That'll go over big. Advice is always popular. Can't help it. That's all we have time for. Special instructions? None. We leave the ship here and go down in separate landing craft. You can talk with me any time you want to through our communications, but don't unless you have to. They can't intercept the beams we use. They can't, and even if they did, they wouldn't know what to do with our language. I want them to think that we don't need to talk things over. I get it. It makes us seem better than we are. They think we know exactly what we're doing, even though we don't. If we're lucky, they'll think that. Baal looked out of the port at the planet below. It's going to be cold where I'm going. You too. Sure we don't want to change our plans and land in the southern hemisphere? It's summer there. I'm afraid not. The great powers are in the north. They're the ones we have to reach to do the job. Yeah, but I was thinking of that holiday you mentioned. We'll be running straight into it. That won't help us any. I know. They don't like their holidays interrupted. It can't be helped. We can't wait until it's over. I'm aware of that, said Baal. Fill me in on that holiday. Anything I ought to know? Probably religious in origin. That so? It was religious a long time ago, said Nathaniel. I didn't learn anything exact from radio and TV. Now it seems to be chiefly a time for eating, office parties, and selling merchandise. I see. It has become a business holiday. That's a good description. I didn't get as much of it as I ought to have. I was busy studying the people, and they're hard to pin down. I see. I was thinking there might be some way we could tie ourselves in with this holiday. Make it work for us. If there is, I haven't thought of it. You ought to know. You're running this one. Baal looked down at the planet. Clouds were beginning to form at the twilight edge. I hate to go down and leave the ship up here with no one in it. They can't touch it. No matter how they develop in the next 100 years, they still won't be able to get in or damage it in any way. It's myself I'm thinking about, down there, alone. I'll be with you, on the other side of the earth. That's not very close. I'd like it better if there were someone in the ship to bring it down in a hurry if things get rough. They don't think much of each other. I don't imagine they'll like aliens any better. They may be unfriendly, Nathaniel acknowledged. Now he switched a monitor screen until he looked at the slope of a mountain. It was snowing and men were cutting small green trees in the snow. I've thought of a trick. If it saves my neck, I'm for it. I don't guarantee anything, said Nathaniel. This is what I was thinking of. Instead of hiding the ship against the sun where there's little chance it will be seen, we'll make sure that they do see it. Let's take it around to the night side of the planet and light it up. Say, pretty good, said Baal. They can't imagine that we'd light up an unmanned ship, said Nathaniel. Even if the thought should occur to them, they'll have no way of checking it. Also, they won't be eager to harm us with our ship shining down on them. That's thinking, said Baal, moving to the controls. I'll move the ship over where they can see it best, and then I'll light it up. I'll really light it up. Don't spare power. Don't worry about that. They'll see it. Everybody on Earth will see it. Later, with the ship in position, glowing against the darkness of space, pulsating with light, Baal said, You know, I feel better about this. We may pull it off. Lighting the ship may be just the help we need. It's not we who need help, but the people of Earth, said Nathaniel. See you in 5 days. With that, he entered a small landing craft, which left a faintly luminescent trail as it plunged toward Earth. As soon as it was safe to do so, Ball left in another craft, heading for the other side of the planet. And the spaceship circled Earth, unmanned, blazing and pulsing with light. No star in the winter skies of the planet below could equal it in brilliancy. Once a man-made satellite came near, but it was dim and was lost sight of by the people below. During the day, the ship was visible as a bright spot of light. At evening, it seemed to burn through the sunset colors. And the ship circled on, bright, shining, seeming to be a little piece clipped from the center of a star and brought near Earth to illuminate it. Never, or seldom, had Earth seen anything like it. In 5 days, the 2 small landing craft that had left it arched up from Earth and joined the orbit of the large ship. The 2 small craft slid inside the large one, and doors closed behind them. In a short time, the aliens met again. "We did it," said Ball exultantly as he came in. "I don't know how we did it, and I thought we were going to fail, but at the last minute they came through." Nathaniel smiled. "I'm tired," he said, rustling. "Me too, but mostly I'm cold," said Ball, shivering. "Snow. Nothing but snow wherever I went. Miserable climate. And yet, you had me go out walking after that first day." "From my own experience, it seemed to be a good idea," said Nathaniel. "If I went out walking one day, I noticed that the next day the officials were much more cooperative. If it worked for me, I thought it might help you." "It did. I don't know why, but it did," said Ball. "Anyway, this agreement they made isn't the best, but I think it will keep them from destroying themselves." "It's as much as we can expect," said Nathaniel. "They may have small wars after this, but never the big one. In 50 or 100 years, we can come back and see how much they've learned." "I'm not sure I want to," said Ball. "Say, what's an angel?" "Why?" "When I went out walking, people stopped to look. Some knelt in the snow and called me an angel." "Something like that happened to me," said Nathaniel. "I didn't get it, but I didn't let it upset me," said Ball. "I smiled at them and went about my business." He shivered again. "It was always cold. I walked out, but sometimes I flew back. I hope that was all right." In the cabin, Ball spread his great wings. Renaissance painters had never seen his like, but knew exactly how he looked. In their paintings, they had pictured him innumerable times. "I don't think it hurt us that you flew," said Nathaniel. "I did so myself occasionally." "But you don't know what an angel is?" "No, I didn't have time to find out. Some creature of their folklore, I suppose. You know, except for our wings, they're very much like ourselves. Their legends are bound to resemble ours." "Sure," said Ball. "Anyway, peace on Earth." The End. End of Second Landing by Floyd Wallace.
A Snowbound Christmas by Frances Cole Burr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Snowbound Christmas. Most of the occupants of the small room sat gazing out of the windows into the snow-filled air. There were windows enough to go around, though the room was long and narrow and contained 6 or 8 persons. All day they had spent together in this one room, each sitting quietly in his place. There had been but little conversation. The tall, dark man with the white mustache and tired face had slept much, with his head resting on his folded overcoat. A boy opposite, who showed sullen anger and defiance in every line of his young face, had watched him and wondered how a man could sleep in the daytime. The boy did not know that those long, nervous, white hands, wielding a surgeon's knife, had saved a life the day before, and the tired eyes had watched for many hours following. An earnest, bright-faced young girl nearby had observed him too while he slept, as she eyed all her neighbors with keen interest. There was the old lady in the corner, a man with sample cases piled at his side, the shabby little woman holding a big baby, and a middle-aged man with stolid, joyless countenance who had read 3 newspapers through from beginning to end without a change of expression, and since then had sat staring straight before him. The girl in her active mind had tried to combine these various personages into a story, but she gave it up with a little sigh for their commonplaceness. An ill-assorted company it was. Surely they would have chosen to spend the day before Christmas together for no other reason than, as it happened, they all wished to travel over this branch road, which ran between the northern line from Little Falls and the Grand Central. The day was nearly over, and the journey should have been, but the snow, which had been falling steadily since morning, grew heavier. The speed of the train perceptibly decreased, and the engine groaned and labored. The engineer watched apprehensively as they drew near a certain cut, narrow and deep, through the hills. It was drifted high, and meeting that soft, still, resistless opposition, the great engine slowed and stopped. The drifting snow hid the familiar landmarks, and so it happened that, just as the passengers were anxiously questioning one another as to the cause of the stop in that lonely place, Jim Case, the fireman, swinging himself off the engine, slipped over a culvert, and in the fall, of only a few feet, broke his arm with startling ease and completeness. He was lifted back, white and fainting, and when the brisk conductor hurried into the passenger coach, he responded to the anxious queries with a brief, "Snowed up," and then, addressing the dark man, he said, "I don't suppose you're a doctor, are you?" "Yes," said the man with an inquiring glance. "Does someone need me?" The conductor looked relieved. "Now ain't that the luck," said he. "Surgeon too, I guess?" The doctor nodded assent. In a few words the conductor told of the accident, amid exclamations of mingled sympathy and dismay from the listeners, and as the doctor picked up his small black bag and followed him into the forward car, the conductor continued, "Not many of you travel on this road, but I thought that was your trade when I took your ticket. I gave a job to a surgeon once when I was hurt in a wreck. That was a good while ago, but I have never forgot the look or the feel of his hand. So steady and strong and white," he added with an apologetic smile. "Here we are, Jim," he called out cheerfully. "Here's the doctor and the head nurse. You just break your bones and we will do the rest, you know." The fireman lay stretched upon the floor, his head resting languidly on a pile of waste, and a pretty 5-year-old boy, sobbing with fright, was kneeling close beside him. "Who is this little fellow?" asked Dr. Carleton, after the examination was over and he was skillfully bandaging the injured arm. "He's mine, poor little chap," said the fireman, with a tender glance, though his lips were white with pain. The boy, who was a sturdy little fellow just out of dresses, stopped his sobs when he heard his father's voice, and looking up at the doctor, asked, "Now will we go to Grandma's and have a Christmas?" The man winced again and closed his eyes, and the conductor explained in a kindly aside, "Little chap's mother is dead. Just buried her a week ago. She had him filled up choke-full of Christmas, and seems as if he couldn't give it up. They're going on to Jim's mother's. She's going to take care of Jamie, and I guess the old lady had promised to have a tree." Jamie was listening eagerly, and broke in, forgetting his shyness. "Yes, a Christmas tree and candles, for Grandma said so." "Seems as if that's all he thinks of," said the fireman. "His poor mother, she—" and he stopped and closed his eyes again. "Shall we go now?" insisted Jamie. "You said we'd get there the night before Christmas." "Now, young fellow," broke in the conductor, "you know this is road luck. You're a railroad man and must learn to keep a stiff upper lip when things go wrong. Brace up and let that tree wait a day or so." But Jamie's sobs broke out afresh. Fireman Jim's head turned languidly away. "I should think some of those women might know what to do for the boy," said the conductor. The doctor nodded. "Take him away and have him amused if you can," said he. "He troubles his father. He ought to have something to eat." The doctor hesitated and then added, "Though I suppose it does no good to say so. Have you anything, any way of making a cup of tea? Or any beef extract? Do you go prepared for these emergencies?" The conductor shook his head. "I'm afraid not," said he, "unless some of the passengers might have something left from lunch. We were due in at 5:30, you know, and we get our supper in town." "Well, you might inquire," said the doctor. "He would feel better after having a bit of something." So the conductor, carrying the crying Jamie, went back to the passenger car. He found the young girl the center of what seemed almost a social circle. The good-natured baby, who had been drowsily nodding, was sound asleep in one of the farthest seats, as content as a veteran traveler in a Pullman stateroom, while his mother sat shyly on the outskirts of the little company. The traveling man's sample cases, covered with a napkin, formed an improvised table, and upon this the stock of eatables was being spread. "Well, anyhow, we shan't be starved," the old lady said. "That there basket," pointing to a huge covered wicker, "is full of fixin's I was taking to John's folks. I expect it won't seem so like Christmas to the children if they don't have them leaf cookies and the gingerbread animals, and they are good, if I do say it that oughtn't, but I'm sure I never thought when I was baking 'em that they would save our lives." "We'll hope they need not do quite so much for us," laughed the pretty girl, whose name on the one modest trunk in the rear car was D.M. Marsh. "But we'll not touch the children's cookies unless we are starved into such robbery. How glad I am my Aunt Mary made me take this great box of luncheon. I hardly made an impression on it this noon." And she brought out an unopened jar of pressed chicken. "This will be our Christmas turkey," she announced. "Isn't there some way of melting that down into soup?" asked the conductor, who came in at just this point. "How is the injured man?" inquired the commercial traveler, while the old lady held out her motherly arms for Jamie as she said, "You poor lamb, is it his pa that's killed?" "He's all right," said Conductor Brooks, "only his arm is broken, and he's knocked out and faint. The doctor was asking for some soup or something to brace him a little. If that was chicken broth now, it would just fit." "Why, we can make broth in just a few minutes," said Miss Marsh, and in a moment she had brought from her trunk a pretty chafing dish and lighted it, the old lady nodding approval. "Alcohol, too," the girl said, laughing, "left over from the last oyster spread at college." The lamp was quickly adjusted, and into the bright pan went part of the jellied chicken. "It's a privilege nowadays to see a young girl know something about cooking," said the old lady, while the stolid-faced man silently proffered a match, and Jamie stopped crying to taste the broth when an appetizing odor began to diffuse through the car. During all that had passed, the boy had hardly left his dark corner. He did not wish to talk. It was nobody's business where he was going, and someone would be sure to ask. But he looked on, and thought how bright and quick and pleasant the girl was. When the broth was sent to Jim, and the doctor returned, the remainder of Aunt Mary's bread and butter and pickles was spread, with various additions from the others' lunch baskets. Part was reserved for breakfast, and the little group whose common misfortune had thawed all reserve supped together merrily, if not bountifully. The boy declined all but a single sandwich. He was hungry, but the angry, defiant pride which had hardened his face all day melted somewhat, and he felt less like eating. "And tomorrow is Christmas," said the traveling man, whose name was Osgood. "I've worked like two men to get through so as to have that day at home with the wife and babies, and it is hard to be stalled up so near. And there's my son John and Millie and the children. I haven't missed a Christmas with them since John was married. They all come to me Thanksgiving," said the old lady. "But we're all alive, and that's a great mercy." "Never mind," said Miss Marsh. "We'll have the evening at home, but I wish I hadn't stayed with Aunt Mary until the last moment." "I want a Christmas," sobbed Jamie, his ready tears bursting forth again. "Mamma said I should have a Christmas. and Grandma's got a tree, and I want a Christmas." Again the big conductor told the sad little story of the dead mother who had promised a happy day to her boy, and Miss Marsh looked steadily out of the car window a half-minute, while her eye brightened and a resolve formed. "Jamie boy," said Miss Marsh, "you shall have your Christmas. It's Christmas here, just the same as all over the world, and you shall have a real one." He looked up in joyful trust. "And a tree?" "Yes, dear, a real tree," said the girl. The others listened in astonishment. The old lady opened her lips to remonstrate, but shut them again. The traveling man whistled softly and skeptically, and the doctor looked on amused. Only Jamie and the boy gazed at her with implicit confidence. "When shall I have it?" asked Jamie. "Tomorrow, Christmas morning," said the girl brightly. "Now go to your papa and go right to sleep, and in the morning you'll see." With tears undried, but with a face beaming with happiness, Jamie let himself be carried away to his makeshift bed by his father's side. "And a tree," he said, as the sleepy eyes closed, "and candles and—" "Well," said Mr. Osgood, with a quizzical smile of doubt. But before Miss Marsh could reply, the boy said briefly, "I'll get it. I saw him before it got dark." He was already buttoning his coat, and seizing the red-handled axe that hung near the stove, he bravely leaped out into the drifts. "Those little evergreens, you know," said Miss Marsh. "They're just a few feet away. He can see them by the light from the windows, I think. And we can make it pretty somehow," she continued eagerly. "Jamie's such a little lad, and Christmas means so much to him." Mr. Osgood nodded. "But what's a going to be on the tree?" asked the practical old lady. "It's all foolishness going to so much trouble for that one child, and we at trembling, you might say, between life and death. But I declare for it, I hate to have the day go by and do nothing. And even if we're rescued tomorrow, as that conductor says he thinks probable, which I don't more'n half believe, what with getting home, and the explaining when you do get there, which please mercy we may, why, the day's as good as gone. And anyhow, I've got a pair of red knit mittens for John's Alexander, and I'm going to give 'em to that poor motherless lamb, and you can hang 'em on the tree for one thing, Miss Marsh." "Splendid," said Miss Marsh. "And I have a red skating cap in my satchel. I believe it will just fit him." "Is he too small for a knife?" asked Mr. Osgood. "Let's see, about 5, isn't he? My wife makes 6, the knife line. I guess I'd better not." And he returned it to his pocket. "Oh, hold on," said he with sudden inspiration. "I've got some illustrated catalogues here that could pass for picture books. Yes, and cards, too, our new ones." And diving into his cases, he brought out a pile of brilliant pictures. "Will Miss SantaClaus accept this?" asked Dr. Carleton, offering a pocket microscope. Just then the door opened, and the boy came in, dragging triumphantly a small evergreen. Everyone laughed excitedly, and it did begin to seem something like, as the old lady said. Then how they worked. The tree was braced firmly at the end of the aisle, the lumps of ice and snow shaken off, and a more durable quality of soft cotton flakes from Dr. Carleton's surgical stores added. Leaf cookies and astonishing gingerbread animals dangled from the branches, and Alexander's red mittens waved in welcome. Even the man of the immovable visage helped, with something like a softening of his hard features, and when he fastened to the branch a red blank book and pocket pencil, there was an outburst of laughing applause. Meanwhile, Dr. Carleton talked quietly with the shabby little woman. He had asked about the baby's teething, and she unconsciously gave him much of her simple story. Her husband had lost his place in the little town where they had lived. He had found work in the city, and she was going to meet him. They had no folks. She worked in a factory before she was married. No, the baby hadn't cut any teeth yet. She hoped he wouldn't fuss or be sick about it when the teeth came. She didn't know much about babies. The doctor listened with sympathy, and a little later, wrapping a bright gold piece in a bit of paper, he marked it, "For baby Burns to cut his teeth on," and it was added to the tree. The boy looked on with a dull ache in his throat. He hoped it was not going to be sore. How sick he had been with those bad throats, and how good Mother always was. Mother was filling the children's stockings at home now. She always managed to have something for them somehow. Poor Mother, she would have it all to bear alone now. How could he leave her? Why didn't he think of her part? "But I won't go back," he said to himself. "I can't go back now. I'll come back home, rich, some day, and give Mother everything she wants. But I won't sneak back now." Then he didn't care to think any more. "I can make a top," he whispered to Miss Marsh, "if I have a piece of wood. Shall I?" "He would like that best of all, I know," said Miss Marsh heartily. Then she added aloud, "Now we must have a star for the top. What can we do about it?" "Well, I guess it's good enough," said the old lady. "I guess he won't miss a star." But the girl looked from one to another in a perplexed appeal. "Why must there be a star?" asked the boy shyly. Miss Marsh hesitated a moment. She did not know much about boys, this brotherless college girl, but she said, almost as shyly as he, "Don't you think the Christmas star is the most beautiful thing in the world? You know, the Christ child was born beneath a star, and I think it meant, for one thing, that for every new life there is a star set in heaven that will light that life all the way, if once we catch a glimpse of it and know it is there for us." The boy listened breathless. He could not have told just what the girl's words meant, but the moral courage that all that day had been struggling to live took new strength and began to shape itself into a resolution. They stood looking at each other, when the traveling man, who was down again in his cases, emerged in triumph waving some tin-foil. "Cut out the star from that pasteboard box," he cried, "and here's the glory for it. We can't stop short of perfection in this tree." "Well, I'm blessed," said Conductor Brooks, staring at the sight when he came in a little later. "Where do you folks think you are, at a Sunday school festival?" "Never you mind where we be," said the old lady. Her bonnet was awry and her spectacles on her forehead. "You just help heist up that star, and then we're all done." Christmas morning, Jamie woke up round-eyed and expectant. "I want my tree," he said, "and I want my breakfast." And as the waiting holiday-makers were as impatient as he, the breakfast was hurried through, and then they all filed in, Jamie in Conductor Brooks's arms, his father, who was doing bravely, coming behind, followed by the engineer. Jamie gazed at the tree as if dazed by his surprise, but after the first moment, a smile of radiant, ecstatic joy spread over the round baby face. Not a word or sound, only that beaming, blissful smile. It was irresistible. And with shouts of laughter the tree was despoiled of its offerings, and Jamie's cup of happiness was full. In the midst of the merriment, Miss Marsh glanced at the boy. He was gazing at the star with a curious expression, and she thought of their words the night before. In her bodice was thrust a pin whose head was a tiny golden star, the badge of her class society. She drew it out, and pressing it into one of the leaf cookies which were being passed about, she handed it to him with a whispered, "Merry Christmas." He saw it, and there was a quick rush of color to his face, and tears to his eyes, and that little star weighed down the balance of decision on the right side and made a man of him, but the girl never knew. When the laughing talk had quieted a little, Jamie turned confidently to Miss Marsh. "Now the story," he said. "What story, laddie?" she asked. "The Christmas story. Mamma said there was a Christmas story, and she saved it up for Christmas Day. It is the nicest story I ever heard, Mamma said." Everyone was still for a moment. Poor Jim turned away. She would have made a good man of him, was the thought in his heart. The girl felt her own heart beat quickly. Could she, before all these strange people? What would they think? No, she couldn't. She would have a chance to talk to Jamie alone before the day was over. That would be much better. But the childish eyes were gazing expectantly into hers, and with a swift thought of the dead mother, she lifted the little boy gently to her knee, and with softly flushing cheeks and a voice that trembled a little, she began, "Long ago, in a beautiful country over the sea, there were shepherds in the fields, keeping watch over their flocks by night." The sweet voice grew stronger as the simple words of the wonderful story held the listeners in solemn silence. The little woman's tears dropped on her baby's head as she heard of the mother for whom there was no room in the inn, and a vague, trembling prayer went up from her burdened heart to the Christ who was a child. The boy's eyes shone with a new light as he thought of the star set in heaven for the Christ who was a boy, and with a thrill of newly awakened love and appreciation, he placed his own weary, hard-worked mother on her throne in her boy's heart. There were eloquent sermons preached in the churches that Christmas day, and wonderful music was sung. But as truly as in his visible temples, Christ was preached and worshipped about that little tree whose balsam breath went up as frankincense and myrrh. A little later in the day, after the relief had come and the train pulled into the city station, the Christmas party stopped a moment for the last handshakings and farewells. 24 hours before, they would have parted with scarcely a glance at one another. Now they seemed old friends. The busy doctor hurried away first, followed by a long, grateful look from the baby's mother. "I'll never forget it of him," she thought. The boy took a step toward Miss Marsh. One of her hands was tight in Jamie's chubby clasp, the other was held in the old lady's. He looked a moment, then turned with a resolute face and walked to the ticket office. "Give me a ticket on the first train that goes back to Little Falls," he said. End of A Snowbound Christmas by Frances Cole Burr. Recording by Maria Casper.
Sidney Martin's Christmas by Pansy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. It Makes No Difference What I Do. "Ho hum," he said as he looked drearily out of the window. "If a fellow could only be at home today. What is the use of having Christmas come if a body has nowhere to go and nothing to do, and nobody cares what he does? It makes no difference where I go or what I do. I'd just as lief be at the store as anywhere." It was dreary for a boy of 14, only 20 miles from a nice country home. But it was a poor home, no money to spare for holiday visits, so the boy who was received as clerk into the large store on the corner, the largest in town, because the merchant and his father had been friends in their long-ago boyhood, was trying to be a brave boy and spend his holiday alone. But it was dull work. It was so new and sad a thing to feel that it made no difference to anyone what he did. The town clock struck 9. "Only 9 o'clock," Sidney said, and he thought that he did not know what to do with the day. He went out, however, and began to take an aimless walk up the street. Nearly opposite Judge Porter's handsome home, that large house, built in foreign style and the pride of the town for that and other reasons, he stopped suddenly and listened. Music, clear and sweet, it rose on the air. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill to men. Sidney went on around the corner with a curious face. Who would be outdoors singing on Christmas morning? The minute he got a view of the side gateway, the riddle was plain. "Ho!" he said, and then he laughed. "I do say, if them Shemways haven't come out in full force, exactly as they used to do in Germany. And there they are singing the Christmas carol. I wonder if they think they will get Christmas greeting as they said the children did in the old country. What a droll-looking set they are. The carol is real pretty, though. This he added as the sweet chords began again, Glory to God in... Just at that very point they stopped every voice, and little Gretchen, the youngest of the group, gave a little squeal that did not belong to the carol. It was plain that something had frightened them. Sidney crossed over to them. Just inside of the gate had appeared old Bose, the great house dog, and he was not a lover of their music, to judge by the low growls with which he greeted it. "Don't be afraid," said Sidney, coming promptly into view. "I know old Bose, and he knows me. He is an ill-mannered scamp, but he won't hurt you so long as I am around. You sing away, and I will stand guard." And sing they did, like larks, and earned a penny all around, and plenty of little cakes. The Porters had spent a winter in Germany. They knew how to treat the little singers. Sidney, not being so well wrapped as the singers, shivered a little as he walked away. His promise fulfilled, he had to be content with a hearty "thank you" given in broken English, and a grateful smile in little Gretchen's eyes. Chapter 2. I was walking down by the pond. The Christmas carol had taken up quite a little of the morning. Sidney felt glad of that. The faster the morning went, the better. He put his hands in his pockets and whistled to keep himself company, and tramped cheerily on. Just where he was going he did not know, and it made no difference where he went, you will remember. He met a great many people whom he knew, and a great many that he didn't know, but none of them had anything to do with him. Just across the town bridge there was a boy, and though Sidney knew no more about him than that he was Dr. Eldred's son and went to the academy and sat across the room from him at Sunday school, he seemed like a friend to the lonely fellow, and he stopped to look at him and wonder how it would seem if they were good friends. Young Eldred was in some perplexity. He had his sled, and stood holding the rope, while Miss Etta Eldred, curled nicely on the seat, wrapped in furs, appeared to be waiting for some decision. "I suppose I have just got to go home first," the boy was saying in disappointed tones, as Sidney crossed over for a nearer look at one who had a sister nearby to enjoy. "How are you?" Eldred said cordially to Sidney. He was not a proud boy, though he had a good deal to be proud of. "Are you going down to see the skating? There's to be a great time. 2 fellows are going to have a trial of speed, and the one who gets beaten is to give an oyster supper to us fellows in the evening." "I hadn't heard of it," said Sidney with interest. "When is it to be?" "Why, it was to be at 12 o'clock, but I hear, since I came out, that the time is changed to 11. It will be long after that before I can get there, for it is 10 now, and I've got to go all the way home with Etta. She sprained her foot, you see, and Mother is not willing to have her walk." "I'll draw her home if she will let me." Sidney said this as heartily as though it would be a great favor. Young Eldred caught the words joyfully. "Why, will you? That is real kind of you. Etta, you wouldn't mind for this once, would you?" And Etta shook the feather in her cap and said decidedly, "Oh, no, not at all, if he would just as soon." "But you will miss the race yourself. You know it is a long walk down home." This was Eldred's afterthought. "Oh, I shouldn't mind that," Sidney said. He had not known a thing about it, so he wouldn't really be missing it. And so it came to pass that he shouldered the satchel of books that were being taken from the academy for the vacation, and had just been gone after, and taking the reins in his own hands, waited only to see the doctor's son join a party of boys who were waiting for him, and then he and Etta started. A full mile over the crispy snow with a merry young girl who occasionally came to the store to buy bright ribbons and was always kind and pleasant. This was a nicer Christmas than he had imagined, and so he told himself with a pleased face as he walked back the long mile alone, having taken his charge to the very door, delivered the books to her care, and himself put away the sled in the carriage house. Etta had thanked him heartily, and given him a pocketful of splendid apples besides. And better than all the rest, the morning was quite gone, actually nearly 12 o'clock. This he said aloud in glee as he came to the main street once more, and caught sight of the moon-faced clock keeping guard in the church steeple. Chapter 3. I was at Mr. Seymour's. He had just one thing to do that day that had a little touch of business about it, and all the dignity of an appointment. That was to take a smooth and beautifully polished wooden top that he had made down to Mr. Chester Seymour's on Seymour Avenue, and be there at 1 o'clock precisely. There was to be a simple little Christmas tree shown off at that house at that hour. The tree was for the benefit of Mr. Seymour's half-dozen little nephews and nieces, who were clustered around him, and the little lame boy who lived with them was to be counted in. This lame boy was a pet of Sidney's. He looked like a certain little boy at home who slept with Sidney when he was there, and whose company was sorely missed. The top had been made for him in spare moments, and since the thought came to Sidney, the moments had been so spare that he had walked around to Mr. Seymour's the night before to ask if the top came at 9 o'clock the next morning, would it be in time for the tree. Then and there Mr. Seymour had rejoiced his heart by a promise that if he could bring it at precisely 1 o'clock, it should be hung at once, and he should have a peep at the tree. This program was carried out, and the tree was heartily admired by Sidney. There was nothing on it for him, nobody had thought of that, but he had expected nothing, so, as he would have said, he hadn't missed anything. "Could you go home by way of Mr. Stewart's, my boy?" Mr. Seymour had said, as he, having enjoyed lame Nettie's delight over his top, was about to go. "Could you as well go home by way of Mr. Stewart's, and leave a note there for me, or will it take you too far out of your way? It is quite a distance round." "Yes, sir," said Sidney promptly. "No, sir, it is not too far. I like the walk, and I haven't had a single thing to do. This is a holiday, you know." Mr. Seymour had smiled and thanked him, and given him the note, and hoped he would have a Merry Christmas, and went back to his dining-room and his turkey. There was not to be any turkey at Sidney's boarding-house, but though they were poor in the farmhouse 20 miles away, they raised turkeys, and always had one for Christmas. Sidney knew the smell, and whiffed it up like a breath of home as he turned from Mr. Seymour's hall. Chapter 4. I might as well go that way. Mr. Stewart lived exactly in the opposite direction from Sidney's boarding-house, so how Mr. Seymour could have said, "Go round that way home," I am sure I don't know. Our boy Sidney was getting just a trifle tired of long walks, but they seemed to be exactly in his line on this Christmas holiday, so he trudged briskly on, trying not to think of home any more than he could help. His note delivered, he stood a moment in thought. Should he go home around Pike's Hill, or take a short cut across it? "I might as well go one way as another," he said aloud. "What is the difference? I guess I'll take the hill. That will bring me home in time for my dinner." So up the steep hill he climbed, getting out of the way of half a dozen coasters as they rushed gaily down. One, though, didn't rush down. Instead, he pitched over on his back. Sidney was the only boy who was not halfway down the hill, or just starting on that journey, and Sidney went at once to him. He was groaning a little, and in trying to get up, groaned some more and fell back. "That nasty sled of mine!" he exclaimed as Sidney bent over him. "It has got a loose runner. I told Jimmy it would be the death of me. Help me up, can't you? I've hurt my foot, or broke it or something. It twisted right under me." "Where do you live?" Sidney said, tugging with all his might, and succeeded in seating him on his sled just as some of the riders came puffing up to see if it was anything more serious than a tumble. "I live on Pine Street, and how I am ever to get there is more than I know." And he groaned as he hit one foot against the other. "Can't some of your friends draw you there?" Sidney said, looking at the boys standing round. He shook his head. "They aren't my friends," he said. "I never saw them before. They are from the upper village, and they have got to meet the sleigh they came with at 2:00. They'll be likely to do it, won't they?" This with a smile as the clock in the town chimed 2, and every boy suddenly took to his heels. Sidney drew in his breath. He was just tired of walks, and this was not so interesting a sprain as he had helped home earlier in the day, but of course the boy couldn't be left sitting there, so he spoke quickly. "I'll draw you home. Sit as steady as you can, and I won't jolt more than I can help." And away they went down Pike's Hill and off toward Prime Street, 1/4 of a mile away. "You're a real good boy," said the sprained boy's mother as he delivered her son safely into her hands. "Tommy won't forget you in a hurry, I guess." And Sidney walked away rubbing his hands and feeling that he would not be likely to forget Tommy. He was such a heavy fellow. Chapter 5. The Sum of It All. Just as Sidney was eating a cold dinner, an hour after the proper time, the senior and junior partners at the corner store shook their heads as they looked at each other, both being very grave. "It looks dark," said the younger man. "It does, that's a fact," said the elder. "But then I can't seem to believe that he took it. I have always thought him the very soul of honesty." "But how else can we explain it?" And here both seemed to grow sadder. The end of it was that a summons came to Sidney before he had touched his doughnut. He took it in his hand and made all haste to the store, wondering much as he was ordered to the private office. "There has been sad work going on here today, Sidney," began the senior partner as soon as the door was closed. "I left a $20 bill in my desk last night, and my partner saw it here this morning at 9:00. This afternoon at 3 it was not here. Now you know you are the only clerk in town today." Sidney looked from one to the other for a moment in startled wonder, as if to ask what all that, however sad it was, could have to do with him. Then he began to understand. He was a quick-witted boy, and a just one. He did not fall into a rage, as boys in stories do, for it occurred to him that these men had only known him 4 months, and there couldn't seem to be anybody else who could have taken the money, so it seemed natural enough to suspect him. His voice, though very earnest, was not angry. "It looks as bad as possible, Mr. Barnes, but I truly know nothing about it." "That is easy to say," Mr. Barnes answered coldly, and thinking in his sensible brain that it was very strange if the boy was innocent that he was not indignant. "The question is, can you give an account of yourself between the hours of 9 and 3 today? Where have you been, and what have you been about?" Sidney's face gloomed over, and he sighed heavily. "I have been wandering along and going nowhere in particular, and doing nothing at all. For all I can prove to you, I may have spent the $20 bill 20 times, only I haven't done it." There was a listener to all this, sitting quiet in his chair. This was the senior partner's son, a young lawyer. He was looking searchingly at the earnest-faced boy. "Have you any idea where you were at 9 o'clock?" he asked suddenly. "Yes, sir. I was standing at the window looking out and wondering what to do with myself. The town clock struck, and I counted and thought what an awful long day there was." "What then?" "I went right straight out and walked up the street as far as Judge Porter's." "What stopped you there?" "Why, the little Shemways that came to our Sunday school were out singing Christmas carols, just as they did in Germany, and they got afraid of Bose, the judge's dog, and I'm not afraid of him, so I stopped and took care of them till they were through." "Go on. What did you do then, do you know?" "Yes, sir. I went on across the town bridge, and from there I went to Dr. Eldred's on Stone Street." "What took you there?" "Why, as I was walking down by the pond, Fred Eldred stood there with his sled and his sister. She was on the sled. She can't walk, she has a sprained ankle, and Eldred wanted to go to the skating race, so I took his sister home." "Just so. That took considerable time, didn't it?" "Yes, sir. It was 20 minutes of 12 by the town clock when I came back." "Then did you go to dinner?" "No, sir. We don't have dinner on Christmas until 2 o'clock. That is the way we keep the holiday." Sidney said this with a gleam of mischief in his handsome eyes. Having a clear conscience, he could not help seeing the funny side of things. "Very well. Tell me what came next." "Next I had an errand at Mr. Seymour's." "What Mr. Seymour's? On Seymour Avenue? What took you there?" And the keen eyes looked at him steadily. "Why, I had a top that I made for lame Nettie, and I didn't get it done until today, and Mr. Seymour said I might come around at 1 o'clock exactly and have a peep at the tree." "Did you have it?" "Yes, sir, and it looked fine." "So this was 1 o'clock. Then you went home, I suppose?" "No, sir. Mr. Seymour asked me to take a note to Mr. Stewart's at the corner just below Pike's Hill, and I went straight there." "After that, I hope you had a chance to go home?" "No, sir," said Sidney, beginning to be amazed at his own story. "I went up Pike's Hill to go across lots, and a boy had just tumbled over. They were riding downhill like mad, and he sprained his foot, so I helped him up and drew him home." "Who was he?" "His name is Smith, Tommy Smith. He lives on Prime Street below the old market." "Were you the only boy there was to do for him?" "Yes, sir. The other fellows were strangers to him. So was I, for that matter. But they had come from the upper village for a sleigh ride, and they were to be at some point downtown at 2 o'clock to go back. They were late, too. The clock struck while we were getting Tommy Smith on the sled, and the fellows all ran like tops." "And from Tommy Smith's I earnestly hope you went home." "I did, sir," said Sidney, and his face was in a broad smile. The young lawyer turned to the two men who had listened in breathless attention. "I'll take the case," he said, "with pleasure. It is the most complete alibi I have heard this many a day, and the young man has been practicing all day on the Christmas carols that he began the morning with. Peace on earth, goodwill to men. There has certainly been much goodwill put into this day." "It is a complete chain," the senior partner said heartily. "My boy, I will go to every one of those parties whose names you have given, and if their statements agree with yours, it will settle the question of the bill. Whoever has it, it can't have been you." "And they will agree, of course," Sidney said heartily, "because it is so, and what else can they say?" "There is no need of going to them," said the junior partner. "It is all right." And Sidney, as he went back to his boarding house, went thoughtfully over the day, and was much struck with the fact that something at every turn had marked the time for him. It did make a difference which way I went, and what I did, after all. he said gratefully. End of Sidney Martin's Christmas by Pansy.
The Stairway to Happiness, The Story of a Christmas Eve, by Della Dimmitt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Now, Mamsie, I just will pull those wet rubbers off your poor, tired feet. Here, stick them out. Why, there's a hole in the heel of this one, and you've tried to stop it with a wad of paper. Oh, you naughty Mamsie, not to have bought yourself new rubbers instead of the muffler you got me. Me wearing a muffler and you with a hole in your rubbers. Oh, Mamsie. Judith, you ridiculous child. The offending rubber was whisked instantly out of sight. Divested of her moist outer garments by 3 pairs of willing, girlish hands, the indomitable figure of Mamsie straightened, showing in the lamplight's glow not a trace of the weariness with which she had plodded home through the dark, slushy, illy lighted streets, not daring to use even the small price of a car fare. Come, children. The voice was that of a girl, herself. Let us see what Ellen has for our tea tonight. Same as last night and the night afore, Mamsie dear. The voice of Ellen, familiarly known as the market woman, came blithely floating back from the dining-room, where she had retired to light up. Tea and toast, the butter spread a little thinner just for the sake of variety. Would we dare buy a chicken, a very small one, Mamsie, for our Christmas dinner tomorrow? No, dear. The full, round cheerfulness of Mamsie's tone never wavered. You know we all agreed that this was to be a penny Christmas, and we must abide by the articles. That's all right, Mamsie, as cheerfully responded the market woman. I just asked for information, that was all. There's enough of the cold heart left over from Sunday's dinner to serve another meal, and with some fresh dressing it will be delicious. Want to hear what's on the boards for tonight, Mamsie dear? Well, we're going to turn ourselves into real Christmas waits first thing after supper, and stroll through town singing carols on people's doorsteps. That was Judith's idea. Isn't it clever? And we're going to leave you to do the dishes all by your lone self, Mamsie. You haven't had all the exercise that's rightly coming to you, down at that employment bureau wrestling with other folks' servant girl problems, for the munificent sum of $1 a day, so we're just going to let you wash all these dishes. After that, you may cuddle up by the fireplace in here and warm your toes and do exactly as you please all the rest of the time we're gone. Only do not go into the East Room where we fixed the tree and snip off all your presents to give to somebody else. We, for our part, have sure lived up to the articles, for there isn't a blessed thing on that tree or among any of the packages that Rastus carried round for us this afternoon that cost more than a penny. And that's a certified fact, Mother Waite, that Judith Dabney, Ellen Maria, and Eileen Mayo Waite can each affix her hand and seal there, too. But, Mamsie, I'm desperately afraid some of the dear people exchanging with us have not lived up to the agreement as they said they would. Aunt Lucy Landis, for one, has sent a little remembrance in a great big bandbox affair, and some of the other packages are sizable and hefty, too. In that case, and Mamsie's face was gravity itself, I would advise the calling in of a committee to appraise the gifts all round, and if by any chance someone's offering exceeds your own in value, why, carry it back without delay, and demand your own on the spot. Let us preserve our independence, though the heavens fall. But, Mother, a bright red spot burned in either of Judith's smooth olive cheeks. We girls don't mind being poor the least little bit in the world. It's only being paupers that hurts. I understand, dear, returned Mamsie, who, knowing a better way, never argued with her daughters. Now wrap up warmly, she admonished, as the girls rose from the table, leaving her to finish her tea alone. Put on your muffler, Judith, and don't expose that precious throat, dear, more than you can help. My charming Waits, she exclaimed, as presently the gay group came flitting down the stairway, cloaked for the street, their dainty heads all bound in bright scarfs. What a sweet way you have chosen to usher in the Christmas joys. Now, give all our dear, dear friends your mother's kindliest greeting, and thank each one who has in any way contributed to our own Christmas. we can still, in spite of our changed circumstances, afford to be gracious. Tell Miss Liza Elkins that I am promising myself the pleasure of a little visit with her tomorrow directly after dinner. She will understand why we cannot this year invite our friends to us. And say to Dr. Glidden that I wish him to accept with my dearest love this gift in remembrance of your father. You are all willing, are you not, that I should part with it?" She had risen, as she spoke, from the meagrely furnished tea-table, and drawn from a secret drawer in a man's much-worn desk, still filled with his unused possessions, a packet wrapped in fine tissue paper. A watch it proved to be, a watch of magnificent workmanship and priceless, for it had been presented to the dead father of the girls by the Medical Association of his state, as the lines engraved on the inner lid of the watch read, in token of appreciation for his distinguished service in behalf of suffering humanity. "How sweet of you, mother! How sweet!" Judith's voice was pointed with little tender thrills. "May I carry it over?" With the departure of the girls, the old house grew strangely, oppressively quiet. But to the mother it was an intense relief to sink into the shabby, sheltering arms of the chair that had been her husband's. And there alone, among the wavering shadows of the fire-lit room, with no solicitous young eyes on her, just be, without dissimulation, what in sad reality she was, only a tired, utterly dispirited woman, with the battle of life going against her. Brooding was a costly luxury, but she gave herself up to it, and as the images of the old, bright days, when a strong arm had shielded her and her little brood from the rigours of a hard world without, rose before her, tears forced themselves between the tightly closed eyelids. In the secrecy of her heart, she was compelled to admit the sheer, blank wall confronting her, whichever way she turned. There was the matter of the twins being kept in the academy the remainder of the year. The tuition she might, by dint of closer management yet, possibly provide for, but their graduation gowns and other incidentals were beyond her power of obtaining. Then there were Judith's music lessons, so few remaining until the child could complete the course and measurably fit herself for teaching the art she so passionately loved. But that, too, was not to be thought of. Already they were restricting themselves in the matter of living expenses to the barest necessities. It had gone to her heart to deny Ellen's unspoken wish in the matter of the Christmas dinner, but it had to be done. Silently she lifted up her heart in a prayer for sustaining grace and a yet larger human wisdom in meeting these and all emergencies. At the first sound of tripping feet, she drew herself up, and as though by some magic seemed to become young and eager-eyed again. "Oh, Mamsie!" The gay waits, their cheeks flushed, their eyes sparkling and all speaking at once, burst in upon her. "Such a time as we've had! Such a wonderful, wonderful time! Why, you haven't washed the dishes! Girl, she hasn't washed the dishes nor cleared the table!" And above the din rose Mamsie's own blithe voice, denying the charge of mooning, and engaging to do the forgotten dishes twice next day, by way of penance, if only they might be allowed to stand tonight, since this was Christmas Eve. "Now tell me all that happened." Mamsie's expressive face shone with the light of anticipation. Mamsie's voice quivered under the enchantment of the hour. Still as pretty as any of her girls, what a picture Mamsie made, and what a Christmas Eve they were all having. "Now don't leave out a bit. I'm wild to know what everybody did and said. I know they must all have thought it bright and clever, a really beautiful thing in you to turn yourselves into real Christmas waits and come singing their festivities in. Where did you go first?" "Why, Mamsie, what a question! To Dr. Glidden's, of course. And when the dear, blessed old man came and softly opened his door and we could see him sitting there inside, with his grand white head bowed, listening, with his hand up to his good ear, we just stole inside and made a little circle round him and sang him every one of our carols. Then we presented him the watch, and he arose and made us a little speech. I don't believe any of us ever quite realized before, I'm afraid we did not, what a perfectly splendid man our father was. But Dr. Glidden told us some things about him tonight, Mother, some things which he had done for folks. Oh, poor suffering folks who could never pay him anything, you know, that made us feel very exalted, and very humble, too. And then Dr. Glidden just slipped Father's watch inside his pocket, and said he would carry it, thinking ever of his great and good friend Wyndham Waite, and hoped that he himself might one day pass it back into our family again, untarnished and with its usefulness unimpaired. Why, it was just as though, Mother, he were giving us some great and unspeakable gift instead of us giving him one. Any man can give, dear, but it takes a gentleman to receive. Mamsie's voice thrilled. So when the watch finally comes back into your hands, its value will be enhanced by all the sacred and beautiful memories of the Christly minister, who received both your father and mother into the church, married them, christened their 3 children, and read the commitment service over your father's grave. The dear doctor. Well, where next? To Miss Liza's, and we found her crying over Eileen's letter calendar. She had just opened it because she couldn't wait any longer, and the poor old soul kept saying, 365 letters. 365 letters, all for me. I can't die this year. I've simply got to keep alive until the last one of those letters is read. So then we told her that the very last of all was the autograph letter from General Lee to Great-Aunt Sally Withcott on the eve of her marriage. And Miss Liza said, "Children, has Sally Waite committed that treasure to my hands?" And, Mother, you'd have thought she held an empire's crown jewels in her hands. "Oh, I can well believe it," tremulously responded Mrs. Waite. For Miss Liza, then in her beautiful girlhood, was bridesmaid to Aunt Sally, and her own sweetheart was one of the General's aides, and after his early, tragic death, the General wrote Miss Liza a letter. But her letter was lost in the family's flight that next year out of Petersburg. Yes, dear Miss Liza, I knew she would prize that letter above all earthly possessions. And Mrs. French, poor lady, did you sing under her window? Oh, yes, Mamsie, and when we told them we wanted to come once a week throughout the year and sing as our Christmas present to them, the Major followed us outside to thank us and to whisper that this would be the most acceptable gift we could possibly have brought, that Mrs. French was always better for days after one of our little sings. And oh, Mamsie, old bedridden Mrs. Maynard was so happy over her portable window garden, gay in all those blossoms we had coaxed out under the window glass. And Aunt Lucy exclaimed and kept on exclaiming over Ellen's sewing basket, made out of the cheese box, lacquered and lined with the flounce off my old pink dimity. Really, it did look handsome with those bands of brass beading tacked around it, and it just fitted into the jut in her bay window. And oh, everybody else was charmed, and it was such fun. Why, Mother, it just seemed like we actually had more to give this year, when we thought the locusts had just about eaten us out of everything we possessed, than we ever had to give before. They all seemed to think that even if we hadn't put money, as we had put time and ingenuity and heaps of love, or, as Aunt Lucy Landis expressed it, we had put ourselves, the whole of ourselves, into our homemade presents. Why, it was beautiful. Just beautiful, Mother, and we were so carried away by the spirit of it and feeling so sort of Christmassy ourselves that we forgot everything about the bank breaking and us losing all the money we had in the world, and do you know what we've gone and done, Mother? Why, we told Miss Liza and Dr. Glidden and Major and Mrs. French that we were expecting them all quite as usual for Christmas dinner tomorrow. We never meant to, Mother. Truly we didn't. But what else were we to say when every one of them said to us that they supposed they were to come as usual to us tomorrow? Whatever are we going to do about it, Mamsie? Do? Mamsie's heart, it is true, gave one dismayed bound, but not for worlds and more worlds would she have let her girls know it. Do? Why, we will make them all welcome, of course. We will set out our best china, and my finest damask in the silver service that was your great-great-grandmother's, which has graced every like occasion all these years, and with Dr. Glidden's dear voice invoking God's blessing upon us all, even warmed-over heart will furnish a feast. Besides, I think there is a little of the quince marmalade left, and with some of Ellen's milk biscuit I have no doubt but that we shall fare famously. Now let us have our tree, but first, if you are not too hoarse, sing just for me, It Came Upon the Midnight Clear. Mamsie, seated at the old piano, touching the time-stained keys with light fingers, listened with straining heart for the lines. And ye beneath life's crushing load, whose forms are bending low, who toil along the climbing way with painful steps and slow, look now, for glad and golden hours come swiftly on the wing. O rest beside the weary road, and hear the angels sing. The little glimmering southern pine, soon relieved of its light burden of home gifts, stood in uncompromising stiffness above the packages from outside acquaintances. Judith picked up the bandbox affair and handed it to her mother, saying with a little catch in her voice, "I don't care if there's a town lot inside of this, mother. If Dr. Glidden could receive father's watch, and Miss Liza Aunt Sally's letter in the spirit in which they were both given, we are mighty poor in soul if we haven't caught a little bit of their nobleness. Take off the lid, Mamsie." But the bandbox, unwrapped, yielded nothing but a round footrest that stood apologetically on 4 wobbly screw legs, and some other articles crying loudly their home manufacture. Poor Aunt Lucy Landis had done her conscientious best, but even the girls could see that it had been the most dismal kind of failure. They stood in a little hushed group, thinking remorsefully of what it must have cost this most generous of friends to have dispatched these poor contrivances. "Oh, Mamsie," exclaimed Judith contritely, "weren't we vulgar? Weren't we vulgar, though, to go around telling folks that because we were poor they couldn't pay anything for the presents they gave us?" "Not vulgar, dear," amended Mamsie, "only thoughtless, and a little unmindful of the rights of others, who like to give as well as to receive." They would not perhaps have admitted it, but there was a sense of disappointment, of something lacking, which even the cards and notes freighted with love and tender wishes could not altogether cover. Deeper than the dearth of gifts, or the meagreness of such as were sent, was the consciousness of pain inflicted on some, whose friendship had made much of the sweetness of life to them all. But they were not left long to such reveries, for presently there broke a sound as of shuffling feet on the back gallery. Some colored person, doubtless, come to ask a donation for a Christmas festivity. Mamsie's first regretful thought was that for the first and only time in her life she would be compelled to deny any such demand on her slender resources. Then it was that Judith, upon opening the door, received the warm, soft little bundle being thrust unceremoniously upon her. Instinctively her arms closed round it. Those of her family within the inner room caught the drawling, honeyed voice, such as the southern negress alone of all the world possesses, saying, "Tell Miss Sally I done waited a mighty long time on them no-count white folks, what never come back after this her baby, and I just 'bliged to get back home and change this old dress and get on my good shoes. And say to Miss Sally, child, if she'd be pleased to look after it till we all's church Christmas supper's over, I'll sure come back and rid her of it. 'Pears like to me," the same rich, warm voice went on complainingly, "that some folks is mighty keerless of their chillun, drappin' 'em round for we all to tend what ain't no kin to 'em at all." Mrs. Waite came hastening to the door. "Oh, Sukey," she broke in at once, "has no one from the Foundlings' Home been over yet after that poor little mite? Why, of course I will keep the baby. You did perfectly right to bring it over to me. Only do not come back for it. Not tonight, Sukey. I myself will see that it is cared for, this one night at least." She closed the door on the already rapidly retreating Sukey, whose thoughts were all centered on the church supper and her own proper adorning for that all-important function. Meanwhile, Judith had carried her unsought burden into the warmth and light of the living-room, and was engaged in unswathing the coarse, soiled wrappings from about a plump and fuzzy-headed baby, who fixed a pair of unwinking and very blue eyes upon her, and continued steadily to regard her. "Howdy do?" inquired the object of this concentrated scrutiny affably, while the other girls gathered round in laughing wonderment, all questioning at once, "Where did he come from, Mamsie? Is it a him or is he a her? Oh, isn't he the darlingest thing ever? He's ours to keep, isn't he, Mamsie?" In the midst of such rapid crossfire of inquiries, piecemeal such slight details as were known concerning the baby came out. He had been found. Indeed, Mamsie herself had picked him up that morning, having almost stepped upon the odd-looking bundle wrapped about with a soiled grey blanket, and thrust a short way within a dark alley, through which she was hastening to reach the office on time. It appeared to be a simple case of child abandonment, although no trace of any person or persons leaving a child had as yet been found, other than a mover's wagon, with tightly drawn cover, had been seen very early that morning in the neighborhood of the alley into which the baby had been placed. The supposition was that these were the people who had cast off the child. There had been some talk of pursuing the wagon, but, or so Mamsie argued, the persons in the wagon had shown their unfitness for any responsibility on its behalf, parental or otherwise, by their heartless act of abandonment, and so she was inclined to believe that no move had been made in the matter. At least, she hoped that none had been made. She said this with her eyes resting on the baby, thinking how soft and tender a blue his eyes were, and thinking, too, of the hardness of heart of any who could cast adrift on a cold December morning so small and helpless a creature. "What do you suppose his name is, Mamsie? Could you make a guess just by looking at him?" suddenly asked Judith, transferring her interest from the uninteresting matter of the baby's guardians to the baby itself, who still maintained a fixity of gaze as though he would determine what sort of a strange creature this was, with the vivid red cheeks and the very dark eyes, who seemed to have appropriated him all to herself. "I'll tell you what he looks like," said Ellen, her head turned critically to one side. He looks for all the world like a chicken that's just pipped the shell. I say let's call him Pip." "Pip! Pip! Oh, you dear fuzzy-headed Pip." "Mamsie! I say, Mamsie, can't we keep Pip for our very own?" "Yes, yes, Mamsie," they one and all now chimed in. "Do let us keep him. It won't take any more to feed Pip than it does to feed one of the kittens." This from Ellen. "And I'll make all his clothes. I'll wash and iron for him, too." This from Judith. "Yes, do let us keep him, do." Now they were all three talking clamorously at once. "Please do, Mamsie. We won't let him be one speck of trouble to you. We'll give the white kitten and the grey kitten and, yes, the Maltese kitten all away. Indeed we will, Mamsie, just as soon as ever we can find good Christmas homes for them. Please say that we may keep Pip." Mamsie said nothing at all. She only looked at little Pip. They couldn't keep him. Of course they couldn't. It was not to be considered for one moment. But what a dear, downy yellow head Pip had. It cost far more to keep a baby than it did to keep a kitten, or 2 kittens, or 3 kittens, or any number of kittens. Mamsie knew that, if the girls didn't. No, she could not. She positively could not allow herself to think of it. But what round, wondering eyes Pip had, and so blue. No, she must not. She positively must not. So, steeling her heart, as she invariably tried to steal it, whenever a new waif of a kitten appeared to have its fate decided, she began quite firmly, "I am sure you wouldn't have me—" when all at once it flashed upon her that it was on just such a night as this the inn had been too full to receive another such little child. "No, I am sure you wouldn't have me," she recommenced in a strangely altered voice, "turn a helpless baby out into the wet and storm of a Christmas Eve." "Oh, Pip, you're going to be my baby! No, mine! Mine, I say!" Again all 3 voices were raised at one and the same time, each striving to outbid the others. "Oh, Pip, we'll have to divide you. Yes, snip you into 3 parts with the scissors. How will you like that, Pip?" Apparently, Pip looked with no favor on this just division of him into 3 several parts. For suddenly, and without warning, he lifted up his voice in an anguish and prolonged wail. "He's scared to death!" exclaimed Judith, hugging Pip in his entirety, jealously to her breast. "It's more likely that he's hungry," said the more experienced Mamsie. "Have we any milk, dear?" she asked of Ellen. "Only what we got for our breakfast, Mamsie." "Bring that, then. We surely can go without our breakfast, on a Christmas morning, that a little hungry child may be fed." She took the baby and sat down with him in her arms, hardly daring to think of the grave uncertainties to which she had just committed herself. She only knew that one of those swift and searching tests that reach to the very root and groundwork of character had come to her, and she had met it in the only way she could. It was as though she had been obliged to step off onto a frail raft, and without oar or any means of determining her course, trust herself to the open sea. And for the moment she was uplifted above fear. Even the fear of the uncertainties of the future touching herself and her helpless family, which had been for weeks gnawing at her heart, that too had somehow for the moment vanished. A lightness of spirit, it might be from the very desperation of her case, had taken free and full possession of her. Pip had been very hungry. At each spoonful of sustenance offered, he stretched his mouth widely in the manner of a young fledgling impatient for a worm, till at length a gasping hiccup proclaimed him full to the point of spilling over. Then, leaving Pip to the girl's care, and bearing a candle, Mamsie went upstairs to bring from the lavendered hiding-place in an upper chamber the cherished things which had clothed her own baby daughters, and that were now to become the possession of the waif so strangely drifted into her care. Only once did Mamsie falter in her task, and that was when, with full arms, she began to descend the stairway. On another Christmas Eve, just 22 years ago that very night, and at the self-same hour, she was placing a white-slippered foot on this same old stairway. A broad and beautiful thing of grace, its slender carved handrail, rich with the mellow tones of age, rounding out into the full and gracious curve of the final downward step. It had been fitly called the Stairway to Happiness, because of so many brides, 2 generations of them before Mamsie's time, having come down its shining length. On this night of all nights, memories crowded thick and fast upon her, and for a moment it seemed as though she would sink upon the steps. Then it came to her that this was not, after all, the way by which any had crossed the mystic border-line into life's happiness. This stairway, shining and beautiful though it was but the outward and visible symbol of the real stairway, by which she, following after those long-vanished brides, and young Wyndham Waite, who had become her husband on that long-ago night, had passed over into happiness. That stairway, the real stairway, they had together builded for themselves. Its base lay deep in self-surrender, in kindly thought, in tender deed, each for the other, and for so much of the wide world as lay within their reach. Why, all the span of her husband's short professional life had been one continuous mission of mercy, his very death from yellow fever caught while going freely about among its suffering victims, an act of devotion. No, 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 this was not that over which they had entered into happiness. That, the real stairway, was a thing of the spirit, mystic, imperishable, as are the things that belong to God. The baby had scarcely been put into its white slip of a nightgown, when in walked Dr. Glidden, having come in person, as had been his habit through all the happy, changeful years, to bring the season's greetings. It was a pretty sight to see the girls instantly cluster about the benign figure of this most revered of friends, one taking his cane, another his hat, and still another helping him out of his greatcoat. He listened in silence to the commonplace story of the baby. Such things were of daily occurrence. Babies were everywhere thrust upon the cold mercies of the world, with as little care for what might befall them. Perhaps it was the night, perhaps it was the smallness and helplessness of little Pip, but at any rate, something seemed to have filled all their hearts with an inexplicable and overflowing tenderness. Saying no word, Dr. Glidden took the little one and placed it on his knee. Then very gently he laid his hand upon its small, downy head. He, too, had quite forgotten that this was a foundling. It might have been the Christ himself, for the welcome one and all had given him. They were still sitting there, a moved and silent group, when all at once a strange and thunderous knocking began that shook the old house to its oaken beams. Mamsie again took up the lighted candle and went hurriedly through the wide front hall, out of which the stairway wound. Mamsie was unacquainted with fear, and yet she acknowledged to herself a sense of safety in the presence of Dr. Glidden within. Reaching the door, She flung it widely open. It may have been that the group outside were not entirely prepared for the appearance of a slender woman, with softly shining, unafraid eyes, holding a candle aloft as she peered into the night. At any rate, there was a something hostile, a something suggestive of a challenge, a threat even, in the voice demanding to know if a certain Mrs. Waite lived in that house. "I am Mrs. Waite." There was not a tremor in Mamsie's voice. "Will you walk in, gentlemen?" One lone man, and not the one who had spoken, stepped swiftly forward into the solitary ray of light made by the candle's wind-blown flame. Beyond him Mamsie could not at the moment see. The darkness, however, seemed palpitant with other living, breathing persons. How many she could not sense. One sidelong glance was sufficient to assure her that the man closely following her was young. There was about him a certain disorder of appearance, as though he might have jumped into his clothes days ago, and then forgotten ever to take them off. There was a strained look in his eyes, a haggardness in his face that, taken in connection with the telltale splotches of mud on his furred overcoat, told of fast and furious riding, very possibly in a forward-leaning posture, as though he would outride the wind itself. It would have been a curiously interesting thing to know just which of the many conflicting emotions surging through the man's soul was at the moment uppermost, when Mamsie's light touch on the doorknob disclosed the picture within. It was a very simple picture, just a benign and beautiful old man, sitting holding a sleeping child in his arms, 3 young girls hovering over both. A hoarse and scarcely articulate sound, that seemed to have the name of God in it, escaped the man's lips. In 2 swift strides he had crossed the room, and himself stood over the whole group. "The little chap's all right, eh?" He spoke breathlessly, and with a swift, sliding inflection. His voice shook, and his face had in it the paleness of death. "Do you say he's all right, ma'am?" At the first sound of his voice, all 3 of the girls sprang up and ranged themselves in front of the baby, shutting him clear away from the sight of this brusque interloper, whoever he might be. "If you have come after our baby," cried Judith vehemently, "you may as well go away. We found him first, and we mean to keep him." "To keep him," they all 3 exclaimed simultaneously, "for our very own." "Hush!" and Mamsie put out her hand for silence. No one heeded her. "He's ours," chanted the girls together again. They formed a half-circle, their short skirts stretched out as a screen, hostility in the eyes of them all. "Pip is ours, and we mean to have him christened tomorrow, because he's a Christmas baby." Christened? The ghost of a smile, for just a bare second, wavered on the stranger's lips. Christened Pip? "Why, no, that's what we are going to call him just among ourselves. His real name will be, something quite different. Is it of any interest to you, sir, what we name our baby now that we've adopted him?" "Well, yes, a little." Again that suspicion of a smile just touched the man's lips. Are you from the Foundlings' Home?" "Sorry, but I can't claim the honor." "Are you any relation of Pip's?" "Only his father, that's all." And then a thing happened that only a skilled physician could fully have understood. The stranger, with a backward fling of his head, burst suddenly and crazily into laughter. It was little wonder that they all stared at him. The revelation and the man's behavior were alike astounding. Judith was the first to recover speech. "Well," she said witheringly, "it doesn't seem to me that anybody who would leave a dear little baby like this out in the cold and wet to starve and die deserves to be a father." By way of answer, the stranger suddenly and almost roughly thrust her aside, thrust them all aside. Stooping, he lifted the sleeping baby and strained it to his heart. And as he stood holding it so, they saw that his eyes were wet. The baby stirred and uttered a faint cry. Gently, the father laid it back in Dr. Glidden's arms. "I'll have to ask you to keep him a little longer," he said, and this time his voice sounded controlled. "There's further business to do tonight, some telegraphing, too, that I can entrust to no one but myself. You won't mind, madam," he turned towards Mrs. Waite, who had scarcely yet recovered presence of mind. "You won't mind if I throw a guard about your house, will you?" "Why, no, if you think it at all necessary, sir. But would it not be a hard-hearted person who would harm a little child? There are such in the world, he made quick answer. Only 4 nights ago this boy was taken from his crib, stolen away. Oh, my God, I expected— Mamsie's low cry interrupted him. Has he a mother? If she hasn't drowned herself in her tears. Oh, then, sir, don't stop here a minute. Throw 20 guards if you wish about my house, only do not keep her in suspense a moment longer. Tell her, for me, that not a hair of his head has been harmed. Stooping, she gathered the sleeping baby to her tender breast, and as she rose to face the father her own eyes were as full of tears as his had been. Dr. Glidden rose at once. I will go with you, he said with grave courtesy. You may require a friend's aid. And together they passed out into the night. Soon the storm, which had been all day gathering, broke with sullen fury. The wind increased in violence, and the long-withheld rain poured in a succession of slanting sheets broadside of the old house, stoutly resisting its beating pressure. The stars, faintly showing in the uncertain earlier evening, had all been blotted out of the sky, and except for the recurrent flashes of lightning in the riven sky, the outside world seemed but a mass of trembling blackness, filled with a multiplied roar, as of something alive and moving from far up the valley. The girls, huddled on the floor, drew closer about their mother, holding the sleeping baby on her lap. They were quite alone, as all knew, but there were strange noises breaking every now and then in the dim and silent chambers of the upper regions of the house, as though the dead and vanished life up there were awaking and endeavoring to join in the universal tumult. Hemmed in, surrounded, all but engulfed, it seemed to Mamsie's aroused consciousness that the rise of another hostile wave would surely sweep her and all belonging to her as driftwood before it, she knew not where. Of them all, little Pip alone was undisturbed. In the safe shelter of Mamsie's encircling arms he slept peacefully on, his breath now and again coming in little swift catches, his warm mouth touched at times by a fleeting smile, as though he had found a sweet security in the port of dreams. A paleness came into Mamsie's cheek, and a tremulousness to her lips. The storm, all at once, had taken on terrifying significance. In its all-encompassing might, it was like unto that which was ruthlessly sweeping down upon her. At last doubt and despair had pounced upon her. She was afraid. With an inward, anguished cry for help, when no help was at hand, she struggled to her feet, the baby still in her arms. "Oh, don't leave us, Mamsie!" wailed the girls together, laying restraining hands upon her. "Just a moment, dears. I think I hear someone at the back, trying to find the way in, and we must not turn any shelterless away on a night like this." Thrusting Pip into Judith's embrace, she slipped away from their hold. It was only old Rastus, who had made his way through the night and the storm to see if all was right with his beloved family. There was something warm and comforting in the old man's presence. His father had served Mamsie's grandfather. In his faithfulness and devotion to her and hers, Rastus represented the stability that had seemed to characterize the old order. She saw that he was drenched from head to foot, the water streaming from the ragged cap in his trembling old hand, and in her sudden solicitude for his comfort, she almost forgot the storm. Rastus must have dry things to put on, and she went to fetch them. But he was strangely oblivious to his own condition. He didn't seem to be aware that his garments were soaked through. Something of infinitely more importance lay heavily upon his mind. "What you all goin' to have for your dinner tomorrow?" he said in a troubled voice. "I don't know," said Mamsie simply, with a sudden swift recollection of a multitude fed once upon a barley loaf and a few small fishes. "It's mighty cursed to ask folks to dinner and not know how they's to be fed," the old man said with a shake of his grey head, expressive of his own deep misgivings. "Yes, isn't it?" and she tried to force a smile. "But that is what we appear to have done." Before she had ceased speaking, Dr. Glidden burst in through the front door. He, too, brought in with him a breath of the storm, but unlike Rastus he was dry. Some provident hand had seen to his protection. A majestic-looking old man he seemed under the soft revealing light from the old hall chandelier, which had been set dimly burning, even taller and broader than before. Mrs. Waite flew to his side. "Sally," he said tranquilly, before she had time to speak, "the gentleman will be back presently to remain overnight, possibly through Christmas with you, he and the child. There's been a washout somewhere up through the mountain road, and the wires are down. They are relaying the message to the mother by courier, and say they will get it through before morning, so that her anxiety will shortly be allayed. If you would like to have me, Sally, I also will remain with you overnight. I see Rastus out there. Have him light up the Christmas fires, Sally, as he used in the old days. Tell him to pile on the wood, that there may be a cheerful glow everywhere, upstairs and down. This is such a beautiful old house, Sally, so mellowed by time, so redolent of memories fine and sweet." The old man's gaze wandered about a moment, then fastened on the stairway, the beautiful soaring stairway disappearing in the obscurity of the shadows above, much as human life vanishes at last in the mysteries of the infinite. "And yet," he continued slowly and meditatively, "you could not have kept the old place 6 months longer." "I know," she said with quivering lips, and in so low a whisper that he did not hear it, although he somehow sensed the meaning of it. "And knowing all that, you could yet take a little child in?" "I couldn't turn one away." "No, turning folks away from your door is a thing you have never yet learned." He placed his hands in fatherly affection on the shoulders of the woman he had held as a child upon his knee. "If you had, things might have turned out to be vastly different both for you and for the child. It would have died, perished in the storm, and there would have been an unassuageable grief in a very grand home tonight. You did not know that you were saving the life of what is perhaps the richest baby in all the land. You did not know that—" "Impossible!" cried Mamsie. "You are dreaming." "Dreaming, am I?" The old man laughed softly, as he thrust something shining and leathery into her hand. "And is that a dream, too? Within it is the price a gang of beasts hunted to their lair thought to place on a baby's little life. And since they fail to secure it, it falls to you. There is enough in there to save your home, to secure your future, to— Why, Sally, what are you crying for?" End of The Stairway to Happiness, The Story of a Christmas Eve, by Della Dimmitt.
A Strange Christmas Game by Charlotte Riddle, writing as Mrs. J. H. Riddle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rafe Ball. A Strange Christmas Game by Mrs. J. H. Riddle. When, through the death of a distant relative, I, John Lester, succeeded to the Martingale estate, there could not have been found in the length and breadth of England a happier pair than myself and my only sister, Claire. We were not such utter hypocrites as to affect sorrow for the loss of our kinsman, Paul Lester, a man we had never seen, of whom we had heard but little, and that little unfavourable, at whose hands we had never received a single benefit, who was, in short, as great a stranger to us as the then Prime Minister, the Emperor of Russia, or any other human being utterly removed from our extremely humble sphere of life. His loss was very certainly our gain. His death represented to us not a dreary parting from one long-loved and highly honoured, but the accession of lands, houses, consideration, wealth, to myself, John Lester, Esquire, Martingale, Bedfordshire, Willem, Jack Lester, artist and second-floor lodger at 32 Great Smith Street, Bloomsbury. Not that Martingale was much of an estate as county properties go. The Lesters, who had succeeded to that domain from time to time during the course of a few hundred years, could by no stretch of courtesy have been called prudent men. In regard of their posterity they were, indeed, scarcely honest,
for they parted with manors and farms, with common rights and adversons, in a manner at once so baronial and so unbusinesslike, that Martindale, at length in the hands of Jeremy Lester, the last resident owner, melted to a mere little dot in the map of Bedfordshire. Concerning this Jeremy Lester there was a mystery. No man could say what had become of him. He was in the oak parlour at Martindale one Christmas Eve, and before the next morning he had disappeared, to reappear in the flesh no more. Overnight, one Mr. Worley, a great friend and boon companion of Jeremy's, had sat playing cards with him until after 12 o'clock chimed. Then he took leave of his host and rode home under the moonlight. After that, no person, as far as could be ascertained, ever saw Jeremy Lester alive. His ways of life had not been either the most regular or the most respectable, and it was not until a new year had come in without any tidings of his whereabouts reaching the house that his servants became seriously alarmed concerning his absence. Then inquiries were set on foot concerning him, inquiries which grew more urgent as weeks and months passed by without the slightest clue being obtained as to his whereabouts. Rewards were offered, advertisements inserted, but still Jeremy made no sign, and so in course of time the heir at law, Paul Lester, took possession of the house and went down to spend the summer months at Martindale with his rich wife and her 4 children by a first husband. Paul Lester was a barrister, an overworked barrister, who, everyone supposed, would be glad enough to leave the bar and settle at Martindale, where his wife's money and the fortune he had accumulated could not have failed to give him a good standing even among the neighbouring county families, and perhaps it was with some such intention that he went down into Bedfordshire. If this were so, however, he speedily changed his mind, for with the January snows he returned to London, let off the land surrounding the house, shut up the hall, put in a caretaker, and never troubled himself further about his ancestral seat. Time went on, and people began to say the house was haunted, that Paul Lester had seen something, and so forth, all which stories were duly repeated for our benefit when, 41 years after the disappearance of Jeremy Lester, Claire and I went down to inspect our inheritance. I say our, because Claire had stuck bravely to me in poverty, grinding poverty, and prosperity was not going to part us now. What was mine was hers, and that she knew, God bless her, without my needing to tell her so. The transition from rigid economy to comparative wealth was, in our case, the more delightful also, because we had not in the least degree anticipated it. We never expected Paul Lester's shoes to come to us, and accordingly it was not upon our consciences that we had ever, in our dreariest moods, wished him dead. Had he made a will, no doubt we never should have gone to Martindale, and I, consequently, never written this story. But, luckily for us, he died intestate, and the Bedfordshire property came to me. As for his fortune, he had spent it in travelling, and in giving great entertainments at his grand house in Portman Square. Concerning his effects, Mrs. Lester and I came to a very amicable arrangement, and she did me the honour of inviting me to call upon her occasionally, and, as I heard, spoke of me as a very worthy and presentable young man for my station, which, of course, coming from so good an authority, was gratifying. Moreover, she asked me if I intended residing at Martindale, and on my replying in the affirmative, hoped I should like it. It struck me at the time that there was a certain significance in her tone, and when I went down to Martindale and heard the absurd stories that were afloat concerning the house being haunted, I felt confident that if Mrs. Lester had hoped much, she feared more. People said Mr. Jeremy walked at Martindale. He had been seen, it was averred, by poachers, by gamekeepers, by children who had come to use the park as a near cut to school, by lovers who kept their tryst under the elms and beeches. As for the caretaker and his wife, the third in residence since Jeremy Lester's disappearance, the man gravely shook his head when questioned, while the woman stated that wild horses, or even wealth untold, should not draw her into the red bedroom, nor into the oak parlour after dark. "I have heard my mother tell, sir. It was her as followed old Mrs. Reynolds, the first caretaker. How there were things went on in those self-same rooms as might make any Christian's hair stand on end. Such stamping and swearing and knocking about of furniture, and then tramp, tramp up the great staircase and along the corridor and so into the red bedroom, and then bang, and tramp, tramp again. They do say, sir, Mr. Paul Lester met him once, and from that time the oak parlour has never been opened. I never was inside it myself." Upon hearing which fact, the first thing I did was proceed to the oak parlour, open the shutters, and let the August sun stream in upon the haunted chamber. It was an old-fashioned, plainly furnished apartment, with a large table in the centre, a smaller in a recess by the fireplace, chairs ranged against the walls, and a dusty, moth-eaten carpet on the floor. There were dogs on the hearth, broken and rusty. There was a brass fender, tarnished and battered, a picture of some sea-fight over the mantelpiece, while another work of art about equal in merit hung between the windows. Altogether an utterly prosaic, and yet not uncheerful apartment, from out of which the ghosts flitted as soon as daylight was let into it, and which I proposed, as soon as I felt my feet, to redecorate, refurnish, and convert into a pleasant morning-room. I was still under 30, but I had learned prudence in that very good school, necessity, and it was not my intention to spend much money until I ascertained for certain what were the actual revenues derivable from the lands still belonging to the Martingale estates, and the charges upon them. In fact, I wanted to know what I was worth before committing myself to any great extravagance, and the place had for so long a time been neglected that I experienced some difficulty in arriving at the state of my real income. But in the meanwhile, Claire and I found great enjoyment in exploring every nook and corner of our domain, in turning over the contents of old chests and cupboards, in examining the faces of our ancestors looking down on us from the walls, in walking through the neglected gardens, full of weeds, overgrown with shrubs and birdweed, where the boxwood was 18 inches high, and the shoots of the rose-trees yards long. I have put the place in order since then. There is no grass on the paths, there are no trailing brambles over the ground, the hedges have been cut and trimmed, and the trees pruned, and the boxwood clipped. But I often say nowadays that spite of all my improvements, or rather in consequence of them, Martingale does not look one half so pretty as it did in its pristine state of uncivilized picturesqueness. Although I determined not to commence repairing and decorating the house till better informed concerning the rental of Martingale, still the state of my finances was so far satisfactory that Claire and I decided on going abroad and take our long-talked-of holiday before the fine weather was past. We could not tell what a year might bring forth, as Claire sagely remarked. It was wise to take our pleasure while we could, and accordingly, before the end of August arrived, we were wandering about the continent, loitering at Rouen, visiting the galleries in Paris, and talking of extending our 1 month of enjoyment to 3. What decided me on this course was the circumstance of our becoming acquainted with an English family who intended wintering in Rome. We met accidentally, but discovering we were near neighbours in England, in fact that Mr. Cronson's property lay close beside Martingale, the slight acquaintance soon ripened into intimacy, and ere long we were travelling in company. From the first, Claire did not much like this arrangement. There was a little girl in England she wanted me to marry, and Mr. Cronson had a daughter who certainly was both handsome and attractive. The little girl had not despised John Lester, artist, while Miss Cronson indisputably set her cap at John Lester of Martingale, and would have turned away her pretty face from a poor man's admiring gaze. All this I can see plainly enough now, but I was blind then, and should have proposed for Marybelle, that was her name, before the winter was over, had news not suddenly arrived of the illness of Mrs. Cronson, senior. In a moment the programme was changed. Our pleasant days of foreign travel were at an end. The Cronsons packed up and departed, while Claire and I returned more slowly to England, a little out of humour, it must be confessed, with each other. It was the middle of November when we arrived at Martingale, and found the place anything but romantic or pleasant. The walks were wet and sodden, the trees were leafless, There were no flowers, save a few late pink roses blooming in the garden. It had been a wet season, and the place looked miserable. Claire would not ask Alice down to keep her company in the winter months, as she had intended, and for myself, the Cronsons were still absent in Norfolk, where they meant to spend Christmas with old Mrs. Cronson, now recovered. Altogether, Martingale seemed dreary enough, and the ghost stories we had laughed at while sunshine flooded the rooms became less unreal when we had nothing but blazing fires and wax candles to dispel the gloom. They became more real also when servant after servant left us to seek situations elsewhere, when noises grew frequent in the house, when we ourselves, Claire and I, with our own ears, heard the tramp, tramp, the banging and the clattering which had been described to us. My dear reader, you doubtless are utterly free from superstitious fancies. You pooh-pooh the existence of ghosts, and only wish you could find a haunted house in which to spend a night, which is all very brave and praiseworthy, but wait till you are left in a dreary, desolate old country mansion, filled with the most unaccountable sounds, without a servant, with no one save an old caretaker and his wife, who, living at the extremest end of the building, heard nothing of the tramp, tramp, bang, bang, going on at all hours of the night. At first, I imagined the noises were produced by some evil-disposed persons who wished, for purposes of their own, to keep the house uninhabited, but by degrees Claire and I came to the conclusion the visitation must be supernatural, and Martingale, by consequence, untenantable. Still, being practical people, and unlike our predecessors, not having money to live where and how we liked, we decided to watch and see whether we could trace any human influence in the matter. If not, it was agreed we were to pull down the right wing of the house and the principal staircase. For nights and nights we sat up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Claire engaged in needlework, I reading, with a revolver lying on the table beside me. But nothing, neither sound nor appearance, rewarded our vigil. This confirmed my first idea that the sounds were not supernatural, but just to test the matter, I determined on Christmas Eve, the anniversary of Mr. Jeremy Lester's disappearance, to keep watch by myself in the red bedchamber. Even to Claire I never mentioned my intention. About 10, tired out with our previous vigils, we each retired to rest. Somewhat ostentatiously, perhaps, I noisily shut the door of my room, and when I opened it half an hour afterwards, no mouse could have pursued its way along the corridor with greater silence and caution than myself. Quite in the dark, I sat in the red room. For over an hour I might as well have been in my grave for anything I could see in the apartment, but at the end of that time the moon rose and cast strange lights across the floor and upon the wall of the haunted chamber. Hitherto I had kept my watch opposite the window. Now I changed my place to a corner near the door, where I was shaded from observation by the heavy hangings of the bed and an antique wardrobe. Still I sat on, but still no sound broke the silence. I was weary with many nights watching, and tired of my solitary vigil. I dropped at last into a slumber, from which I was awakened by hearing the door softly opened. "John," said my sister, almost in a whisper. "John, are you here?" "Yes, Claire," I answered. "But what are you doing up at this hour?" "Come downstairs," she replied. "They are in the oak parlour." I did not need any explanation as to whom she meant, but crept downstairs after her, warned by an uplifted hand of the necessity for silence and caution. By the open door of the oak parlour, she paused, and we both looked in. There was the room we left in darkness overnight, with a bright wood fire blazing on the hearth, candles on the chimney-piece, the small table pulled out from its accustomed corner, and 2 men seated beside it, playing at cribbage. We could see the face of the younger player. It was that of a man of about 25, of a man who had lived hard and wickedly, who had wasted his substance and his health, who had been, while in the flesh, Jeremy Lester. It would be difficult for me to say how I knew this, how, in a moment, I identified the features of the player with those of the man who had been missing for 41 years that very night. He was dressed in the costume of a bygone period. His hair was powdered, and round his wrists there were ruffles of lace. He looked like one who, having come from some great party, had sat down after his return home to play at cards with an intimate friend. On his little finger there sparkled a ring. In the front of his shirt there gleamed a valuable diamond. There were diamond buckles in his shoes, and, according to the fashion of his time, he wore knee breeches and silk stockings, which showed off advantageously the shape of a remarkably good leg and ankle. He sat opposite to the door, but never once lifted his eyes to it. His attention seemed concentrated on the cards. For a time there was utter silence in the room, broken only by the momentous counting of the game. In the doorway we stood, holding our breath, terrified and yet fascinated by the scene which was being acted before us. The ashes dropped on the hearth softly and like the snow. We could hear the rustle of the cards as they were dealt out and fell upon the table. We listened to the count, 15-1, 15-2, and so forth. But there was no other word spoken till at length the player, whose face we could not see, exclaimed, "I win! The game is mine!" Then his opponent took up the cards, sorted them over negligently in his hand, put them close together, and flung the whole pack in his guest's face, exclaiming, "Cheat! Liar! Take that!" There was a bustle and confusion, a flinging over of chairs, and fierce gesticulation, and such a noise of passionate voices mingling that we could not hear a sentence which was uttered. All at once, however, Jeremy Lester strode out of the room in so great a hurry that he almost touched us where we stood. Out of the room, and tramp, tramp up the staircase to the Red Room, whence he descended in a few minutes with a couple of rapiers under his arm. When he re-entered the room, he gave, as it seemed to us, the other man his choice of the weapons, and then he flung open the window, and after ceremoniously giving place for his opponent to pass out first, he walked forth into the night air, Claire and I following. We went through the garden and down a narrow, winding walk to a smooth piece of turf sheltered from the north by a plantation of young fir trees. It was a bright moonlight night by this time, and we could distinctly see Jeremy Lester measuring off the ground. "When you say 3, he said at last to the man whose back was still towards us. They had drawn lots for the ground, and the lot had fallen against Mr. Lester. He stood thus with the moonbeams falling full upon him, and a handsomer fellow I would never desire to behold. 1, began the other. 2, and before our kinsman had the slightest suspicion of his design, he was upon him, and his rapier through Jeremy Lester's breast. At the sight of that cowardly treachery, Claire screamed aloud. In a moment the combatants had disappeared, the moon was obscured behind a cloud, and we were standing in the shadow of the fir plantation, shivering with cold and terror. But we knew at last what had become of the late owner of Martingale, that he had fallen, not in fair fight, but foully murdered by a false friend. When late on Christmas morning I awoke, it was to see a white world, to behold the ground and trees and shrubs all laden and covered with snow. There was snow everywhere, such snow as no person could remember having fallen for 41 years. "It was on just such a Christmas as this that Mr. Jeremy disappeared," remarked the old sexton to my sister, who had insisted on dragging me through the snow to church, whereupon Claire fainted away and was carried into the vestry, where I made a full confession to the vicar of all we had beheld the previous night. At first that worthy individual rather inclined to treat the matter lightly, but when, a fortnight after, the snow melted away and the fir plantation came to be examined, he confessed that there might be more things in heaven and earth than his limited philosophy had dreamed of. In a little clear space, just within the plantation, Jeremy Lester's body was found. We knew it by the ring and the diamond buckles and the sparkling breastpin, and Mr. Cronson, who in his capacity as magistrate came over to inspect these relics, was visibly perturbed at my narrative. "Pray, Mr. Lester, did you in your dream see the face of the gentleman, your kinsman's opponent?" "No," I answered. "He sat and stood with his back to us all the time." "There is nothing more, of course, to be done in the matter," observed Mr. Cronson. "Nothing," I replied, and there the affair would doubtless have terminated, but that a few days afterwards, when we were dining at Cronson Park, Claire all of a sudden dropped the glass of water she was carrying to her lips, and exclaiming, "Look, John, there he is!" rose from her seat, and with a face as white as the tablecloth, pointed to a portrait hanging on the wall. "I saw him for an instant when he turned his head towards the door as Jeremy Lester left it," she explained. "That is he." Of what followed after this identification I have only the vaguest recollection. Servants rushed hither and thither. Mrs. Cronson dropped off her chair into hysterics. The young ladies gathered round their mamma. Mr. Cronson, trembling like one in an ague fit, attempted some kind of an explanation, while Claire kept praying to be taken away, only to be taken away. I took her away, not merely from Cronson Park, but from Martingale. Before we left the latter place, however, I had an interview with Mr. Cronson, who said the portrait Claire had identified was that of his wife's father, the last person who saw Jeremy Lester alive. "He is an old man now," finished Mr. Cronson, "a man of over 80, who has confessed everything to me. You won't bring further sorrow and disgrace upon us by making this matter public." I promised him I would keep silence, but the story gradually oozed out, and the Cronsons left the country. My sister never returned to Martingale. She married, and is living in London. Though I assure her there are no strange noises now in my house, she will not visit Bedfordshire, where the little girl she wanted me so long ago to think of seriously is now my wife and the mother of my children. End of A Strange Christmas Game by Charlotte Riddell, writing as Mrs. J. H. Riddell. Recording by Rafe Ball.
The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Lucy Wheelock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel. Two little children were sitting by the fire one cold winter's night. All at once they heard a timid knock at the door, and one ran to open it. There, outside in the cold and the darkness, stood a child with no shoes upon his feet, and clad in thin, ragged garments. He was shivering with cold, and he asked to come in and warm himself. "Yes, come," cried both the children. "You shall have our place by the fire. Come in." They drew the little stranger to their warm seat and shared their supper with him, and gave him their bed while they slept on a hard bench. In the night they were awakened by strains of sweet music, and, looking out, they saw a band of children in shining garments approaching the house. They were playing on golden harps, and the air was full of melody. Suddenly the stranger child stood before them, no longer cold and ragged, but clad in silvery light. His soft voice said, "I was cold, and you took me in. I was hungry, and you fed me. I was tired, and you gave me your bed. I am the Christ child, wandering through the world to bring peace and happiness to all good children. As you have given to me, so may this tree every year give rich fruit to you." So saying, he broke a branch from the fir tree that grew near the door, and he planted it in the ground and disappeared. But the branch grew into a great tree, and every year it bore wonderful golden fruit for the kind children. End of The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Lucy Wheelock. Recording by Noel.
They Got the Turkey by Mrs. Margaret Etting. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The shop of Mr. Onasander Galong looked, that 24th of December, like a bower. 2 young cedar trees stood one on each side of the doorway. Long garlands of evergreen, sprinkled with bright berries, were festooned all over the walls, and every turkey there, and there were lots of them, hanging like some new kind of gigantic fruit from the mass of green that covered the ceiling, had a gay ribbon tied around its neck. And such a wonderful picture in the way of freshness and colour as the big window presented to the passers-by. Bunches of crisp, light green celery leaning up against heaps of brown, pink-eyed potatoes and honest red onions, fiery-looking peppers side by side with golden oranges and yellow lemons, hard, smooth, shining cranberries trying to look as though they were sweet, great fat pumpkins, piles of green and piles of rosy apples, bunches of fragrant thyme, and more turkeys, some with and some without their feathered coats, but all, as I said before, with gay ribbons around their necks. Dear me, if Santa Claus could have only looked into that window and peeped into that shop, how pleased he would have been, and how he would have laughed. And he certainly would have taken Mr. Onasander Galong for a long-lost brother, for never before did mortal man so strongly resemble the children's old Christmas friend. Snow-white hair, long snow-white beard, twinkling blue eyes, round, fat, red, good-natured face, a fur cap on his head, bunches of holly berries pinned here and there on his shaggy jacket, and a laugh, good gracious, such a loud, hearty, mirth-provoking laugh, that the very people on the street, hearing it, began to smile and feel that Christmas was here indeed. And I tell you Mr. Onasander Galong was busy that day, and so were all the men and boys employed by him. Turkeys and other things that had been ordered the evening before, turkeys and other things that had been ordered early that morning, and turkeys and other things being ordered all the time, were to be packed away in huge baskets and sent to their respective destinations. But he wasn't so busy but that he stopped a moment from his work to give a piece of meat to a poor dog that had trotted hopefully into the shop, having evidently translated the name Galong over the door into "Come in," and was asking for it with his eyes. And as he rose from patting the dog, he saw 2 children standing before him, also asking for something with their eyes. They were poorly dressed children, but the girl had a sweet, bright face, and the boy was as jolly-looking a little fellow as you could find anywhere. His cheeks were as round, if not as red, as Mr. Galong's, and his merry black eyes actually danced in his head. Now, if there was one place in Mr. Onasander Galong's heart softer than the rest, it was the place he kept for children, and so when he saw these 2 looking up in his face, the boy with boyish boldness, and the girl with girlish shyness, he said, in the cheeriest, kindest manner, "Well, small people, what can I do for you?" "We would like to tell you a story," answered the boy, in a frank, pleasant voice. "Tell me a story?" repeated Mr. Galong, in a tone of great surprise. "Yes, sir, please, a Christmas story," was the reply. "Bless my heart, what a queer idea!" said Mr. Galong, and he laughed a silent laugh that half closed his eyes and wrinkled his nose in the funniest way. "Wouldn't you like to hear one?" asked the girl, coaxingly. "Of course I would. I'm very fond of stories, but I don't see how I can spare the time. We're so busy just now, and likely to be until night," said Mr. Galong. "It's only a short one," said the boy. "A very short one," added the girl. "Well, go ahead," said the good-natured old fellow, and he sat down on a barrel of potatoes, and his young visitors placed themselves one on each side of him. "One Christmas time," the boy began, "there was a big tenement house in this city, and 10 families lived in it, and every one of these families, 'cept one, knew they were going to have turkey for their Christmas dinner. They knew it sure the day before Christmas, all 'cept this one. The family that wasn't sure the day before Christmas morning lived on the top floor, and it was "Mrs. Todd, Neil Todd, Hetty Todd, and Puppy Todd," prompted the girl. "Yes, it was them," said the boy, and went on with his story again. "Mrs. Todd was Neil's and Hetty's mother. They hadn't any father. He died 3 years ago. And Puppy was their dog. Mrs. Todd is one of the best mothers ever lived, and she sews buttonholes on boys' jackets for a big store, and Hetty cleans up the house, and gets the supper and such things. And I mean Neil, runs errands for folks when he can get a chance after school. His mother wants him to go to school till he's 14 anyhow, 'cause a boy that has some education can get along better than a boy that don't know anything. And this family, though they were very poor, had always managed to have a turkey dinner till the Christmas I'm telling about, and Mrs. Todd, she loved turkey." "Didn't Hetty and Neil," asked Mr. Golong, closing his eyes and wrinkling his nose again, and he hurried away to wait on a stout lady, all covered with glittering jet ornaments and bugles, who must have been a very particular customer, she talked so loud and so much. "Didn't Hetty and Neil?" he repeated, when he came back. "Oh my, I guess they did," said the girl, her eyes sparkling. "They'd have been funny fellows if they didn't," added the boy. "But, 'pon their words and honours, they wanted it more for their mother. She's such a good mother, and has so few good things to eat, than they did for themselves. And it made them feel awful bad when she came home and cried 'cause some wicked thief had stolen her pocket-book with half a week's earnings in it, and the $2 bill that the boss had given her to buy a Christmas dinner with besides. And so the boy, Neil, he's kind of a nice chap, ain't he, Hetty?" "Awful nice," replied Hetty, with a mischievous little giggle. "And he says to his sister, 'She's awful nice, ain't she, Hetty?'" "Kind of nice," said Hetty, with another little giggle. "He says to his sister," continued the boy, "'Don't say anything to mother, but put on your hat and bring a basket, and we'll make a try for a merry Christmas dinner, turkey and all.' And they went round the corner to a beautiful market, kept by a gentleman who looked exactly like Santa Claus." Mr. Onosander Golong laughed aloud this time, and flew to wait on another particular customer. "So he looked like Santa Claus?" he said, with a chuckle, when he sat down on the barrel of potatoes again. "The very image of him," said the girl, with great emphasis. "The boy," began the boy once more, "had run errands for him 2 or 3 times, and each time had got 2 apples or oranges besides the regular pay, and he was good to cats and dogs. So this chap went to this gentleman, he took his sister along 'cause he thought Mr. Golong would like to see her, and they told him their story. And the boy says, when it was done, if you would only trust us for a turkey, and a few other things, I'll work for you all holiday week, and another week too, after school. My name's Neil Todd, and my mother is a real nice woman, and I love her just as you used to love your mother when you was a little boy. And the gentleman, says he, being as it's Christmas time, and I look so much like Santa Claus, I'll do it. And he did, and that's all." Mr. Onosander Golong burst out a-laughing, and oh, how he laughed! He laughed until the tears ran down his cheeks. He laughed until he nearly fell off the barrel. He laughed until everybody far and near who heard him laughed too, and the very roosters in the poultry shop over the way joined in, and crowed with all their might and main. And they got the turkey. End of They Got the Turkey by Mrs. Margaret Etting.
Under the Mistletoe, A Christmas Song by Eliza Cook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. Under the mistletoe, pearly and green, meet the kind lips of the young and the old. Under the mistletoe, hearts may be seen, glowing as though they had never been cold. Under the mistletoe, peace and goodwill mingle the spirits that long have been twain. Leaves of the olive branch twine with it still, while breathings of hope fill the loud carol strain. Yet why should this holy and festival mirth in the reign of old Christmas tide only be found? Hang up love's mistletoe over the earth, and let us kiss under it all the year round. Hang up the mistletoe over the land, where the poor dark man is spurned by the white. Hang it wherever oppression's strong hand wrings from the helpless humanity's right. Hang it on high where the starving lip sobs, and the patrician one turneth in scorn. Let it be met where the purple steel robs child of its father and field of its corn. Hail it with joy in our Yule-lighted mirth, but let it not fade with the festival sound. Hang up love's mistletoe over the earth, and let us kiss under it all the year round. End of Under the Mistletoe, A Christmas Song by Eliza Cook.
Urare de Anton Pan. A citit în limba română Livia. Aceasta este o înregistrare LibriVox. Toate înregistrările LibriVox sunt în domeniul public. Pentru mai multe informații sau pentru a deveni voluntar, te rog să vizitezi LibriVox.org. Urare. Într-această zi prea sfântă și prea lăudată, de Tatăl din ceruri, nouă spre mântuire dată, ce cu mare bucurie toți o așteptăm. Vedem pe cel puternic de voie, nu cum gândim, în ieslea dobitoacelor cum se apleacă, și, ca un prunc pământean, în scutece se înfașă. O, câtă bucurie într-astă zi simțim, când cu întreaga făptură sub ceriu ne veselim. În ceriu toți heruvimii și serafimii saltă și cântări de mărire celui puternic înalță. Sus glorie, jos pace, cu toți glăsuim și cu inime curate pre Dumnezeu mărim. Jos, pre pământ, o întunecime de neguri izgonește lucirea unei stele de iviri, care astăzi în strălucire s-a arătat la 3 regi de la răsărit, care au plecat după dânsa spre a căuta premarele împărat, pe care, aflându-l în iesle, i s-a închinat. Coprinși fiind și noi de această minune, luarăm îndrăzneala dumneavoastră a spune că cu toții am schimbat aci pre pământ vestmintele spre a căuta luceafărul cel sfânt. Astfel și dumneavoastră tot binele din lume, ani mulți, zile senine, vă poftim anume, din inimă rugând pe cel atotputernic să vă încoroneze sănătatea, mulți ani ajungând. Sfârșit de Urare de Anton Pan.
Where the Christmas Tree Grew by Mary E. Wilkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Where the Christmas Tree Grew. It was afternoon recess at No. 4 District School in Warner. There was a heavy snowstorm, so everyone was in the warm schoolroom, except a few adventurous spirits who were tumbling about in the snowdrifts out in the yard, getting their clothes wet, and preparing themselves for chidings at home. Their shrill cries and shouts of laughter floated into the schoolroom, but the small group near the stove did not heed them at all. They were 5 or 6 little girls and 1 boy. The girls, with the exception of Jenny Brown, were trim and sweet in their winter dresses and neat school aprons. They perched on the desks and the arms of the settee with careless grace, like birds. Some of them had their arms linked. The one boy lounged against the blackboard. His dark, straight-profiled face was all aglow as he talked. His big brown eyes gazed now soberly and impressively at Jenny, then gave a gay dance in the direction of the other girls. "Yes, it does, honest," said he. The other girls nudged one another softly, but Jenny Brown stood with her innocent, solemn eyes fixed upon Earl Monroe's face, drinking in every word. "You ask anybody who knows," continued Earl. "Ask Judge Barker. Ask the minister." "Oh!" cried the little girls, but the boy shook his head impatiently at them. "Yes," said he, "you just go and ask Mr. Fisher tomorrow, and you'll see what he'll tell you. Why, look here." Earl straightened himself and stretched out an arm like an orator. "It's nothing more than reasonable that Christmas trees grow wild with the presents all on 'em. What sense would there be in 'em if they didn't, I'd like to know? They grow in different places, of course, but these around here grow mostly on the mountain over there. They come up every spring, and they all blossom out about Christmas time, and folks go hunting for them to give to the children. Father and Ben are over on the mountain today." Oh, cried the little girls. "I mean, I guess they are," amended Earl, trying to put his feet on the boundary line of truth. "I hope they'll find a full one." Jenny Brown had a little round, simple face. Her thin brown hair was combed back and braided tightly in one tiny braid tied with a bit of shoestring. She wore a nondescript gown, which nearly trailed behind and showed in front her little coarsely shod feet, which toed in helplessly. The gown was of a faded green color. It was scalloped and bound around the bottom, and had some green ribbon bows down the front. It was, in fact, the discarded polonaise of a benevolent woman who aided the poor substantially, but not tastefully. Jenny Brown was 8, and small for her age. A strange, gentle, ignorant little creature, never doubting the truth of what she was told, which sorely tempted the other children to impose upon her. Standing there in the schoolroom, that stormy recess, in the midst of that group of wiser, richer, mostly older girls, and that one handsome, mischievous boy, she believed every word she heard. This was her first term at school, and she had never before seen much of other children. She had lived her 8 years all alone at home with her mother, and she had never been told about Christmas. Her mother had other things to think about. She was a dull, spiritless, reticent woman who had lived through much trouble. She worked, doing washings and cleanings, like a poor feeble machine that still moves but has no interest in its motion. Sometimes the Browns had almost enough to eat. At other times they half-starved. It was half-starving time just then. Jenny had not had enough to eat that day. There was a pinched look on the little face upturned toward Earl Monroe's. Earl's words gained authority by coming from himself. Jenny had always regarded him with awe and admiration. It was much that he should speak to her at all. Earl Munro was quite the king of this little school district. He was the son of the wealthiest man in town. No other boy was so well dressed, so gently bred, so luxuriously lodged and fed. Earl himself realized his importance, and had at times the loftiness of a young prince in his manner. Occasionally some independent urchin would bristle with democratic spirit, and tell him to his face that he was stuck up, and he hadn't so much more to be proud of than other folks, that his grandfather wasn't anything but an old rag man. Then Earl would wilt. Arrogance in a free country is likely to have an unstable foundation. Earl's tottered at the mention of his paternal grandfather, who had given the first impetus to the family fortune by driving a tin cart about the country. Moreover, the boy was really pleasant and generous-hearted, and had no mind in the long run for a lonely state and disagreeable haughtiness. He enjoyed being lordly once in a while, that was all. He did now with Jenny. He eyed her with a gay condescension which would have greatly amused his tin peddler grandfather. Soon the bell rang, and they all filed to their seats, and the lessons were begun. After school was done that night, Earl stood in the door when Jenny passed out. "Say, Jenny," he called, "when are you going over on the mountain to find a Christmas tree? You'd better go pretty soon or they'll be gone." "That's so," chimed in one of the girls. "You'd better go right off, Jenny." She passed along, her face shyly dimpling with her little innocent smile, and said nothing. She would never talk much. She had quite a long walk to her home. Presently, as she was pushing weakly through the new snow, Earl went flying past her in his father's sleigh, with the black horses and the fur-capped coachman. He never thought of asking her to ride. If he had, he would not have hesitated a second before doing so. Jenny, as she waded along, could see the mountain always before her. This road led straight to it, then turned and wound around its base. It had stopped snowing, and the sun was setting clear. The great white mountain was all rosy. It stood opposite the red western sky. Jenny kept her eyes fixed upon the mountain. Down in the valley shadows, her little simple face, pale and colorless, gathered another kind of radiance. There was no school the next day, which was the one before Christmas. It was pleasant and not very cold. Everybody was out. The little village stores were crowded. Sleds trailing Christmas greens went flying. People with parcels under their arms, their hands full. Jenny Brown was also out. She was climbing Franklin Mountain. The snowy pine boughs bent so low that they brushed her head. She stepped deeply into the untrodden snow. The train of her green polonaise dipped into it and swept it along. And all the time she was peering through those white fairy columns and arches for a Christmas tree. That night the mountain had turned rosy and faded, and the stars were coming out, when a frantic woman, panting, crying out now and then in her distress, went running down the road to the Munro house. It was the only one between her own and the mountain. The woman rained some clattering knocks on the door. She could not stop for the bell. Then she burst into the house and threw open the dining-room door, crying out in gasps, "Have you seen her? Oh, have you? My Jenny's lost. She's lost. Oh, they said they saw her coming this way this morning. Have you seen her? Have you?" Earl and his father and mother were having tea there in the handsome oak-paneled dining-room. Mr. Munro rose at once and went forward. Mrs. Munro looked with a pale face around her silver tea-urn, and Earl sat as if frozen. He heard his father's soothing questions and the mother's answers. She had been out at work all day. When she returned, Jenny was gone. Someone had seen her going up the road toward the Munros that morning about 10 o'clock. That was her only clue. Earl sat there and saw his mother draw the poor woman into the room and try to comfort her. He heard, with a vague understanding, his father order the horses to be harnessed immediately. He watched him putting on his coat and hat out in the hall. When he heard the horses trot up the drive, he sprang to his feet. When Mr. Monroe opened the door, Earl, with his coat and cap on, was at his heels. "Why, you can't go, Earl," said his father when he saw him. "Go back in at once." Earl was white and trembling. He half sobbed. "Oh, father, I must go," said he. "Earl, be reasonable. You want to help, don't you, and not hinder?" his mother called out of the dining room. Earl caught hold of his father's coat. "Father, look here. I believe I know where she is." Then his father faced sharply around. His mother and Jenny's stood listening in bewilderment, and Earl told his ridiculous, childish, and cruel little story. "I didn't dream she'd really be such a little goose as to go," he choked out. "But she must have, for," with brave candor, "I know she believed every word I told her." It seemed a fantastic theory, yet a likely one. It would give method to the search, yet more alarm to the searchers. The mountain was a wide region in which to find one little child. Jenny's mother screamed out, "Oh, if she's lost on the mountain, they'll never find her. They never will. They never will. Oh, Jenny, Jenny, Jenny." Earl gave a despairing glance at her and bolted upstairs to his own room. His mother called pityingly after him, but he only sobbed back, "Don't, mother, please," and kept on. The boy, lying face downward on his bed, crying as if his heart would break, heard presently the church bells clang out fast and furious. Then he heard loud voices down in the road, and the flurry of sleigh bells. His father had raised the alarm, and the search was organized. After a while, Earl arose and crept over to the window. It looked toward the mountains, which towered up, cold and white and relentless, like one of the ice-hearted giants of the old Indian tales. Earl shuddered as he looked at it. Presently he crawled downstairs and into the parlor. In the bay window stood, like a gay mockery, the Christmas tree. It was quite a small one this year, only for the family. Some expected guests had failed to come. But it was well laden. After tea the presents were to have been distributed. There were some for his father and mother, and some for the servants, but the bulk of them were for Earl. By and by his mother, who had heard him come downstairs, peeped into the room, and saw him busily taking his presents from the tree. Her heart sank with displeasure and amazement. She would not have believed that her boy could be so utterly selfish as to think of Christmas presents then. But she said nothing. She stole away and returned to poor Mrs. Brown, whom she was keeping with her. Still she continued to think of it all that long terrible night, as they sat there waiting, listening to the signal horns over on the mountain. Morning came at last, and Mr. Monroe with it. No success so far. He drank some coffee and was off again. That was quite early. An hour or two later, the breakfast bell rang. Earl did not respond to it, so his mother went to the foot of the stairs and called him. There was a stern ring in her soft voice. All this time she had in mind his heartlessness and greediness over the presents. When Earl did not answer, she went upstairs and found that he was not in his room. Then she looked in the parlor, and stood staring in bewilderment. Earl was not there, but neither was the Christmas tree, nor his presents. They had vanished bodily. Just at that moment, Earl Monroe was hurrying down the road, dragging his big sled, on which were loaded his Christmas presents and the Christmas tree. The top of the tree trailed in the snow, its branches spread over the sled on either side and rustled. It was a heavy load, but Earl tugged manfully in an enthusiasm of remorse and atonement, a fantastic, extravagant atonement, planned by that same fertile fancy which had invented that story for poor little Jenny, but instigated by all the good, repentant impulses in the boy's nature. On every one of those neat parcels, above his own name, was written in a big, crooked, childish hand, "Jenny Brown, from." Earl Monroe had not saved one Christmas present for himself. Pulling along, his cheeks brilliant, his eyes glowing, he met Maud Barker, She was Judge Barker's daughter, and the girl who had joined him in advising Jenny to hunt on the mountain for the Christmas tree. Maud stepped along, placing her trim little feet with dainty precision. She wore some new high-buttoned overshoes. She also carried a new beaver muff, but in one hand only. The other dangled mittenless at her side. It was pink with cold, but on its third finger sparkled a new gold ring with a blue stone in it. "Oh, Earl," she called out, "have they found Jenny Brown? I was going up to your house to—" "Why, Earl Monroe, what have you got there?" "I'm carrying my Christmas presents and the tree up to Jenny's, so she'll find 'em when she comes back," said the boy, flushing red. There was a little defiant choke in his voice. "Why, what for?" "I rather think they belong to her more'n they do to me after what's happened." "Does your mother know?" "No. She wouldn't care. She'd think I was only doing what I ought." "All of 'em?" queried Maud feebly. "You don't suppose I'd keep any back?" Maud stood staring. It was beyond her little philosophy. Earl was passing on when a thought struck him. "Say, Maud," he cried eagerly, "haven't you got something you can put in? Girls' things might please her better, you know. Some of mine are rather queer, I'm afraid." "What have you got?" demanded Maud. "Well, some of the things are well enough. There's a lot of candy and oranges and figs and books. There's one by Jules Verne I guess she'll like. But there's a great big jackknife and a brown velvet bicycle suit." "Why, Earl Monroe, what could she do with a bicycle suit?" "I thought maybe she could rip the seams to 'em and sew 'em some sort of way, and get a basque cut or something. Don't you suppose she could?" Earl asked anxiously. "I don't know. Her mother could tell," said Maud. "Well, I'll hang it on anyhow. Maud, haven't you anything to give to her?" "I don't know." Earl eyed her sharply. "Isn't that muff new?" "Yes." "And that ring?" Maud nodded. "Oh, Maud, put 'em in. She'd be delighted with 'em." Maud looked at him. Her pretty mouth quivered a little. Some tears twinkled in her blue eyes. "I don't believe my mother would let me," faltered she. "You come with me and I'll ask her." "All right," said Earl, with a tug at his sled rope. He waited with his load in front of Maud's house until she came forth, radiant, lugging a big basket. She had her last winter's red cashmere dress, a hood, some mittens, some cake and biscuit, and a few nice slices of cold meat. "Mother said these would be much more suitable for her," said Maud, with a funny little imitation of her mother's manner. Over across the street another girl stood at the gate waiting for news. "Have they found her?" she cried. "Where are you going with all those things?" Somehow Earl's generous romantic impulse spread like an epidemic. This little girl soon came flying out with her contribution. Then there were more. Quite a little procession filed finally down the road to Jenny Brown's house. The terrible possibilities of the case never occurred to them. The idea never entered their heads that little, innocent, trustful Jenny might never come home to see that Christmas tree which they set up in her poor home. It was with no surprise whatever that they saw, about noon, Mr. Monroe's sleigh, containing Jenny and her mother and Mrs. Monroe, drive up to the door. Afterward they heard how a woodcutter had found Jenny crying over on the east side of the mountain at sunset, and had taken her home with him. He lived 5 miles from the village and was an old man, not able to walk so far that night to tell them of her safety. His wife had been very good to the child. About 11 o'clock some of the searchers had met the old man, plodding along the mountain road with the news. The children did not stop for this now. They shouted to Jenny to come in, quick. They pulled her with soft violence into the room where they had been at work. Then the child stood with her hands clasped, staring at the Christmas tree. All too far away she had been searching for it. The Christmas tree grew not on the wild mountainside, in the lonely woods, but at home, close to warm, loving hearts. And that was where she found it. End of Where the Christmas Tree Grew by Mary E. Wilkins. Recording by Maria Casper.